Commander,
The
one
jams,
of our
though.
most valued supporters, says continued support of the XCOM project.
Despot, thank you so much for the 10 heckin' months. Just 2 more to that full year. Pleasure to see you here at the start of stream, as always. Hope everyone's having a wonderful, wonderful day so far today. Say hello. How's it going, Ivy Blade? Happy Letter Day, 6'4 Ninja. Panthyron. Glad you enjoyed the collab with Sneaky Teak. He'll be on again at the same time this week, actually. In case anybody has missed, we announced this a couple times on Discord, but if you've missed the message, hopefully Sneaky Teak will be joining me for our community game day. We'll be playing Factorio, the 1.0 release, which was the highest voted game on the Game Boat at the start of the month. And I've decided to make it a multiplayer experience of sorts. So my intent at right now, hopefully the pieces move together in the correct ways to actually make this happen, but my intent is to have Sneaky Teak join me on stream, I think playing for him Factorio for the first time. Myself, I have not played the 1.0 release of Factorio, but I have, between all various early access versions, about 300 hours in that game. And so I'm going to try to teach Sneaky Teak how to play Factorio while members of the moderator team do their thing in the background in a private server. So there will be a bunch of moderators doing whatever they want to do, and I'll try to teach Sneaky Teak how to play by observing them and interacting with them. Should be pretty fun, I think. So that'll be happening on Thursday, starting around 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I think at this point I just need to do some witness. Just need to do some witness to honor the presence that it's had on the Game Boat. Even though it's never come out quite on top, it's clear that there is a sustained interest in either like Witness itself or in general just some kind of puzzle game. We haven't done any puzzle gaming since Baba Is You, and that was a long time ago now. I'd wager most folks currently in the channel have not seen any of the Baba playthrough. I only had like 100 viewers watching me at the time. But that was one of the most fun experiences I've had on stream was playing through that puzzle game. Hey, yeah, great is great. So many people to say hello to. Let me try to get caught up here a little bit with chat. How's it going, Jedido Janin, Zuthis, NC 1989, Isla Cruz. It is odd that there's no way to, like, pick, you know, other than following. You know, you can't really sort the channels that Twitch shows to you on your homepage, right? Interesting. Yeah, Nate Dam. Fairly hello. The Goyo. Stark Devi. Jamie. Robin Lumber. Mr. Mulu Gulu. Cogniferous Mommy Boss Waifu, hello. Hey Methlin, glad to hear you
4 months
have been having fun with some
we are
Hades.
extremely impressed.
Definitely gonna be some more Hades, possibly today. But more Hades in the future, as I'm curious to explore more of the 1.0 release. Still haven't gotten that hidden aspect for the fist weapon. Soggy Salt, hello. Avox Silence. Arrow of Kyria. Toka. Borophyll. I don't know why I don't think it won't be a total disaster. I'm kind of hoping it will be, in some fashion. It sounds fun, mainly, for me. That's why I'm doing it. Purely because I want to see what will happen. That is, after all, part of the intent, not just behind the community of Gameboat, but behind being on Twitch, is to be able to create the kind of content that I want to see exist in the world. We're trying something. A little bit out of left field, maybe. But I like to keep it novel. Hey, SRF. I have not played any Amnesia, no pair achievement. You're talking like Amnesia the Dark Descent? In that series? I've not played any. Generally not a fan of anything horror style. Hey, Dimitri, Flick, Downward Facing Dad. Replayed Braid recently. Glad to hear that game holds up. That was definitely one of the first big indie game hits I can remember reading about. Kind of opened up the whole market for budget PC titles. Kind of paved a lot of ground. Huge Rubber Duck, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the 4 months. Glad to have you here right at the start, Ratley. Yo, what's poppin'? Hello. Can't find my Undertale playthrough. I have not done a on-stream Undertale playthrough. That has not, as of yet, happened. That'd be an interesting one to visit. Could see doing something like that for an anniversary of its release, or maybe mixed feelings about trying to stream Deltarune when that eventually finishes. Hey, Lysozyme. I've not played Return of the Oberdin. That's that one is one that keeps popping up as a good puzzle game of the last year. Oh, I've played, to be clear, I have played Undertale and watched a few playthroughs as well. I just haven't done so on stream or in any way that was recorded. Howdy, original Kamehameha. Oh, that's right, we did the collab runs. Actually, I'm gonna fix that real quick in the run history. If you didn't see our collab runs with Sneaky Teak, by the way, which were on Thursday, highly recommend the VODs. I did highlight both the Defect and the Ironclad run that Sneaky Teak and I did. But I had him on Thursday to join me for some attempts at what A20 of the Small Ladder might have looked like. I wanted to see how possible would it have been to do that Ascension 20 run with the deck ending up 20 cards or less. And we managed to, not once but twice in a row, defeat the A20 Heart with a 20 or fewer card deck with both the Ironclad and the Defect. Really highly recommend checking out these runs because they were completely insane from start to finish. This Ironclad run picked Empty Cage over, I think, 2 energy relics going into Act 2. And then in Act 3 we took the Madnesses from Whining Halls and upgraded both of them. One at a time. And it worked. It was completely insane. And then this Defect was Frozen Core putting in huge work, picking it up after our first boss, and managing to use that as a way to scale up for boss fights, or get our defenses up quickly while we did nonsense with 2 capacitors and a consume. Really crazy runs. For our Highlander ladder, our last actual run was on Ascension 8 with the Defect, so it looks like we're up to A9 Watcher here. I get a lot of lots and lots of suggestions for ladder types. Let me talk about a little bit about what makes an interesting ladder to me, because I think this is a topic that comes up a lot, and I thought I'd like to share what motivates me to, you know, how did I end up at Highlander ladder, for example, and there's a few factors that go into it. So the current idea is kind of adding a restriction that makes the ladder format more challenging, makes it alter our play in interesting ways. So there should be a challenge aspect that forces creative solutions around it, and pretty much everybody has that part nailed down. That's the core idea behind basically every suggestion. Like, how does the gameplay change if you do this? But there are a couple other factors that make it really appealing to me when I'm picking a challenge to do for on-stream content. One of those is, can I do this without using a mod? And the other one is, can I do this just within the base gameplay of Slay the Spire without having to use, for example, custom mode? And 3, how easy it is to convey the idea to somebody who walks in for the first time. I think probably one of the most common questions I see pop up when I'm doing ladder content is, what is the ladder, or what particular challenge variation are you doing right now? And the easier it is to answer that question, the better the idea becomes, I think. So to that end, I really like challenges like take no rare cards, for example, is an idea we might be exploring in a future ladder, or take only common cards, or, you know, restrict yourself to certain types of relics or something, because these can all be done pretty easily within the context of an already regular run of Slay the Spire, and they're pretty easy to convey to others. Rainbow Ladder was custom, yeah, and that one was, I think, perhaps the most confusing of the ladder challenges, and I did see, I think, of all my ladder challenges, the lowest viewer numbers during that ladder. The more, you know, the less of the average viewer is able to be able to jump into that custom context with me, the less likely they are to get invested and stick around. I did make Rainbow Ladder, I think, a little bit extra confusing, personally, by going with a weird custom rule set. And if I were to redo it, it might just be diverse all the way up, because that would be a lot simpler. But I think Rainbow Ladder really showed to me that there was a way to get too complex with the rule set. Aren't allowed to take 2 common cards in a row. Except when Mercury's in retrograde. Oh, that's no problem at all. You just play when Mercury's in retrograde, and it'll be very easy. You had me with you for the first half of that one, Zizzy. Well played. Yeah, and actually the other half of that is that I think Rainbow Ladder also stands out as one of the ones I hear that is people's favorite most frequently. So it was a bit more in a niche direction, which can be a good thing. We will definitely revisit Rainbow Ladder in some fashion. I had a blast with it. Okay, let me do a little snippy with the run history here. I'm not going to delete these runs with Sneaky Teak. I'm just going to move them to a different folder here. What save file is this? Number 2. So 1 defect and 2 ironclads. Perfect. Okay. So, for our Highlander ladder here, we're now on Ascension 9 with the Watcher. So this is like, use an RNG for pathing. Challenge. Oh, that would actually, that one, Zuthis, if the goal is to have my pathing chosen for me, we can actually very easily accomplish this within the game, using the custom mode modifier, certain future. Where is it? The map contains only one path, so Spire generates only one path, which is what you're then forced into, and that'll guaranteed put you on collision course with a Burning Elite too. And I think that would be a cool ladder to do, just to show how much harder it is if you remove all the player agency from pathing. But yeah, there's if you want to even like test out that idea for yourself and see what it's like, it's right here available to you within Spire. And to many of those kind of interested in the idea of customized challenges like this, I highly recommend a thorough exploration of custom mode. Accessible here from the main menu, there's a lot of different modifiers. Some really, really impactful, some not so much, that can make the game a lot more easy, a lot more difficult, and a lot more wacky.
Commander, the aliens are disturbing.
Cotty, thank you so much for the 5 months. Can fit so many puns. This chair. Oh, that's true, Flying Diglett. Being able to see the other paths that are generated, and what what path you could have taken instead of what you got, I think does kind of hide the negative impact that you're suffering. Because and that's why I really like Hades, the heat modifier in Hades that restricts your choices at the boon screen. It generates all 3 choices and then it crosses out one of them and really shows you, hey, here's what you could have gotten, but nope, denied. Interesting. Very interesting. Alright, let's dive on into our first run here. And, boop, some bopsins on Ascension 9. Quick little reiteration here. The current challenge is the Highlander ladder, where the goal is we have to end each run with no duplicate non-starter cards. So at the end of each run, there can be no copies of anything other than these cards. We can have multiple strikes, we can have multiple defends, we can even have multiple eruptions or vigilances, but we can't have more than 1 copy of anything else. Oh, Watcher, what path shall you be taking through Act 1 today? I'd very much like 250 gold as a start. Gets us ahead on our removal game and, lets you buy some super powerful relics early on. A lot of gold for an anti-strawberry. We can compare it to the 7 max health option, and we have essentially the option right now to pay 250 gold that we don't actually have to gain a mango. That's one way to think about it, but that's a confusing way to think about it, because we have neither a mango on offer nor 250 gold currently. But that's kind of what it equates to. Or we can take the random boss relic, which I think is really good. If we get duplicates from something like Pandora's along the way of our run, we have until the end of the run to fix it. It's only the end game deck that gets checked for the Highlander score bonus, which is what we're trying to meet with the challenge. So we have the opportunity to correct any transforms, and I think transforms are still on average very, very good in this challenge. I'm going to take the 250 gold though. I love 250 gold starts. And we'll head to the shop. And we'll think about pathing from there, ruling out this Burning Elite, but everything else in this act is accessible. And I think I particularly like Fire Elite Shop-ish? Shop number 2? Yeah, It's reasonable. Completely reasonable. Bopsons. Next turn we have Eruption, Strike, Strike, Strike is 36, 45, so yes, actually. Really important to check your draw pile occasionally here, and think for a moment about what you're going to draw on the next turn. This Jawworm fight here, we have perfect knowledge of what happens next turn, and we can use that to calculate a guaranteed lethal here on turn 1, something to really think about. Eruption puts us into Wrath Stance, making the rest of these do double damage, so we deal 9, 21, math is hard, 33, 45 damage. Jawworm has 46 health, so we have to boop on this turn to make sure that this sequence kills it on the next turn. The booping and the bopping. How do I feel about this Wheel Kick? Pretty dang good. Wheel Kick hits hard. Very, very good early upgrade for a Watcher. Just smashes stuff for 40 damage. Cut Through Fate, I think, is an excellent, excellent common card. Wave of the Hand is something I'm more interested in the mid to late game for Watcher. It's a ridiculously good weak card. And it might just be a high enough quality card that it is one of those things where you can afford to just take one early if you see one, just so that you have it later. Kind of like Talk to the Hand, kind of like Footwork on Silence, kind of like Feel No Pain on Ironclad. You know, it's acceptable, I think, to grab this on the first floor just because you want it later. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna be going Wheel Kick so that we can kick some elites in the face. But nothing wrong with that greedy Wave of the Hand pick, and there's definitely nothing wrong with taking 75 more gold right before the shop. Heck yeah. Money, 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 waffle. To get back the money, health that I paid for the money. Amazing. Other things that are amazing include Kunai. I think Watcher loves the Kunai. If you play 3 attacks in 1 turn, gain a point of dex. Watcher totally thrives with Ninja Relics. There's so many good attacks in the Watcher card pool. If I was gonna buy the Kunai, I would strongly consider Consecrate, because it's a 0-cost attack. Weave a consideration as well, but with no Scry currently in the deck, Weave is just a shiv, and that's not very good. How's it going, Abba, new philanthropist? Halt would be a good thing to pick up with the Kunai as well. Scales really well with Dex. This is 0-cost block. What do you mean shivs aren't good? How do you mean? Does it ever go no upgrades and just fight 3 elites? Could be a thing. Do we want to buy this Kunai even? That's another option, is don't buy the Kunai. Don't think about the Kunai. Don't try to use the Kunai. But I like the Kunai. I'm going to buy the Kunai. We're going to build around the Kunai. And we're going to love it. It's going to be great. Take a Consecrate. I'll probably take this on sale Evaluate instead of the Halt, just because it's cheaper. Cheaper enough that I can still afford to remove a Defend? Yeah, a Defend. Now we've replaced a Defend with this Evaluate. Sure, we'll do that. Get those stinky starter cards out of here. So the idea is that by playing cheap attacks and stuff, we can eventually kind of scale our block with the Kunai in the mid to late game of our run. Let's see, 14 incoming damage, huh? Could get a Kunai proc, but then I only have 1 energy left, so it's better to just Vigilance, Defend, and Consecrate, right? 13 plus 6. Oh, we could actually kill the back one, right? We can go Consecrate, Strike, Strike, kill this one, then Miracle, Vigilance, take 0. Assuming I did math correctly. Hold on, no. 13 plus 6 is not how math works. That's 11 plus 6. We don't
Commander,
kill. Anyway,
we've
okay,
just
let's do this then.
received the support of another council member.
It's correctly math. See guys, thank you so much for that Prime sub. Welcome to the council. It's like Lethal, except not. Man, Sands of Time in the early game is something Watcher kind of loves to see. It's a big, expensive card.
Excellent
It gets
work,
cheaper when
Commander.
retained.
This council is pleased
Boy,
to
does it
see our
bop.
continued support of this project has been worthwhile.
Very good card against Lagavulin, very good card against Slime Boss. It makes stance dancing relatively easy because you'll always have it in hand when your Wrath comes around. Or we could take the Halt to lean maybe harder into the Kunai a bit. I think I'm going to take this Sands of Time. It should make it pretty easy to smash our way through a couple of elites here. And Daywall, thank you so much for the 3 months. Congrats on that shiny new badge, and thanks for sticking around. Yeah, Halt is spicy with Kunai, for sure. For sure. We might be, honestly, powerful enough with the wheel kick that we do not need to take a Sands of Time to clear both these elites and the Guardian with no problem. And I think with an attack potion that is true. So we don't actually need this Sands of Time. Let's take this Halt then. Greedily take it. And we're going to upgrade probably the Consecrate, actually. This is a really significant upgrade on a zero-cost card. Plus 3 damage to all enemies. Really good against sentries. It'll help against Nob and Lega as well. And then I think at this fire we'll upgrade the Wheel Kick. Keep dying at Megara and Hades. Ooh. One of your best opportunities, depending on what weapon you're using, but one of your best opportunities to hit her in the second half of the fight is she goes into that kind of spinny ball and starts creating area damage effects under your feet. But you can get into a really nice pattern of dodge the AoE and then smack her. She'll be standing still the entire time. So it's a really good opportunity to deploy any area of effect stuff that you've got. A really good opportunity to deploy any slower attacks that you have in between the dodges. The other piece of advice would be to make sure you get a good damage boon somewhere in your, Act 1. Somewhere in, what's that area called? I don't actually know. You go to Asphodel and then Elysium. What's the first one? But grabbing a solid way to do damage. Tartarus, that's right. Grabbing a solid way to do damage while you're in Tartarus is not going to hurt you until, if you don't do it, you won't feel it until you get to the boss. So that could be one of your problems. Hades is 20% off for the release? Nice. That is super cool. Haha! Easy, Akabeko. Easy peasy. So that's 8 bonus damage on our first attack each combat. And this knob is getting a clob. Bird. Full block with Halt Vigilance, or we can just boop him in the face with Wheel Kick, try to draw Consecrate, and if we don't, we just attack potion. We did! And then Nob is dead. And we get the Strawberry that was foretold. As well as a chance at Fasting, Signature Move, or Crescendo. Fasting this is a, build around and take early card for Watcher, I think. Huge power spike. Pairs really well with zero-cost stuff that we already have in Consecrate Halt, in particular. I'm also, I don't think, ever unhappy, really, with an early Crescendo. The ability to have your Wrath on Retain really can save you in the Nightmare Draw scenarios that you can run into against Lagavulin and against sentries, where you just can't take advantage of your Wrath because you never drew it on the right turn. Did it just out of spite. I think I would do the same, Luminescent. Oh yeah, Enhas gives really good advice about Mirror of Darkness upgrades too. If you're just starting out in Hades, your first few investments with the Mirror of Darkness are going to be really significant. Okay, I'm going to go with this fasting. Reduces our energy per turn by 1, but it's so powerful. Well worth the well worth the price. It's going to make Consecrate do 12 damage base. And then in any scenario where you end up with a 0 downside fasting, which can happen if you get like Artifact or Orange Pellets, and that just becomes completely insane. Oh, nice, Stone Sniper. Glad it's filling the gap for a mobile game of the genre. Didn't realize that was on Android. And Drew Tunner hitting us up with a dad joke. What do you call a T-Rex that's been beaten up? A dino sore. We want this Regal Pillow. It's extra healing when we rest, but I think I'm going to try to not rest. Take the Sapphire Key. Watch her on mid-ascension. I suspect gets away with... Ekabeko! I suspect gets away with not having to worry too much. Let's see, 15-6. We can't quite kill you. It's 21. We could, with a miracle, just kill one on turn 1 here. And also use the attack potion. T-Rex. That's actually better. That is actually better. Or I can go for a full block. That's even more actually better. I'm blunking. I could go fasting and then kind of block. We'd rather strike and then full block. Forget the fasting for now. Full block here. Let's take it. Keep the inside at hand so that we can draw more in a situation where we might need it, like right now. Aha! So is this... I can't go fasting and then eruption, but I can go eruption and then fasting. And that would make Consecrate 24 damage to all enemies. Perfect. Cool fight. We get a very OP relic, the Pocket Watch. Which is kind of counter kunai, but still ridiculously great here. If we play 3 or less cards during our turn, draw 3 additional cards at the start of the next turn. 1, this is insane with fasting, because fasting makes it far more effective to play a fewer number of powerful cards. And, wow. Okay. These are good cards for the current situation. Gotta be, with a fasting plus in the deck, gotta be Tantrum, yes? This card does ridiculous damage. And I don't understand this card, actually. I don't understand why it's allowed to exist. Watcher has a couple of these do 3 things cards. There's very few cards in Spire that do 3 different things, but Tantrum is one of them. Meditate's another example. 3 damage 3 times, enter Wrath, shuffle this card into your draw pile. For Meditate, one of the 3 things that it does is a downside. You know, put a card in your hand, enter Calm, end your turn. That last one is a downside meant to counteract the other 2. Tantrum does 3 things and they're all very good for the player. It does a ton of damage, it puts you into a useful stance, and then it puts itself back into the draw pile, where you're now wanting it even more, because it does a ton of damage. It also allows one card to serve as, like, your only wrath entry, or a very large deck, because you can just have constant access to it. It's crazy. Crazy. That card does all the things that it does. Oh, it's also insane with Akabeko, by the way, because it does 11 damage 3 times. Ah. Got him. Ooh, Deceive Reality with Kunai. One of the best block cards that you can get, I think, for Watcher. It's 2 block cards in 1, and both of them scale with Dex. And it retains when you play the safety. Just excellent, excellent block. Will help a lot for the Guardian fight here. Rip that guy. I wish I was allowed to take another copy of Haltz. We don't need a Crescendo because we have a Tantrum in the deck. And I don't think we want a Like Water because we only have 1 commentary at the moment. I would take a Rushdown though. Rushdown would be awesome. We'll skip it all. We do have enough money to buy Orange Pellets or Clockwork Souvenir here, so let's just put some good fortune vibes towards the shopkeep. Hello, sir. Please have a nice pat on your head. Please offer me either artifact of some kind or Orange Pellets. Perfect. Thank you, sir. Good. Oh man, lesson learned though? Hold on. It worked. Our blessings have been rewarded with Clockwork Souvenir here. Starting us out with 1 artifact that'll block the first debuff, which could be the lose energy and dex every lose energy every turn from casting. Or we could take a lesson learned, which we can use to kill enemies with to slowly upgrade the entire deck, which you can kind of think of as an additional 3 points of strength and dex, because all of our attacks are going to do like 3 more damage, all of our blocks are going to block for 3 more. And that's pretty freaking significant too. Striker Ninja points out pretty well that we can just TM get another lesson learned from the boss. We might be about to see another one. Or another one may appear for other reasons, whereas Clockwork Souvenir will never reappear. But Orange Pellets might. Or I can buy Dark Shackles. Forehead. I'm gonna go with the Souvenir. But Lesson Learned is a solid contender here, and I don't think I would call it wrong to choose that one. Artifact is cooler, is a valid argument, as is more relics on the relic bar is more interesting. I think it's a valid argument too. Nice. See a vault, take a vault, right? Do I... This card's good, because turns are good. I see we the highest form of Spire evaluation here tonight. Very good with Pocket Watch too, because the bonus turn is usually an 8-card turn. There are I'm trying to figure out what the situation like you wouldn't want to vault is. I'm not 100% sure. This definitely needs to hit one more time, right? I was all about the wheel kick upgrade earlier. Now this does like a bajillion more damage with Akabeko and with strength if we make it hit one more time. I'm gonna hit Guardian for a brilliant damage too. Receive or evaluate? We're drawing 8 cards next turn. We're always transforming.
Most valued supporters. Says
Fluctuation
continued
EM,
support
thank you
of
so
the
much for the
XCOM
10
project.
months. I had failed to draw Tantrum. What? Why? Tantrum, what the hell? I think I can still transform. 27 plus 8. No, plus 12, excuse me, plus 10? That sounds like a big number. And it gets me a nice kunai proc. We go Vigilance. Tantrum. This is a bajillion blanc. Cool. 1 billion blanc, please. 9 plus 15. 24 block from Hulk here. And I guess we don't actually care that much that we're in Wrath stance. We really don't. No, we really don't. Okay, this is 32. I don't even need to use the safeties. It's gonna accumulate in my hands. Tantrum instantly transforms Guardian back here. Why wouldn't it? Wow, this is just not fair. Brutal. Not even one lesson learned. What the hell, game? Does Choker reset after Vault? Asks Artifact Addict. Yes. Yes, it does. Almost everything that resets normally between turns resets when you vault. Almost. There's a weird couple of exceptions, like you won't lose vulnerables or weaken stacks for some reason when you vault, but other effects might wear off. Weird. Yeah, so like Wave of the Hand persists, but you know what doesn't is a Flex Potion. I don't understand. Some buffs that end at the end of your turn stay, some don't. Glad to hear it, Deadwing. So Mantra's a thing. Or we could just take Blasphemy and not even worry about getting into Divinity the normal way. Although with a Vault I'm way more interested in the Devotion than I am in the Blasphemy. One, because, you know, you Blasphemy Vault. But also because you get extra Mantra from vaulting with Devotion up. Divinity is really, really very strong. And it means I can take any other Mantra card I see. Because it'll make it better. Yeah, let's take a Devotion. I really like Devotion. And I really, really like an Ambrosia here, which instantly puts us into Divinity without any of the nonsense. Burned, hitting us up with a dad joke. Did you hear about the two guys who got caught stealing a calendar? They both ended up with 6 months. And Crayford hitting us up with one more. What do you call a number that just can't sit still? A
Commander,
Roman numeral.
The aliens are
The voice of Moses,
disturbing.
thank you so much for 5 months. Just one more till that half year. So we could go no upgrades. In the world where we take in the lesson learned, this would be a solid choice. And here's one on point for Darrid. How do you make holy water? You boil the hell out of it. Or we could also, so that gives us 3 miracles at the start of each combat. My only dislike with the holy water here is hand size issues. These 3 miracles will retain. And if we're trying to draw 8 cards because of Pocket Watch, and hold on to his safety, this is going to be a problem. And if we play them for the energy, it counts as cards against Pocket Watch. So they're really working against each other in a kind of uncomfortable way. Or we could take Black Star for extra relics off elites, and quite frankly, we can totally get away with this Black Star. We're ahead of the power curve. We have freaking free fasting that we're playing. We have a vault. We're gonna upgrade devotion. We have very, very good potions that we can just absolutely, like, Ambrosia is one free combat. What doesn't matter if it's an elite, a boss, whatever. Ambrosia is one entirely free fight. We'll probably want to use that on the heart, so it's a free heart fight. But whenever we want to, this turns into 1-1 combat. And if we want to use that to get 2 relics, I wouldn't say no. Wouldn't say no at all. Let's take this Black Star. I love Black Star. Getting tons of extra relics, A, just kind of feels cool, you know, when they stretch onto the second screen. And B, it's heckin' strong. Alright, so what if we use the Ambrosia to beat the Burning Elite? That way we can knock out the Super Elite this act, rather than having it restrict our pathing in Act 3, as well as take 3 elites this act, to get a total of 6 relics off the Black Star. How does Smoke Bomb work in the Thwack fight again? You can use Smoke Bomb completely for free to escape the first fight of Thwack. It'll just, and then it puts you into the event, I believe. If you use it in the second half, I think you just leave the fight and get nothing. But I'm pretty sure I remember that you can use it freely for the first part of Thwack. Does indeed work like that. Nice. Glad to hear it. Alright, let's take out that Burning Elite. And let's bop the birds, too. Give them the boopin'. Critical Vigilance is a full block. So we deploy our free fasting. Unfortunately, Pocket Watch not getting activated there. But, Birds? We can absolutely murder one of them. That would double the damage of the other 2. But it would give me more energy to work with. I don't think that would be worth it, though. We just go Deceive. Incoming damage is 12, 14, 14, 28, 40 damage. I think I could block for 40, right? Do 8 plus 9 plus 16, which is 35? Just 30-ish? So that would mean the easiest way to take no damage would be either Stance or Attack Potion here. And that would be just fine. Verify my math here. Another 25. Yeah, 33. 33, and then the incoming damage is 7? Approximately 7. It might not actually be 7. It might not even be close to 7. But I'm sure that it's a number. So then we want to back into column. That. Someday I will learn all of the numbers, but today is not this day. Well, then we'll actually let the Pocket Watch draw here, rather than playing that devotion. Ooh, upgraded cards are always worth considering. Card Reality here is the damage correspondent to Deceive Reality. Deal 10 damage and put a Smite into our hand. Does kind of, again, encourage us to run into some hand size issues. But I like the retaining damage paired with Mantra. So I'm going to pick it up here. Mostly because it says plus. I don't think I would consider this card very strongly if it did not say plus on it. And if either of these said plus on them, I would prefer them. Don't have to take out all the strikes and defends, no, fortunately, with this challenge. Ooh, the book is going to be good. Nilries would be great, Incurdian would be great. And Necronomicon, well, that'd just be incredible. First attack played each turn costing 2 or more is now played twice. So we have double wheel kicks currently. And any other 2-cost attack we can pick up gets duplicated. I'm hoping, personally, for Ragnarok to show up at this point. Won't double the Echo now, unfortunately. Let's start taking out strikes now. I think they're a little bit subpar. Probably not gonna take a... not gonna say no to a removal opportunity. Yeah, Wallop would be a great card to find as well. Would be all over a Wallop. Match them to keep them. Ooh, Omniscience? Question mark? Not sure about an Omniscience. Double fasting is not really a thing. We can't even really afford to play it most of the time. Double Lesson Learned. Love it. Double Eruption. Actually forgot that would get doubled. Don't want another Eruption. Although we are allowed to take it.
One of our most valued
not take the Omniscience.
supporters.
I do, however, want a good Instincts.
Continued support of the
that I
XCOM
want.
project.
Man, getting a colorless card from the Match and Keep. They only appear below Ascension 15 in that event, and that's a cool find. 0 cost, gain 5 Blanc. First Dane, thank you so much for the 15 months. I guess you could say things are getting pretty serious. Double Eruption Strike is actually a good turn. Thanks, Necronomicon? Question mark. Oh, and then the double boot. Get booted on. This card does say 2 on it. Actually, this is one of the very few situations I can see Windmill Strike being genuinely useful. We have actually all of the important pieces here. It gets doubled by Necronomicon, and we can... and it says plus on it, and it combos with our vault. But I think I'm more interested in the Prostrate here. The free block that says Mantra on it, and also says plus. With Fasting, with Devotion, honestly, probably want this more. But if Prostrate wasn't being offered here, I could see the Windmill Strike being alright. But once you have some Mantra in your Watcher deck, getting more is a top priority here. Top priority. Oh, jeez. Ah! It's potion time, I think. Possibly double potion time. This is terrifying. With this hand. We drew Necronomicon and Devotion and Eruption all on turn 1. So we've got no kills available, and we can only block for a little bit here. Let's see what's in the attack potion. Okay, Sands of Time is a pretty big card. That would actually just instantly kill one with the Divinity Pot. And then I could basically full block. Then we'd have 2 more relics. Trying to think of any better play to do than that, or any way to save this Ambrosia pot. We could kill one of them with Double Eruption, Sands of Time. Don't use the Ambrosia. block with Alt and Deceive Reality. How much damage is that if we kill the backline with that? How much... We'd be looking at incoming... This is currently 26, so 52. And we would block for... We gain a dex. This would be 5 plus 13 plus... Alt would be another 14. We take like 20? Okay, whatever. I'll just use the Divinity Pot. So we want to get a kunai proc if we're going to do that. Okay. This first. Still not quite a full block. But not a bad turn by any means. Question becomes then, do we lean on the Pocket Watch or go for the continued kunai procs? I think we just want to lean on the... Oh, we got a kill here. What am I doing? I missed Halt Block. You're right, I did. My brain told me to get the kunai proc first. But you're totally right. I did not need to take any of that damage. Whoops. Oh well. I think we're well enough ahead that we're totally fine anyway. Let's see, this would be 22 times 2. That's enough. For smack. And we get meat on the bone and a pair. 10 max health and healing whenever we're below half. I would love to take another copy of these cards. Could have taken the Windmill Strike. But we are not allowed to, because we're playing the Highlander ladder, and that means that no duplicates. So, unfortunately, all 3 of these cards are off limits, because we have all of them already. For shame. Upgrade this Devotion to make it 3 mantra per turn. I think Vault might be our next upgrade. And we're going to go on to another Elite. Make this Black Star put in some work for us. Ooh. Interesting. Phantom turn 1. I think we're going to go more defensive here. I could try to, like, Tantrum and then double Eruption and then try to block the 14 times 2. We can block most of that, but I think I'll have a better job just using the Pocket Watch to get the Fasting and the Devotion in play. Let's go, like, Prostrate, Deceive, Good Instincts, take 1, keep the safety, and draw with the Pocket Watch here. Here we go. Fasting and Devotion. And then use the Miracle to block this turn. Almost block this turn. We can block, yeah, if we go Halt, halt Safety. Means not having the safety for next turn, but okay with that. Could have played Evaluate instead. Taken 4, 3. And I will play this for 20. Use the Akabeko. Could have seen that coming. But that's alright, we have meat on the bone. I actually want to take 1 more damage if I can. So if we can block for 27... ish? 27-ish might be fine. Go Vigilance, Good Instincts, that's 21 block. Not quite enough. Gotta be a way to take 1 here. Can I take the Vampires event with Highlander rules? No, as that does that counts against. 27. Oh yeah, that does take 1. That's right. Yes. For some reason I looked at those 3 cards, did the math, and then failed to do the math. Thank you. Oh no, it's not a kill? That's just sad. And then I took more damage after setting it up perfectly. Oh well. Meat on the bone is here. As is Strike Dummy, the Windmill Strike! No. This could have been the world's best windmill strike. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. Yeah, I forgot to consider my pocket watch there. Man, like the kunai and the pocket watch, they're tricking me. They're at odds with one another, and it hurts. Might have flurry of blows. To go with everything we're doing. It's actually pretty good. Actually pretty good. Don't mind an inner piece. It's a good flurry. I'd rather get some scry first. Let's skip this flurry. Not even considering omniscience. It's a sad statement about omniscience right now. Happy with the boat thingy though. Pen Blanc on turn 1, and let's take the one and only event that could be Thwack, otherwise we're fighting a lot of combats here. Nope, it's just another bonus combat. Hooray. Alright, actually keeping Pocket Watch in mind here. At least for the moment we are. Miracle, double eruption, and then consecrate. No, I think I want the extra draws next turn too. As we evaluate. So we can halt for... we can halt and prostrate for a full block here. And still draw, but I think I should do some damage. We're guaranteed to draw a Tantrum in in Divinity Stance, actually. So we have damage covered too. Just hit it. $21 damage 4 times. Bop. Might have wanted to set up meat on the bone a little bit, but we have several combats to optimize our health here. So we'll look for an opportunity to take 4 damage. We'll look for an opportunity. Yeah, didn't skip an elite. We're just taking the later one rather than the earlier one. I don't want an expensive retaining protect card. Really want to follow up that doesn't say plus. And I can't take the consecrate, so we'll skip. We will skip. Hey, I found an opportunity to take some damage. Good job, me. I did it. Actually, wait, we gotta draw 4 cards here, right? Aha! An improvement? I want to take 4. So we want to block for 20. 3, 3, 5. Not 3, 3, 4. What if I go Tantrum, which is a kunai proc, and Halt would block for 14, so we'd be at 24 block, taking 24. Way too much damage. We could just kill this thing. I think. Can we? Maybe with the fire potion I could. But what I'm seeing is that if I consecrate, I just have a full block. Because then this would be 6. Oh wait, this isn't even the right numbers. Hold on. We've got... no, we can take exactly 4. I go, defend, then consecrate, then prostrate. Perfect. see. So if I go Fasting, Miracle, Eruption, this would be 13 plus 26. That would kill. Now we have Optimal Health. And a Third Eye. Gain 7 block and scry for 3. Heck yeah. Would love for some scrying. Let's just look at the top several cards of the draw pile and then discard any of the ones that we're looking at. Good stuff. Yakabeko. Or like Consecrate or Tantrum. Sure. We'll do that. I can just vault and try again. We didn't draw either of the things that I wanted to draw. Somehow almost still didn't. But I can go Miracle and Insight. Let's have a big turn. There's Tantrum. No Prostrate though. So Tantrum would do 44, and the follow-up Consecrate would kill one of them, so it'd have 24 damage to account for. Actually, I think I killed 2 of them. Doubly so if I'm Fasting. But I think Fasting is too expensive here. So we go Tantrum, Consecrate, kills one of them, and then Carve Reality, Smite should kill another one. Okay. And this will be 16 plus. Yeah, this kills the healthiest one. Yeah, 20 plus lots. Many. Look at that. There we go. Just Lucky with Fasting is not bad, and with Kunai. It's a zero-cost attack that is both block and damage. Oh man, trig homework. I remember a little bit of the upper levels of math. Not a whole lot, though. Purge them all from my brain. Ultimately. And Strike does 17 damage with our relics. That's crazy. Up. Want to get the Fasting down so we don't lose our artifact to the Fat Gremlin here. Don't want to play Tantrum this turn. Because we'd be sad if this got doubled. But Fasting, Prostrate, and Strike You take 5 is completely reasonable here. Devotion in play, quite happily. Looking for stuff in the drop pile, or do we go Vigilance? Vigilance seems pretty reasonable. Plan to set up for a really big turn with the Wrathentry card. Or with the Pocket Watch, just have a giant turn. I like having a giant turn. Well, we could even Eruption, and then Vault. If we think we can't block this. I also just like Consecrate Vaults. I think is totally reasonable here. One more turn, please. If we draw a Prostrate, we have Instant Divinity. Yeah, we do. So what's the play here? Double Eruption to start. Then play Halt. Then play Prostrate. That's going to be more than enough of everything that we need, right? Yeah. I think we kill and full block. Wait, then Halt. Then Prostrate. Then absolutely slaughter everybody. Yeah, you're just dead. Got him. Oh, and boy are those some ridiculous relics to find. Vajra, +1 strength. Makes every attack do even more damage. you know, Tantrum and Consecrate and Just Lucky all benefit. Ornamental Fan, if we play 3 attacks in a turn, every time we proc the kunai, gain 4 Blanc. And some more cards that are okay. Well, I mean, we would love more Tantrums, but we can't take them. Not uncommon enough for Like Water to be good. We're so good at murdering small enemies that we don't need a Judgment. But that would be for. We'll drop the Fire Pot for a Flex Pot, though. Pretty good act overall. Got some good relics. Got a couple good upgrades. Don't really have any complaints. This is base 8. I think this gets a kill. Yes. Ding! Wow, we could even pocket watch that. I'm in. Just don't play any more stuff. Lap. Upgraded Inner Peace for a commentary card? Could be okay. I think I'd rather have something like Meditate that does stuff other than just entering comm. Or even a Tranquility would be okay. Keep skipping it. Don't want a Fear Potion going into Bronze Automaton because of the artifact charges. Otherwise, I would have been interested in one. And I think this Vault upgrade is huge, actually. Yes, Rufio. Judgment bypasses all the, like, enemy protection examples that you might think of that normally thwart your efforts to kill them. So damage cap on the hearts, intangible on Nemesis. Those are both completely bypassed by Judgment. It used to even permanently kill Darklings, but that was a bit glitchy. Let's see, do I Necronomicon? We get a Kunai proc if I double wheel kick here. Or we can just let Pocket Watch drop. We do want to get that fasting in play. Alright. This is too many attacks headed our way, so I have to eliminate one of you. Be you. We can Vigilance back into Calm Stance. Think we have to use the Miracle here, though. Incoming damage is 8 times 3, 24. We don't block that, but Dex Potion gets us there. Some block. And Divinity will do a lot for us here. So we can use Third Eye with Insight to draw stuff we want, like the Wheel Kick in particular I would really like right now. So if I could find that, that'd be great. Dang it. Really wanted to double Wheel Kick with Necronomicon. I guess I'll just accept, but I'm only gonna do all of this damage. Block for 1,000,000. Just 13. Double Eruption on the orb and then Consecrate. Oh, we're going to Divine again next turn if I Prostrate, actually. Do that. Just do that. There's the double wheel kick. Boop. Got him. got them. Hey, there's our lesson learned if we wanted it. It's not too late for lesson learned to be really good. It's not unreasonable to get like 8 to 10 upgrades out of this in one act. Even more so on Ascension 20, if you're playing on that, because you get one extra boss fight to upgrade stuff going into Heart. Didn't get a lot of Retain to work with Establishment. Just the Carve Reality and the Deceive Reality. And we've already turned down an Omniscience, so I can't see myself adding one here. Let's just take a Lesson Learned. Works great with the Necronomicon, too. It's a 2-cost attack, after all. And we're offered a couple forms of energy, which I would like, or Astrolabe to transform and upgrade 3 cards. I don't think I want to do. I'm totally down for a Philo Stone. Everybody gets +1 strength. That seems fair. We've got like 5 strength, so giving enemies 1 measly point isn't too bad. Third Omni, I've turned down this run. I mean, if I was allowed to take 3 copies, you can do some really funny stuff with that, but being limited to 1 copy of Omniscience does really limit the cap on its power, right? Getting multiple copies is this big win condition, but we're explicitly not allowed to do that. Yeah, let's take a Philo Stone. We've been routinely blocking for 70. I think we can handle it just fine. And that extra energy makes it easier to deploy our powerful stuff like fasting, makes it easier to take advantage of vaults, easier to get down the lesson learned. I could see Astrolabe being pretty solid. We may end up in a situation where we have to remove more cards than I would like if we do that, but I go with the Philo Stone. I think that extra energy is going to be premium. Also at a premium, Elite Fights, of which we're going to get 3 pretty much no matter which route we take. Interesting. Don't want to take too many events. We have a lesson learned in the deck, so it's important to make sure we're taking combats, because those equate to upgrades. I do think we want to hit a shop, though, because we have 326 gold. So let's go to this shop. Through just the 1 event. Go Elite, Shop, Elite, Chest, Elite, and then a little bit of flexibility from there. Be a good act to find Wing Boots in. Squeeze in an extra combat. Pretty measly elites, that's right. Truly a tragedy. Take that, foul spiker. A better question. How do I avoid dunking myself? 20 billion? Yeah, that lands twice. Perfect. Lucky gets upgraded. Sweet. And, ooh, a Sash Whip Plus. We don't have any weaken in the deck currently. We turned down that Wave of the Hand we saw a long time ago, which we would love a lot more now, but Sash Whip's fine. It's an attack card, which we have lots of. Scales really well, and applies 2 turns a weaken. Since it says plus on it, I will add it to the deck. So going to murder you. Do not fear the Wrath stance. If anything, the Wrath stance should fear me. Oh shoot. Math should also fear me. Apparently. There we go. We got there. Only get the upgrade from Lesson Learned if you end the fight with the Lesson Learned. Gotta make sure we kill the last one with it. Cut Through Fate Plus. Awesome, awesome card. It scries 3 and then draws you a card on an attack. You'll love to see it. And it says plus. Indignation could be solid as well. I'm gonna take the cut here. That card makes the cut. And we'll look at one measly potion here. Ooh, it's a good one. I'll take that. Fairy in a bottle we can release at the top of the Spire for bonus swag points. This is what? Normally a 11 damage card? Right? Yeah, 10 plus our Vajra. 11, so 22 times 2? Yeah, that definitely kills. Thank you, Necronomicon. Vanity item. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I just need 16 block. There we go. Five sight. The start of your turn, scry 4. The upgraded version of this card is pretty sweet. Let's look through the deck, find the cards we want to play, discard our relatively inefficient stuff like Eruption, Defend, and Strike. I think Flurry of Blows is also very solid, especially now that we have the Ornamental Fan. Well, I'm going to take the Scry. I'll take the next Flurry I see, if it's not up against an upgraded power that I want. But what about the Writhing Mass? This enemy changes their intent every time they take attack damage, which makes them a giant pain in the butt. Basically. Just want to get them to an intent that doesn't do too much damage to us, and then let them do that. They also have a curse that they can give us, which we definitely don't want. 5 damage. Okay, so I've got to apply the fasting first, so that this actually breaks the shield and does enough damage to change the intent again. Okay, that's not too bad. In fact, we can full block that. Alright, via roundabout way, we arrived at the exact perfect intent. Good job, us. We did it. Hooray. We didn't play Devotion? Hang on. There's Devotion. Okay, reasonable. Still not going Divine here. Writhing Mass does not scale over time, that's correct. So you can be really patient and slow, which I think is sometimes the right way to go. Like here, this is the exact intent I want. I just want to buy time for the Devotion. So let's not even attack it one time. Just gonna block. To put me into Instant Divinity. I'm not sure I want to be in Instant Divinity, though. Just block for all of this damage. Yeah, I can. Bonk. There. Slow and steady wins the race. Sanctity is awesome here. More Blanc, more card draw. I think we're actually a little bit block heavy at the moment, but with this scry and the draw that we're adding, we can fix that. How high do I rate Shard normally, and how high do I rate it in the Highlander ladder? I think it's about a... out of 100, with let's say 100 for shop relics. Let's say 100 is orange pellets, or a perfectly timed brimstone or something, and 0 is the hand drill. I would rate Shard at somewhere in the... depending on your class. I think it's particularly worse on defects and really good on Ironclad and Watcher. Shard is in the 50 to 70 range, and maybe it's like plus 10 points on the Highlander ladder. Not that much higher, admittedly, but a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay, we can actually effectively kill a dagger with Strike here, because they'll die to Thorns. I think I'm going to do that. And then we're going to let Pocket Watch Strong take 2. Alright, Sash Whip on Repto. Oh, we've got Consecrate too. I'm definitely vaulting here. Am I also Pocket Watch vaulting? That's the question. Definitely Devotion, definitely Sash Whip here. Oh shoot! Order. Oh dear. Sash Whip, then Devotion. Excuse me. Well, that's only slightly awkward. We'll be fine. We're probably gonna full block, but, oops. Let's call that an oops. Not that much of a full block. Got ways. We've got ways. Gonna vault. Do a vigilance. Good. This dagger has to die. Tantrum on its own doesn't do that, unfortunately. I'm down for Gamblers Brewing into this fasting and this halt. And then we can go Fasting, Tantrum, Halt, Vigilance with the Miracle. And that would be like a billion block. Let's see, 7 cards in draw pile, so I have to discard 7. Keep only 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Only these 3. Alt first, then Vigilance. Yes? Correct. Okay, that's almost a full block. Would have been a full block if someone had played Sash Whip at the correct time, but, oops. I'm gonna go with oops. Heel kick. Draws a heck of a lot of cards. You draw Vigilance. Does still take a bit of damage, though. Ourselves a Maw Bank, giving us 12 gold whenever we climb a floor, and a White Bee statue giving us a potion whenever we win a fight. Could see Weave and Flying Sleeves being alright. They're both nice with fasting, I guess. But we'll say no thanks to any of that. We'll head on into the... That's not a very well-timed Maw Bank, is it? I guess I could avoid the shop on purpose. Just so that we have more money for the next one? It would be 12 gold per floor. Basically another... Next shop is on floor 55? 54? 54. So it's another, like... 200-ish gold. And we get a bonus event. You know what? Okay, I'm sold. Let's avoid the shop, says Mawbank. And I'm going to choose to agree. Even if so doing is perhaps not in my best interests. Ocean. Put that in play, please. Relic that benefits your next run? I'd prefer that such a thing not be in Spire. Creates some, like, weird min-maxy situations that I think would be preferable to avoid. Especially in stuff like speedrunning. Got here. Time. Okay, Divinity next turn is going to be awkward with lesson learned here, unfortunately. So we have an easy kill. Can't full block. I could liquid memorize the lesson learned. You know what? I'll do that. Upgrade potion, please. Oh, wait. Dunked myself again. Necronomicon did not double that because it was free from the potion. Dang it. Dang it. Spire's really getting me tonight, all these difficult to navigate interactions that I'm going through a little bit too faster than necessary. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Good potion. Yeah, Borophil was with me too. Truthfully, I suspect this is most people's experience with Slay the Spire. There's so many little moving pieces to keep track of, to try to keep in your mind, and inevitably you're gonna lose track of a few of them, leading to the goofs. The other option is to slow down your play and really think through every moment of every step, and that does work really, really well. I think we do need more damage. I'm gonna pick up this follow-up. We oversaturated on the block here. So I could get a kunai proc, or I could just play Vigilance. I'm gonna go with the kunai. Keep the pocket watch in mind here. Lots of cards to play this turn. This is a full block that still activates Pocket Watch. We'll forget the Foresight for now, I guess. Here we go. Double wheel kick. There's no rat to draw into. You can draw into Vault, though. And slash or devotion. Or, looks like. That, do I play the devotion?
Commander, the aliens are
I think I'm just playing the
disturbing.
smite. Do all the damage now. No need to go into divinity if your opponent only has 45 health, right? How about we don't do this turn? Nemesis. That's more like it. That's more like it. Just give me the blunking. Easy game. Foresight's better than the pocket watch. That's saying a lot. It's saying a lot. King Smurf, thank you so much for the 5 months and that Prime sub. Okay, Lesson Learned will get doubled by Necronomicon for realsies here. So it's an actual kill. Yes? Yes. Good. We have succeeded. Calipers are going to be good here. Start of our turn, lose 15 block rather than all of our block. That's going to change our play style quite a lot. Ooh, and I love Flurry and Tranquility here, too. I think I legit want this Tranquility. Just a retaining way to exit Wrath would make me feel so much more comfortable in the hard fight. Being able to actually deploy our damage and not fear being unable to leave it. Because we have no exit, no empty body, no empty fist, no empty mind. No way to leave Wrath other than one copy of Vigilance. Well, that and Divinity, I guess. Let's take a Tranquility. And let's take a Warpaint, upgrading Vigilance and Good Instincts. Calipers will care about that. And the Reptomancer rematches here. With Devotion, Tantrum, Vault on turn 1. Amazing. I said I would take the next Flurry, but I said it had to be, well, not up against something else good and upgraded. Rip in pieces, Flurry. I think we Tantrum a Dagger here. Yeah, let's Tantrum a Dagger here. Then Vault. Then Fasting. Now Cut Through Fate does 28 damage, as it should. It was totally safe the whole time, because Tranquility was here. Better question, do we have Lethal? We need to do 101 outside of Less Learned. Tantrum is 64. Smite is 34. Which is 98. Am I really short by, like, a very tiny amount of damage? I am. Amazing. Huh. A duplication potion. Or we can draw Follow-Up or Consecrate off of Sanctity. Yes, cool. Success! We pick up the boot! Whenever we deal 4 less unblocked attack damage, up it to 5. That's not too impactful here. Singing Bowl. When adding cards to the deck, we can instead raise our max health by 2. That's pretty sweet. And a Talk to the Hand Plus. Whenever you attack this enemy, gain 3 block. Or a Fear No Evil Plus. Also pretty good, but I suspect it's got to be Talk to the Hand Plus with the Ornamental Fan Kunai Tantrum thing we're doing. Give me that. Welcome aboard. More events or a fire to upgrade? Actually, we want combats. Yeah, so let's take events rather than in a targeted upgrade here. Just get that with Lesson Learned effectively. Look for more opportunities to make the Lesson Learned do something. Oh, or a merchant, offering us a toolbox and a Happy Flower. Ooh, hard to say no to those. Happy Flower is energy every 3rd turn. Toolbox is an extra colorless card on turn 1. And we've gotten some better Maw Bank value now. Or we could say no one more time. Take a little bit more Maw Bank money for the final shot. I don't get why Toolbox is good. It's a bonus free, well, not free. It's an additional card on turn 1, which is huge. And it's a card you get to have some control over, too. Letting you choose one of 3 colorless cards, a lot of which are 0 cost. So this can generate moderately useful stuff like free dramatic entrance, or all the way up to really important scaling stuff like a panache in a deck that plays a lot of cards, or an apotheosis to upgrade everything in your deck. It's dang good. Let's show off what it can do, actually. I'll buy it here. And that means I will also take Happy Flower. Will I also take a card remove? Yes. We want to dunk an unupgraded defend. We have too many block cards. We don't want them to be targets for the lesson learned. Holding on to enough money to remove another defend in Act 4 here. So, we could get a free dramatic entrance, or a violence to draw a lot of attacks. I'm going to take the free dramatic entrance, just what I was talking about there. A little bit of a boop, especially with the Akabeka. Look at that. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Keep pocket watch in mind here. It's like someone's gonna have to die. Oh, or we can draw a vault. Alternately, and we can draw a vault. Miracle, strike the middle one, and then take another turn here. Perfect. Got Eruption upgraded. There it is! Gravy Train! Were you calling this? It's back! The Windmill Strike Plus. Not only do we have Strike Dummy Synergy, this plus 3 damage, it gets doubled by Necronomicon, and we have the vaults. We have to take it. It's too good to not take. Hey, Alex! Glad to hear that the Lurkin has been working. You keep watching, I'll keep streaming, hey? We're answering a question while you were also answering a prayer. And that prayer was for Windmill Strike. Plus, moral obligation. Perhaps the only time we've intentionally taken Windmill Strike. We took one recently, actually. It was okay. Hey, and Mind Bloom here. We could upgrade everything in the deck, which actually would be genuinely good. But we can also upgrade a card by fighting a boss, which will also give me money and a rare relic. And I'm taking a Magnetism here. Got it on turn 1, it's gonna be so good! So good. So currently this does 19 damage twice, which is already almost as good as a Wheel Kick. That doesn't draw any cards or anything. That sound appealing yet? We actually don't want to just outright kill it with this either. We want to lesson learned. There's lesson learned. Math time. Tantrum double lesson learned would not be a kill. Fasting Tantrum double lesson learned. Looks like it might be though. Yeah. Split that big boy in two. Picking up a Tungsten Rod. Whenever we would lose hit points, lose 1 less hit points. And we have all 3 of these cards in the deck already, so we'll take 2 max health. We want Energy Pot. Let's go with a yes. And I'm gonna take... Let's see, it could be double Orb Walkers. I think we'll just take 1 more regular combat. Get 1 last lesson learned proc. Glad to see Windmill Strike putting in all the work there.
Commander,
It's trying, okay?
one of our most
And you say the same of
valued
yourself.
supporters. It says continued support of the XCOM project.
Bar, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub and the 8 months. Include could be okay. Holding mash could be okay. I'm just gonna take the max health. Pretty happy with that. Pretty happy with these potions. Pretty happy with the recall. Let's fight Time Eater. Been struggling to get the turn 1 boss kill for the achievement. Any guidance on which class and method to try? I suspect the easiest is gonna be Watcher, but Ironclad's pretty solid at it too. For Ironclad, you'd want to go with Strength Gain, copies of Flex, Spot Weakness, Limit Break, as many of each as possible, and a lot of strength scaling attacks like Sword Boomerang, Whirlwinds, Pummel, stuff like that. Silent can get there with Bouncing Flask Catalyst. For Watcher, the easiest way to do it is with Divinity, Blasphemy specifically. Or even just an Ambrosia Potion can get you there. You don't even need to worry about like having it in deck. Just get an Ambrosia Potion and do something like Wreath of Flame plus Ragnarok or Pendib plus Ragnarok, and that can get a turn 1 kill very easily.
Valued supporters. It says continued support of the XCOM project.
Trueheart, thank you so much for the 6 months and that tier 1 sub. Yeah, Striker Ninja, Ambrosia Pot, Dupe Pot, Ragnarok. That'll definitely do it. Watcher especially can... Well, honestly, all the classes. Like a Duplication Potion or a Liquid Memories Potion. A Flex Potion. You can do an order of magnitude more damage on your turn if you have a couple good potions to really amplify what's going on there. Okay, we're gonna get fasting in play. Should be good. Never liked you. Well, Stinky Time Eater man, I never liked you either. Also, ow. My entire face, though. Yeah, if you play as your, final card here, Vault, or as your 12th card, then, you don't get your turn ended by Time Eater. You end Time Eater's turn. Let the Pocket Watch go rather than doing. And now we have Windmill Strike scaling, which is actually pretty powerful scaling. Believe it or not. I mean, kind of have to, right? I'm not allowed to not play this now. It's a nice card. Nice. We also murder the Time Eater. Thanks to, in part, Windmill Strike. Oh, I have a lesson learned, right? Hold on. Can't just go killing Time Eaters willy-nilly without getting lesson learned involved. There it is. Let me have enough damage. Hope so. Only if energy pot? If energy pot. EG. Two thump, a deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire? The source? All these upgrades. Okay, so we go to 79 with Blood Vial and then heal 2 more before Heart. I think it's better to upgrade one of the 3 unupgraded cards, specifically the third eye here. I realized we had so few unupgraded cards. I can't believe this wheel kick has dodged upgrades for so long. Oh, Damaru has 1 mantra every turn, and we could buy the Flurry of Blows that was promised. Already have a Talk to the Hand, already have a Third Eye, already have a Foresight. Can't take any of these cards. Could just go card removal. Could pick up a Discovery. Could pick up another potion. But I like Damaru Flurry here quite a lot. We're guaranteed to get a potion from the elites because we have White Beast Statue. Yeah, if we take the Upgrade All event and get like 2 upgrades, be like, wait a minute. That doesn't add up at all. Does not add up one bit. Yeah, let's go Damaru here. 1 mantra every turn is huge. Vaulting us into Divinity much, much quicker. Ooh, a free Panache. Oh, I like that here. Every time we play 5 cards in 1 turn, deal 10 damage to all enemies. On turns where we're not pocket watching, this would be good, good output. Or we could take a Metamorphosis, but I don't think we're going to have the energy to play it. Let's take this Panache. Wait, Panache and Vault here together. I honestly just like Panache, Consecrate Vault. Take a really big turn next turn. We know that Flurry's in the discard pile. Let's do that. I'll give us a Happy Flower next turn. Everything that increments at the start of your turn increments with So Panache resets, which is not unexpected. Love getting Fasting down, love getting Devotion down. We're already at 2 Mantra. And we gain 4 per turn, so this is turn 3 Divinity for us, guaranteed. I'm actually down for just a Devotion, Fasting, Third Eye, and then have Pocket Watch again. These two burns aren't being put on top of the draw pile. So we're not going to draw them next turn. But there will be a lot of damage headed our way next turn, so drawing a lot of cards would help a lot with that. Or we can try to murder the Spire Shield or something. Well, wheel kick would be 80 damage. Yeah, we could just kill Spire Shield. Quite something. I like this Vigilance, though, and the Deceive Reality. End turn here. For Pocket Watch reasons. Call that a pretty good first turn. Call that a really good first turn. Could I have been significant? I think so. It's been giving quite a bit of decks here and there. It's been less significant since the Fasting got added. Which was pretty early on, too. But it hasn't been horrible, by any means. Okay, incoming damage is a whopping 66 here. Get into Calm Stance. Probably play a Miracle to save 5 hit points? No, the Miracle's worth more than that, surely. my god. The power of the windmill strike. It's here. I should just have both of them dead right now. Dang. Damage. Ooh, and those are a great set of relics to find just before the heart. Bag of marbles for turn 1 vulnerable, a bag of preparation.
It looks like we've got our work cut out for us, Commander.
Drawing us more cards on turn 1, and vegetable bread, thank you so much for the generous raid. Joining us just before the final boss fight. We forgot to learn. No, we learned to forget. Although we did miss out on our chance to get a completely upgraded deck, didn't we? No, we're 1 card short anyway, right? Yeah. Whatever. Already have a Cut Through Fate, don't want an inner piece. Like this for an influence, though. It's a 0-cost attack, secretly. And I think it can be really good. Generates some cool stuff. A bomb. Owl Discovery here. And we drew Fasting on turn 1. How fortuitous alongside Foresight. That does mean we're going to be made vulnerable, which I am totally okay with. I'm not playing Mayhem. I'm not going to do that. Does a lot of damage. Genuinely tempted to Tantrum here on turn 1 for how much damage that is. Let's see what Discovery can create, first and foremost. Scrawl. And yeah, we Fasting before we Tantrum, if we Tantrum. I don't think we Tantrum, though. So we could just let Pocket Watch do its thing. Or this turn can keep going. We really need the Tranquility to feel okay with a Tantrum. So let's Scrawl. First. Okay. Got Vigilance. Means it's even worse to play Tantrum now. What's in here? Friggin' Wheel Kick, more card draw, heck yeah. So this would be almost 100 damage. We could Duke Pot it for even more. But with only 1 exit? I don't know. Although we're scrying 4 at the start of each turn, so like I think we can get away with it. We probably would like to dupe Talk to the Hands. We do enough damage though, it won't matter, right? What if we need to dupe pot Windmill Strike, actually? Better question. I'm gonna play it 1 time. I'll be brave here. Okay, getting his Sash Whip down seems like a good use of the Miracle, at least. Actually getting the weaken this time. And we did almost the damage cap. So we are in Wrath. We do have outs, potentially. And we do have Scry 4 here. Hey, those are outs. Third Eye Vault. Say no more. Aha! Third Eye Devotion Vault, even better. Perfect. Just don't ever take damage, Forehead. I hate that I'm actually intentionally going to get that into my hand. Oh, Tantrum. Yes. Okay, Scry first. We're looking to get Talk to the Hand in play. We're looking to get Halt into our hand, maybe. Only do one of those two. Well, we'll see what's closer to the top, I guess. Top hands. Cool. Spread that. I blunked. And full blocked. Easy game. And now I'm divine. Means I probably don't want Tantrum in my hand, huh? Okay. Windmill Strike is already 51 times 2. That's pretty good. Oh, geez. Philostone. Okay. Noted. I think we want to shuffle now so that Flurry of Blows is in the good part. We'll play Deceive Reality first, because we want that back in the draw pile. Stinky. Alright, Kunai, I'm putting you to work. We haven't taken damage yet this fight, right? Let's try to keep it that way. Eight. Could do better than that. Let's go, what? Flurry. Will you go Eruption? Flurry Tantrum. We have no energy left. What do you think about that? Got Divinity here though, so we're leaving Wrath already. Alright, Windmill Strike. I brought you here for one reason and one reason only. To beat the heart for me. Ah. GG. Get him. Get struck, done. Actually not bad. You know, 200 damage on turn 5 with Windmill Strike. Not too bad. Not too bad. And thank you for the reminder, Panthyron. We'll take a quick look at the score breakdown here.
Commander,
Show that we did indeed.
Most valued supporters. It says continued support of the XCOM project.
Get the Highlander bonus. Our deck contains no duplicates and no fairies. GG, everybody. GG. Alrighty, what a great run to start out the day with. There's plenty more coming up. Fear not. But before we dive on into our next one, I do need to take a quick break, refill my water, stretch my legs, use the bathroom. When I return, we'll be diving on into Ironclad on Ascension 10 here. Well, and the run history is now fixed, as you can see. We just moved those Sneaky Teak runs to a new folder. So, Ironclad Ascension 10. I will be right back, everybody. Don't go nowhere. More Slay the Spire action. Just a minute. Alrighty, folks, we are back and now at least 20% cozier. Ball's ready for some Ironclad with no duplicates. Let's go. Choose a rare card on floor 1 can be very good for Ironclad. An Immolate can let you smash Act 1, a Feed can let you become Chunk. And a Bludgeon can do something similar. Interesting layout here. We can get a lot of fires. Be a really good Searing Blow layout, actually. Maybe I want a random boss relic with a layout like this, because we can avoid elites. Or we can lean in and go heavy if we can get a power spike right away. We can take on a couple of elites, but all the elites are like before the fires. That's so strange. Would really like a Searing Blow. I think I'm gonna go with a boss swap here. Aha! I knew it. Okay, well now we're strong. Because, of course, the boss swap frickin' loves to give me Pandora's boxes, which are some of my favorite starts in Slay the Spire, and this one is no exception. What an incredibly lucky and powerful start we just got. Lots of block, Sentinel, Iron Wave, Flame Barrier, lots of damage, Spot Weakness, Whirlwind, Shockwave, Fiend Fire, Rampage. For scaling in a deck with a Fiend, like, we can go crazy pants here. We can do anything we want with this deck. This is already so much more powerful than the Ironclad starting deck. There's nothing we can't do, there's nothing we can't kill. Pretty much right away here. Wonder if we just go for the Burning Elite and take them out of the picture here.
Just received the support of another council member.
I need a life. Thank you so much for that tier 1 sub. Welcome to the council. Thanks for subbing.
Commander, one
And
of our
Epona, thank you
most
so much for the
valued
18 months.
supporters.
Pandora's
Says
Star Hype.
continued
I think we
support
do
of
just
the
take out the
XCOM
Burning Elite.
project.
Free up our pathing and future acts. And we'll go from there. Well, bye now. Well, bye now. Twin Strike scales reasonably well with Strength. Unlike a normal run, you don't need to take anything on floor 1 if you got a Pandora swap. And you got something decent like we did. We already have lots of good damage cards. Some that scale really well with Strength. The Fiend Fire and the Whirlwind especially. So mediocre Strength scaling like Twin Strike isn't required. Right, Manias? Sometimes you just gotta high roll. I've done like bash seeing red and then done the thing, but not as good. The Flame Barrier and Rampage. Some dice. Almost Strike's okay because it draws cards. Headbutt gets stuff back on top of the deck. I like the Pummel Strike. Helps us draw into this Seeing Red. Helps us get a bit more damage down. Makes Fiend Fire hit a little bit harder. You got 10 of the same. You can't get 10 of the same card without Pandora's. It's just statistically never gonna happen. Getting 5 of the same is, like, astronomically unlikely. And anything more than that is just realistically never going to happen at all. So the likelihood of getting too many duplicates with the Pandoras is just ultimately really low. I think I'm gonna weak pot for 3 health here. 10 clashes? That'd be pretty good, actually. I'd be okay with 10 clashes. 10 clashes is just fine by me. How many Thunderclaps or Angers do I want? Anger is a 0-cost attack, and that's pretty nice. Thunderclap is not necessary with a Shockwave, right? And Anger is questionable. We're fighting Guardian? We're fighting Guardian. Deck would love a disarm. I think we're gonna kill Guardian with the Rampage. Amazing. I'm gonna say no for anger here. And we are gonna go for this Burning Elite, easy peasy. With basically just this Pandora's box. And possibly a curse? And -1 card. Cool. Power of Darkness. Choose any card to remove from the deck. Honestly, Bash. We already have a good 2-energy apply vulnerable card in Shockwave. The Bash does a little bit of front-loaded damage. But it's usable multiple times, but it's ultimately not that good of a card. And we have many other great cards to upgrade. So we will say no to Bash. And we will fight the Gremlin Gnorb. Thank you, Gremlin Gnorb. Let's see, we won't kill with Fiendfire, right? That'll be 10 per card, and they'll be... Yeah, it's not quite a kill. I could go Flame Barrier Iron Wave. That's not going to kill him next turn, though, right? We should just do as much damage as possible. It's only 40? Yeah, we should just hit him as hard as we can, take the 12, and aim for a kill next turn. Which we will guaranteed have, because we only have 4 cards in the deck, and these are they. Those are the... Sundial First Relic, you say? This deck is already ready to go infinite. We just need literally anything that says draw a card, like a Shrug It Off. Wow. Certainly I'm not taking any of this. How much would I spend on a Flash of Steel? 167 gold. That's how much. All of it. All of my money. Every dollar I have. For the Rampage, I could, like, Seeing Red Fiendfire these two. Almost want to. Do it. Thin out the deck. So I can benefit. Oh, order. But actually, outright kill. I didn't realize there was nothing left in the draw pile there. Liquid Memories to get a card back in my hand. Another Fiendfire. Another Flame Barrier, or a reasonably good Rage, which can generate infinite block. Actually, that Rage might be a really important part of the end game here. I'm going to take that. Every time you play an attack this turn, gain 3 Blanc. Get him. Armaments is okay as well. But I really think we do not want to add cards that aren't a core part of this game, this deck's end game strategy right now. We just would like to remove basically as many cards as possible. How many times on the small ladder did I get Highlander? Not too many times. We had a lot of, like, duplicate commons and duplicate powers in there. So not as much as you'd think, I think. Less than you'd expect. Oh, Paper Frog. Heck yeah. Enemies with vulnerable are more vulnerable, is basically what that says. Double vulnerable. Nine plus 28. Still not enough to kill. do the shockwave thing instead. I'm gonna take the full 10 here. The memory is on Abacus, but let's try to get spot weakness. Yeah, spot weakness, seeing red, and whirlwind all together here is pretty alright. So this is 14 times 3. Seems good. And Frozen Egg will upgrade any powers we add. Those are relatively free to add. Still missing the drop. Well, dropkick could work. Dropkick could work. Dropkick gets us there, but only if the enemy is vulnerable. So it'll struggle against anything with. Honestly, I'd rather get a different infinite than that. To pair with the Pommel Strike. I think that True Grit's going to be better. Although a Burning Pact would be even better. Yeah, questionable dropkick indeed. Too conditional is where I see it being. And honestly, the True Grit doesn't say plus on it, so I'm not that into it right now. We have an entire run to find a Burning Pact. Say no thanks. Okay, we definitely remove a card here. That is the biggest priority, I believe. Then we have the opportunity to remove another one. This deck wanted to remove any one card. What would it be? Iron Wave, yeah? Although Iron Wave's actually not bad per se. It just quickly becomes irrelevant. Like, really quickly becomes irrelevant. Pommel Strike? Question mark? For the upgrade? Question mark. Deck would like an evolve. His heart does status things. So that's a card to keep an eye out for. It's completely tangential to an upgrade right now, though. The +1 card draw is somewhat significant. Just gotta find out what beats Guardian for us here. Maybe a Flame Barrier upgrade. Oh no. We're gonna dunk Guardian with Rampage. Maybe we upgrade Rampage. I think we can just upgrade the Pommel Strike. Definitely want that upgraded, no matter what. On one hand, orange pellets. On the other, better hand, deep breath? Says draw a card on it. And it says shuffle the discard pile on it. So it procs, even if there's cards in the draw pile, it procs Sundial. And it upgrades to be a second card. So that would let us do the infinite thing. Like, that actually gets us there. Pretty much immediately. In fact. Yeah, are we going for an infinite? We kind of had it happen. We Pandora's boxed into a deck that can exhaust itself, and immediately got Sundial. I think we take this Deep Breath. On purpose. Don't take Inflame, because it actually makes us slower. Counterintuitively. And upgrade the Deep Breath. How ridiculous is that? It's ridiculous. Observe what happens to poor Guardian here. Play Rage. And then we Fiend Fire, right? This wins? Yes? Because now we have these cards. We go Rage. Draw with, and then we can actually Rage again. And then we Pummel Strike. Deep Breath. Pummel Strike. Deep Breath. Pummel Strike. So on and so forth. We're actually generating energy doing this. And block. And this will work in every fight, pretty much. Cool. So all of these cards, even though they're cool, make us slower at doing what we just did. And so we skip all of them. Because what we just did is far more powerful than any of these cards can do. Get them out of here. Offering I would have taken. But just about anything else? No. And Pyramid means we can do this even against Heart already. I think with Pyramid we do beat Heart already, Zeko. Yes, with Pyramid this already beats Heart. Because now we can just hold the entire deck in the hand, exhaust anything we want with Fiend Fire, and just... We go infinite reliably on turn 2. With Runic Pyramid. Bell. Bell? A counterplay suggestion. Time Eater could be a problem. But that's what Rampage is for, I guess. We'll take this Runic Pyramid. Letting us retain cards in hand essentially allows us to infinite by filling up the hand. And we are now very, very silly. How do you improve a deck from here? That is the current question. How do you meaningfully improve? We can add relics, I guess. Max health? I don't really know. We remove cards, for sure that's the big one. That's the biggest and best way to get better here. So shops and events are kind of good. The more cards removed, the closer we can get to doing this on turn 1. So we remove Sentinel, we remove Whirlwind, we remove Spot Weakness, maybe. Abacus would be sweet, although we don't need it because of the Rage. Crazy pants. And we just gotta get some stuff upgraded too. Go 3 elites? 2 elites? 2 elites in one shop? Any events? All of the events? All of the events and no elites? Honestly, I think Time Eater ends up not being a problem either. Quite frankly. It is possible to infinite without either Pommel or Deep Breath being upgraded. Although it would make the Rage awkward, because you're only drawing 1. The more upgrades you get, the more flexible this becomes, and we can start to do stuff like incorporate non-card draw cards into the infinite. I'm gonna take a ton of events here. See where it goes for us. That's more like it. See, and now we're just, like, already infinite here. Yes, we are, in fact, already infinite. On turn 2. Like, Flex! Flex is actually slowing this deck down. I can't believe I'm saying that. It's 0-0. Flex with Runic Pyramid, Whirlwind, and Fiendfire is bad somehow? What? Ridiculous. Shrug it off, also terrible. Get out of here, stinky cards. I will read your book, because I'm a fan of your book. But if it's a Necronomicon, I don't know. That's good. Free 0-cost powers? I'll take it. Offer the Frozen Egg for a higher chance of rare cards. What? What rare cards do I want other than offering? Literally just offering? What powers would I take? Evolve? Take Evolve. I guess theoretically the Paper Frog is useless. That's a weird thing to say. Sure. Get out of here, Paper Frog. Alright, so now I have a triples the chance we find rare cards from card rewards. Is pretty nice. Second Wind Plus. Kind of cute. Helps block on turn 1, but don't need a turn 1. We can just kill everything immediately. We even still go infinite here because we drew our, Actually, no. If we get confused, they'll just keep recasting. Never mind. Yeah, this is bad. Or is it? This, right? That seems pretty good. Spire Man is doing it again. Murdering everything. Again. Create that Stingray, I guess, and we'll head to this shop. Through this elite. Get him. Go for the 5-card challenge? I would like to, if we can. I don't think we're gonna get offered enough removals to make that happen from here. But if we find a Peace Pipe, I'd be down. Bottled Flame... Berserk Plus. Berserk Plus. Amazing. Definitely useless to us. Not a card you want on a deck that doesn't get to turn 2. Bottling the Pommel Strike is fine. Guaranteeing some turn 1 card draw. Bottling Fiendfire is also alright. I just ruined my infinite. No! Not my infinite. What will I do without my infinite? Just die, I guess. Cards are stinky. How unfortunate. Board is good. Is it? No. Feels irrelevant. That's what it is. Guess we'll upgrade our Rage. Be useful in the hard fight. Which is pretty much what we're thinking about now, is like the hard fight. Oh. Maybe if I'd upgraded Fiendfire, we'd have a kill here. If I hadn't gotten rid of my Paper Frog. Front-loaded damage, that's not a thing. Alright, well. Fine. I'll lose some amount of hit points, but I won't be happy about it. I'll have you know. Frigate Plus. Also irrelevant because of Pyramid. Ridiculous. We'll discard the Cultist Potion because it doesn't matter one bit. This is not the deck to take shard with, unfortunately. Because we're skipping 90% of cards anyway. Howdy, Fast As Panda. We'll just, The only thing worse here than the shard is the ceramic fish. Followed shortly by the perfected strike. Down to take a card out of the deck, though, that's for sure. We would next want to remove maybe Sentinel. See you later, Sentinel. Chart has no downside if we take no cards. Brilliant. Totally brilliant. Alright, we'll skip all that. Take more events, I guess. Just more card rewards later. Choose 1 to 20. Have to glitch to skip a card if you look at them? Oh, does this work with in-loss? I've been meaning to ask, actually. Yes. It flashed. It flashed and made one rare card. Interesting. That was actually all I wanted to see here. I'm down for a Dark Embrace. Dark Embrace basically speeds this up. And it says Plus on it. Welcome. I have added a card. Frost Cyborg's been staying stuck around A9 to A10 on the 4 classes lately. I'm trying to plan decks. When you try to be conservative and plan, you're dead either before the Act 1 boss or the second elite of Act 2. Sounds like you may need to be focusing more on your immediate power. Your front load, so to speak, which is the stuff that's going to get you past Act 1 and the first bit of Act 2. Cards that generate block and do damage on the turn you play them. Alright, and this fight's over. Good fight. Can't just do the same thing every fight. Can't I? Watch me. Whirlwind goes burr. Oh. Oops. Fire goes burr. GG. Upgraded rare cards. Who needs them? Not me. Bye-bye. Skip? Question mark? What is this? All of these have downsides. And we just established we don't give two hoots about the upside because we're invincible or whatever. So, get a curse, die, or die. These are what those two say. These will actually just kill me. Because both of them will break the trick that we're doing. And that trick is really important for us to be able to do. We don't have to open the chest, but the relic inside the chest is going to be on average better than 1 energy per turn, right? So I'm just gonna skip. Okay. Okay, bye, I guess. Well, bye now. Double shop later in the act. I'm down. I am down. Hilarious. Spiker. I have answers to that. Like. Oh, you... Interesting. You take the thorns before rage applies. I didn't realize that. Weird. What's the trick? You're looking at it. Infinite nonsense. With Sundial. And Rage to block for us. We exhaust the entire deck, we are very sad. You just end up with no cards. And then you die. It's a bad time. A very bad time. We can never go infinite on turn 1, right? It's not a thing we can do. Satisfying. So close, though. Come on, sticky statuses. Again, no need for such cards. Although they could help me on turn 1. In a couple of fights. We're just never really actually threatened on turn 1. For the most part. For the most part. So we were. One day, everything changed when the Writhing Mass attacked. Oh no, not malleable. Uh-oh. Guess we'll just have to slowly build up. We'll get there. Fear not. For salvation is at hand. Finely sliced spaghetti. Extra thin. Anybody? Nope. No need. There's absolutely no need. That for any bottles seems like a nice maybe insurance policy? Question mark? Question mark. speed the process up. Now, why would I want to do that? Now, why would I want to do that? That's my question. Oh, we got there with the Dark Embrace. I knew it. I knew that Dark Embrace had a purpose. It's for turn 1 infinites, obviously. So the cool thing we can do is we can incorporate Rampage into our infinite here. Once we generate some energy. That does a lot more damage every time it gets played. Bag of Preparation. That's probably reliable turn 1 infinite. Draw 2 more cards on turn 1. Perfect. Perfect. All we needed was that. Genuinely. We are fighting Time Eater. Okay, I'm gonna upgrade Rampage for that. You're wondering where the energy comes from? It's coming from Sundial, which says every 3 times we shuffle our draw pile, gain 2 energy. Dang reliable way to do it, as it turns out. Get toasted. We have, yeah, Deep Breath and the thingy. Bin. It's too good. Peace pipe. I should have recalled. Dang it. We can still get a, ooh, we can go this way. Get several removals. Which would let me buy this Disarm Plus if I thought we needed it, but we definitely don't need that. This is 1, 2 removals. We could go... Oh, there's 2 shops here. Our current removal price. Can I actually afford 3 removals at the next 3 shops? It's 125. Let's assume it's 125. That'd be 450 gold. Can barely afford that. Okay, we'll go this way. Art of War. If we didn't play any attacks, it is 125. Chemex is here, but we're probably going to remove Whirlwind, quite frankly. I am going to remove Spot Weakness, because that is a stinky card. See you later, Spot Weakness. Don't want to do anything other than remove cards. That would be extra stinky. Havoc. Oh, that's terrifying. That could kill me. Remove a card. 150 for this one. Be a little bit short, aren't I, of the last remove. Dunk Flame Barrier. Dunk... Let's recall here. And take an event, because a combat won't give me enough money. But an event might. It's actually just a combat. Unfortunate. But as we get more and more removals, this gets more and more reliable. You can hopefully see. We'll toke. Whirlwind now, because we're done with this. Although it was very satisfying to play. Alrighty, Time Eater is our Act 3 boss here. I know a couple folks have expressed doubt as to how does this deck perform in this fight? The answer may surprise you. A little bit. Get Dark Embrace in play. Rage number 2. Draw 2. Rage number 3. Draw 2. Shockwave. Rampage. Pummel Strike. Rampage. We block for 65 on that turn. And now we can use the same basic principle on each turn. Rage. Then Rampage. Pummel Strike back into Rage. Deep Breath. Rage. Pummel Strike. Now 15 per attack we play. So Rampage, Pummel Strike. Rampage for 60. Shuffle the deck again. And then on this turn we're not even being attacked, so we can just go straight up Rampage, Deep Breath. Rampage, Pummel Strike. Rampage for 96. Boop. Quick 3-turn kill on the Time Eater with no damage taken, using our 9-card little infinite deck. 2 thump, 2 thump, but deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire? The source of this evil. And one final toke. Note that I can't remove the Pummel Strike because of the Bottled Flame. Can't remove the Ascender's Bane. So Fiendfire is useful at the moment because Fiendfire is getting rid of the statuses in the Heart Fight for us if we need to, which we might need to go infinite on turn 2 of that fight. We need to have... Now, enough of this exhaust, actually. It doesn't matter if we have Fiendfire or not. I think we just end up going infinite with all the statuses in our hands. Hey, Tritonium, you are not... Your eyes do not deceive you. This is really happening. This is really happening. Yeah, Shockwave is speeding us up a little bit, but not really. Not actually. Actually, it won't speed us up against the heart at all. Let's dunk that card. Unfortunately, can't afford a removal here, but I could upgrade. Literally nothing. Everything in the deck is upgraded. By Strange Spoon, which could actually hurt me. Remove Fiendfire because I might lose by misclicking on it. We'll try not to do that. Try not to do that. Don't want to buy any cards, because I like 8 cards in deck. That's crazy. Mind Blast. Just buy Whetstone for the flex? That I'm down for. You're coming with me, Whetstone. Thanks. Sold. To a man with a weird hat. We can actually, again, insert Rampage in between each play. Let's Rampage, Deep Breath. Rampage Pummel Strike. Rampage Deep Breath. Rampage Pummel Strike. Rampage Deep Breath. Rampage Pummel Strike. See how this Rampage ends up scaling like crazy here? Strike, Dummy, and a rare card in Immolate. Yeah, close fight there. Almost at us. My only regret is that we can't perfect the heart fight, because I always take a beat of death when I play Rage. Just take my money. Yeah, we do have to take a little bit of damage to the heart, but not too much. Not too much. Alright, Hearts. That is your real name. Every time we play a card, we're going to take a damage, which is slightly awkward. But Rage can cover that, no problem. Let's get the exhausting stuff out of play here. Actually, hold Seeing Red at hand, because it draws a card. There's Rampage. Now we just do the Rampage thing. Actually, let's build some energy first. Then we can scale up Rampage to be big enough. Rampage Pummel. Rampage Deep Breath. What we have is an infinite combo incorporating Rampage, so the scaling is super infinite or something. Oh, I am losing energy when I incorporate the Rampage. Rampage currently at 170. We can do better than that, though. If you want it to do 300 damage, which we don't need it to do, but I kind of want it to do. Like, we can even show how this deck actually wins the heart fight, even if we don't go infinite beyond turn 1. We just scale this Rampage up to do 300, play it once on turn 2, play it once on turn 3, no other cards required. But why not make it extra fancy, you know? Basically just choose our own way to win. At least get that Rampage to 400. $400-ish. Unlimited power! Almost there. 378. 394. Alright, Rampage now does 402 damage, good enough for me. Give me some statuses. Go Rage first. And Pummel Strike. Draw the Void and the Rage. Rage, Deep Breath. Rage, Pummel Strike. Get rid of the slimes. Breath again, Pummel Strike again. There we go. Then play Rampage once for 301 damage. And then Rampage is conveniently 307. GG. GG, nerd. Dang. Ridiculous. Ridiculous, ridiculous, ridiculous. As a Pandora's Box start should be, but 8 cards, that's cool. That's real cool. We truly could have distilled that all the way down to just
Commander,
Deep Breath, Rage, and Pummel Strike.
Disturbing.
And I think it would have been able to beat everything. Time Eater might have been a struggle. Calipers would be good here. You sure would have been good here. GG. And thank you so much for the 5 months. Sub 1 hour run, because there's nothing to talk about or think about. We skip every card. We win. Hooray! Not a lot to do. 3 damage in 3 turns. 0 damage 3 turn Time Eater fights. 0 damage 3 turn Collector. What? The triple 0 damage 3 turn boss fights. I love that. Every single boss beaten in exactly 3 turns. Cheers, Dark Lord of Roses. Was there a way to get Thorns for the 2-turn Heart Kill? Yes. Yes, there was, actually. Annihilator Morbo. If we hadn't removed Flame Barrier, we could have gotten a 2-turn Heart Kill there. Maybe next time. But yeah, we could have used Flame Barrier there. And I should have known I could do that, too. Dang. Dang, dang, dang. Didn't think about that. Kaka. Ain't no claw deck. Well, maybe the Silent will be a claw deck. Maybe? Maybe. Choose a rare on Silent? Oh, I like this act layout, though. As long as we can take on the Burning Elite, we can get a really good path here. 4 fires, 2 elites, 1 Burning Elites. Or we could go 2 fires, 3 elites? No, it's not as good. But if I could get strong enough to fight the earlier Burning Elite, and an early shop can do that. Early Transform can also do that. I have a hard time with Choose a Rare as a start bonus on most of the classes. There's enough rares that are negatives in Act 1 that I'm pretty hesitant to do it. What about another random boss relic? I'm down for that. Let's do it. Sacred Bark doubles the effectiveness of potions. That should let me get a Burning Elite kill if we hit an early shop for sure. Let's go. Makes an Alchemize a really good pickup as well. I'm feeling it. So all potions have double numerical values. Makes an attack potion or a fire potion a really, really powerful thing to pick up in Act 1 here. We do lose our starting relic, the Ring of the Snake. So, no bonus 2 cards on turn 1, which does hurt quite a bit, but perhaps a double Dupe Pot Bouncing Flask will be strong enough. Fighting Slime Boss? Maybe I want Dagger Spray. Hard to go wrong with the floor 1 Bouncing Flask, though. 3 poison to a random enemy 3 times, and it upgrades to 4. Really, really powerful card to duplicate. Really, really good single target damage output. I do like that enough with the Dupe Pot right now that we're going to take it to try to beat this elite with. Though, of course, if we get Super Sentries, I'll be super sad. Nine poison is so good. to start out fights with. And it's... Yes. Excellent. Excellent. This Burning Elite is toast. Super toast. I'm taking either the Deadly Poison or the Poison Stab. This is a little bit better at front-loading. And might be better in the Slime Boss fight in particular. It's better against Grumlinob as well. So reasons here in Act 1 to take the Poison Stab over the Deadly Poison are present. They exist. Could even go Dagger Throw. But I'm going to go with the Poison Stab, I think. For Deadly. Feels weird. But doing it. Solid turn 1 there. I have not got any complaints about it. I mean, I'm not going to not take it, right? Malaise is a really awesome defensive card. Scales well with energy, so it works better if you have ways to gain energy, but is even... if you can upgrade it, it's even really good on 3 energy. Shuts down so many of the elites in Act 2, shuts down so many of the bosses in Act 3 and 4. Such a useful, useful card. Good duplication target, too. And we rolled an easy fight, thankfully. These two. Play this for 1. One will be attacking next turn. Let's just keep you... Try to kill this one on the next turn. Do not succeed. Oh, Bouncing Flask here. There's more total damage.
Commander,
we need to take a little bit.
One of our most valued supporters. It says continued support of the XCOM project.
There we go. Valid point, Maniac. Why does the Malaise art show it being used on an enemy that really shouldn't have Malaise used on it? Artifacts, and they only attack every other turn. Another potion, wow. Got 3 potions in 4 combats. That's really unlikely. What is with these rare cards? Do I want an unload? I do want an unload, kind of. Although it's bad with Malaise. I think I'm gonna try it. Hot Soup, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the 6 months. You almost never see Unload being offered this early in Act 1, which is when it's genuinely useful. Does 14 damage for 1 energy, which is well above the curve for Silent here. Let's try it. Oh my. Some solid options here. AoE cards like All-Out Attack, opportunity to remove a card, or we can just take the Twisted Funnel, which starts out all enemies in combat with 4 poison. Which is like AoE damage. Do we still have in Lost Gift, right? Genuinely. Love Panic Button, too. Funnel is sweet with the poison we've already got started. This is great scaling. Wouldn't drink out of that. But I would purchase it. And use it to shoot poisonous potions at my opponents. Guess we're going to a second shop. Maybe I shouldn't have spent all my money. Alright. That's alright. And I will upgrade Bouncing Flask to make a good dupe target here. Or do I just do pot right now? Double bouncing, double unload would be the best use of the dupe pot. Let's see. So let's assume that I draw perfectly here. So this is 12, 14, so 26. Double that is 52. We have 18 plus 7. Math. 88 minus 18 minus 7 from poison. 63 minus the 6 poison next turn plus 4 block from Metallicize. We would need 61 damage next turn. So we don't get there no matter what. So we might as well attack potion then, right? That seems great. Double finishers. We could dupe to kill right now. I think that's already enough, though. This is 18, 24. Yeah, plenty of damage. Get that nubbert. I guess I'm just blocking. Perfect. Get unloaded on, sir. Woo! Hey, we got the Dubu doll at the correct ascension level, giving us 1 strength for every curse in the deck. We have a curse, 10 strength flex potion, and Catalyst to go with Bouncing Flask, Poison Stab, and a Twisted Funnel. And we can upgrade it immediately. Seems good. Seems pretty good to me. Snecko Skull? Actually, this can't contain a common relic, so Snecko Skull can't be in here. It's the largest of the 3 chest arts. The different appearances of the chest does affect what's inside them. Big chests like this have only rare or uncommon relics. The medium ones, which are blue and triangular, can have any rarity, and the small rounded top ones, are the smallest, can only have common or uncommon relics. But there's a question card in here. Future card rewards have 1 additional card to choose from, and that's real good in the early game, allowing us to find more of what we're looking for more easily. Get all these rare cards upgraded. Maybe Unload is next? Probably not, though. We have enough for a card remove. That's exciting.
We've just received the support of another council member.
Ooh, but well-laid plans? Ascending Rules, thank you so much for that tier 1 sub, and level 4 Rob, thank you for the 4 months.
Support. We are extremely
and the tier
impressed.
1. Hogni Runar, thank you for 7 months.
One of our
Good Lord, the train is real.
Valued supporters.
I'm gonna go for a card remove here.
Continued support of the XCOM project.
Staying ahead on removes is going to be very important this run. Just ensuring that we can put out our combo pieces nice and early. And often. Yeah, so Funnel ends up removing the artifact, which is just fine here.
Excellent work, Commander. This council is pleased to see
Great
our
1985.
continued support of this project.
Not sure why that's what I chose to pronounce that as, but thank you so much for the Prime sub on the 2 months. Heck yeah. The decent dupe pot. We probably shouldn't try to hold on to this duplication potion too hard. It's a good, and the Unload and the Malaise cannot be played at the same turn. Unfortunate.
Commander, one of our
most my god, the Prime
supporters.
The sub train is real here.
Continued support
Tournament, thank you so much for the
project.
16 months in the Prime sub, and I Negotiate with Terrorists, thank you so much for the 9 months. 1 Twitch
Commander,
baby arrived.
One of our most valued supporters.
Holy heck.
It says continued support of the XCOM project.
Holy heck. Apparently screw this one in particular. Or something. That guarantees the kill. Guess we used Malaise on the sentry, so it happened. The card art foretold it. It's real. Pen Nib. Every 10th attack we play gets doubled in damage. There's a Crippling Cloud here. That seems really good with our ridiculously heavy poison-based deck and the opportunity to upgrade it to be 7 poison and 2 weak to all enemies. Yes. Deflect Cloak and Dagger, not terrible, but Crippling Cloud, so good. Stacks with a funnel for some really good immediate AoE, too. Okay, we can just make sure that you die. Give one. Marl Dog, thank you so much for those 300 bits. My man Chris, thank you so much for that Prime sub. Welcome to the Council.
Commander, we've just received the support of another council member.
Leg Sweep is a solid block, or we can take, like, the one poison card we don't have yet. There's only 7 or so poison cards for Silent.
We've just received the support of another council
member.
member.
Megabon, thank you so much for that incredibly generous gifted sub. The Arlong573. They just keep coming. Let's take the Leg Sweep. It's a uncommon card. We're not too likely to see more of it, and it's a great block card in general. We have more than enough weaken now. We could actually, like, remove Neutralize, because Crippling Cloud, Leg Sweep, Malaise has it all covered. Although I'm still going to remove Strikes first, of course.
We've just received the support
Mr. Spokes, thank you for the
member.
Prime sub. Welcome aboard. Ooh, Art of War. If we don't play any attacks during our turn, our next turn we get bonus energy. Very, very good with this core of offense and defense, all skill-based. We're like 1 pyramid away from being completely busted.
Commander, we've just received
Arrow
the support
Kira,
of
thank
another
you for the gifted
council
sub.
member.
Crazy Pants. You know what? I'm doing it. So, folks wanted to know, how do you get You Are Nothing achievement? Here's an example of how. Bye. Bye-bye. And there it is. Oh, burst! Burst so that we can just reliably do that, instead of needing a potion. Excuse me, what? Yeah, bursting Catalyst is insane, of course, but this deck already has so many good burst targets. Burst Bouncing Flask plus, Burst Malaise plus, Burst Leg Sweep, Burst Crippling Cloud, Burst Catalyst. It's all good. And all further emphasized by Art of War here. I could also see Afterimage being reasonable. And in a world where we weren't playing Highlander ladder, there's nothing wrong with a second copy of Malaise. Give me that burst. Oh, and there it is, the pyramid. There's the pyramid, which would make, well, this would make this extra dumb in the best way. It reliably allows Burst Catalyst to be a thing. Reliably allows Art of War to be a thing. It's so good. So good. GG. Thanks for kicking off and supporting that hype train, by the way, everybody. A random little 10 sub choo-choo. Pretty cool. Bonus strength with Calling Bell. And Duvudal is a thing. Or Astrolabe to transform and upgrade 3 cards. Probably use it on 3 strikes. This is like the filthiest pyramid in the world, though. I'm gonna take it and have the sweet, sweet, perfect poison run that I deeply desire. Go like 3 fights, 3 elites. We'd like to continue to remove strikes is all the more important now that we have Art of War Pyramid. I think I see this path up the middle hitting 3 elites being the best. Although we could even just go for more removals. This is another like really prime example of a small deck.
Just received the support
Trinman,
of
thank you for the
another
additional
member.
gifted sub. Concentrate is now good enough, yes, especially with Burst and Malaise in the deck. This deck would love a Concentrate. It'll help remove cards from our hands, as well as help with the energy generation. Actually, yeah, I like that. We avoid a lot of elites if I do this. We end up with 2 removals, but no money. Money is important. Okay, we'll go this way. Quick! Burst the defend! Actually, if I burst Catalyst right now, that's 48 poison. That's dumb. 48. It's absurd. Dang it. I can't kill. I should have burst the Catalyst on turn 1. That was the correct answer. Hilarious. Alright, well, Crippling Cloud. Poison Stab, Catalyst. Take the 9. Oh, that's funny. We have block cards, I just didn't draw them. Backflip and Acro can be helpful here. Letting us draw a little bit more. Letting us potentially discard. I'll take a backflip. Be happy with it. And we are... Ooh, Chemex Malaise, though. Actually, and Bag of Prep, starting out with 2 more cards. Both of these are very, very good. Possibly Bag of Prep is better than removing a card. And of course there's a Well-Laid Plans. Also a dupe pot here, which is ludicrously good with our Sacred Bark. I'm gonna take the Bag of Prep. Get our starter relic back. Well, that burst Chemex Malaise was certainly tempting, wasn't it? Get birded on, birds. Oh, rude. Almost did that wrong. Almost. Outmaneuver plus. Next turn gain 3 energy. Actually pretty cool here. Let's try that. I think with the Runic Pyramid, we can always get it on the correct turn. Bag of Prep means it's not too bad in the opening turn. And the Malaise and the Burst set up some pretty ridiculous situations. So we'll give it a try here. Block for 15 again. Actually, no, this would be good into 4, block for 13. That I can do. Bye. Setup could actually be alright. I might consider if it said plus on it. But without the plus, I'm gonna say no. Also, it's redundant without maneuver. We don't need 2 energy generating cards, only really 1. You add redundancies, too many redundancies like that, it can get out of control. Bane is solid here. So I think we just want to be shrinking this deck down. And avoid adding. Even upgraded attacks are iffy at the moment. Although good for taking out a Slaver on turn 1, perhaps. Apparitions would be, like, stupid good. But we're not allowed to, because the Highlander ladder says we cannot take duplicate cards. So this is a skip, unfortunately. How disappointing. Definitely upgrade Burst to duplicate our next 2 skills, because then we can do some proper nonsense with it. Okay, kind of a sketchy turn 1. Let's look at what's in the power potion. Hoping we'd see that. Never mind. Everything is fine. So 4 turns of intangibility. Basically enough time to do whatever we want. However we want. Whomever we want. Like Soup's Deluxe. Nice fight. The Centennial Puzzle draws 3 cards the first time we take any damage. Your spray plus ain't bad. Call it great, but definitely not bad. Deflect is also okay. With no Dex, it's not particularly good. We'll skip it. Keep upgrading cards. I like the Leg Sweep upgrade because it's a good block upgrade. I like Survivor because it creates a very efficient block card. We don't need the extra turn a weekend. We already have Malaise and everything. Take the Survivor. Upgrade. And keep going for elites here. Smooth Stone, that's Dex. 1 more Dexterity to make our blocks just a little bit more blocking. Perfect for what we need here. Totally perfect. Uh-oh. First of all, how dare you? Okay, we can burst the defense for up to 24 block. And I kill the Mystic here. Yes. First Bouncing Flask, too. Flask, double defend. No, and then I can't kill the Mystic. Okay. 30. Perfect. Dang it. They're taking damage anyway. Not too much, though. Only 6. Which I don't think we would have done better. And using a different route. Ooh, I like Prepared Plus. Draw 2, discard 2 with Runic Pyramid and Art of War. Helps us cycle through these attacks without actually having to play them. Perfect. Totally perfect. Oh, shoot. Well, that's not a draw I wanted to have. Whatever, we can block the Griddle Leader next turn, no problem. And those other guys don't hurt too much.
One of our
Ace Kev, thank you so much for the 14 months and the Prime sub.
Says continued support of the XCOM project.
Let's get him. That's the takeaway here. Just get him. Score a letter opener. Every time we play 3 skills in 1 turn, deal 5 damage to all enemies. That's a top tier relic find right there. And a piercing whale plus or a calculated gamble plus. both of which are completely insane here. One discards our entire hand, letting us draw that many cards for 0. The other weakens enemies by 8 points of strength. Great for the heart, great for all sorts of things. Stacks well with malaise, great with burst, helps shred artifact. It's so good. Hey Orihara, any two cards, it doesn't matter if they're upgraded or not. If they're the same name of the card, then they're the same. So Burst Plus and Burst, for example, those are the same card. I'm gonna take that Pyramid though, or that not Pyramid, Piercing Whale. That's the word. Going to take that Piercing Whale. Words are hard. Get up. Can't take a second prepared. Not sure if I want to dodge and roll. We do have 1 next from the Smooth Stone. It's a decent upgrade target. It would be 7 block and 7 block next turn. I think we can do better, though. We already have all the defense we're going to need for Heart. The Malaise and the Piercing Whale. It's a shame we're limited to just this 1 Catalyst. Alright, jerks. Welcome back. I see that you haven't gotten any less rude since last time. For incoming damage. Spire doesn't count strikes of defense for the Highlander modifier, no Scoopakins, so I'm following that rule. Contemplating an unload doesn't actually kill this guy. Probably want to outmaneuver. I think it's outmaneuver double defend. Gets me a letter opener proc. Beer pot unload, that would be 1 off, but I could follow it up with a strike to get an actual kill. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. That saves 14. Actually not that much compared to like double defending, which is 12. I'm saving only 2? Saving only 2. Although that's compared to also not doing outmaneuver. This plan. Definitely appreciating the funnel in these moments. That's for sure. Neutralize the middle guy. It's fine. It's okay. Ink Bottle. Every time we play 10 cards, draw 1. I like Cloak and Dagger with the Ink Bottle and the Pen Nib a little bit. Just a little bit though. Ultimately, I think we just want to avoid cards. Tactician could be a cool way to generate energy. Hold on a minute. With the Prepared. Although, again, we don't want too many energy-generating cards. And with that maneuver, I think 1 is plenty. So let's not. Not. Go Burst Malaise. We bring you to 1 times 3. Full block this turn then. Next turn we Burst Malaise. Actually no, we Burst Malaise. Oh, this is plenty, yeah? Fun! Nice attacks, idiot. 12 vulnerable, just the potions I wanted. Lands plus. We've already said no to Bane and Dodge Roll and Cloak and Dagger. We're not going to take them now, right? Stealth. That should be enough. Upgrade backflip. Or leg sweep. I think backflip. And we should be able to execute the collector here with a well-timed double catalyst play of some kind. Hand space there without actually losing the energy gen. Well, that's a bit interesting. Got burst piercing whale, so I feel totally safe on this turn. Thoroughly that gets reduced. We could afford to double the Crippling Cloud. We could go double Malaise. Sap a lot of strength off Collector here. Who's that? Nice attack, idiot. There's our burst, so we can burst Catalyst next turn. Although next turn could be scary if we get attacked, huh? Nah, we didn't get attacked. Totally safe then. Perfect. Is this burst Flask Catalyst? Probably kill at least one of them if I burst the Flask. And if we don't hit either of them enough, we'll probably just kill the Collector. Just see what happens here. Oh yeah, perfect. Take 12 here, or we can try to not, but I think trying to not would actually result in taking more, so let's just kill the Collector here. Get out of this fight, which is a little bit sketchy at the moment. Only a little bit, though. GG. Now we can reasonably take After Image and feel okay about it. If we feel like we need a little bit more block, and honestly, we kind of do. If do. Or we can just plan to win by winning. By murdering. With poison. And then not block at all. We'll take this After Image. In one block per card played, and I'm down for more energy. I really don't care what form we take it in here. A Philo Stone makes enemies stronger, but we have Malaise Piercing Whale. Velvet Choker limits us to 6 cards per turn, but all our cards cost 2. Kind of awkward with, I guess, that maneuver. Or a Slaver's Collar only gives us energy during boss and elite combats, which is honestly fine. Not like we're struggling that much in the hallway fights. Although they did have some front load that we're a little bit afraid of. Let's take the one with no downside, or no downside in the heart fight, more accurately. The Slaver's Collar. Giving us extra energy during boss and elite combats. And then to make that actually useful, we're going to take as many elite combats as we can. And maybe get a shop. We can go 4 elites, I'm down. Super down. Yeah, We're struggling for energy in fights like this one, though, that's for sure. Hit him. Poison pot is pretty... That's 12 poison with Sacred Bark? That's actually huge that we have that. I need that. That's a crazy good potion. Too good, I say. Unloaded, nerd. Actually being useful, somehow. Another Cloak and Dagger Plus is better with the afterimage. I don't think it's good enough to actually want to take, but it is better now. Same goes for the dash and the Endless Agony. We'll just say nope. We will happily lose a strike to the Falling event. That's awesome. Get a free removal there. And Transient's an enemy that I'm almost a little bit... Never mind. I'm going to say almost a little bit worried about, but give them 48 poison on turn 1. They can't really hurt you. Fun fact. Good fight. Nice and smooth there. Would love another Piercing Wail, but I'm not allowed to. By the rules of Highlander ladder. Cannot take more of these. This is where the self-inflicted challenge starts to spice up a bit. Being able to grab more of these would definitely make the run a lot safer, but forbidden. It is forbidden. Give me a shop. That works too. Wait. Yeah, whatever. Dodge and roll! Haha, I knew I didn't take that for a reason. I knew we were skipping that. With purpose. Or something. How much is turn 1 Catalyst? 12 goes to 36 poison? Not a whole lot, but definitely a decent start. I want to burst dodge and roll anyway? Alright. Letter opener, please do all of the work for me. Please and thank you. Much appreciated. guess I could have played the Bouncing Flask. I was trying to, like, set it up to all land on Repto, but now the Repto is just dead. So it doesn't matter anymore. Another poison potion for 12 more poison. I love it. Upgraded attacks? Who needs them? Double 12 poison potions. Let's go. That's right, as long as we get rid of them before we win. Because we're using the game's definition of Highlander, which allows you to do that. How rude. The relics at the end there. Whenever you're seeing me play cards, it's all about getting the pen nib of the ink bottle up a bit. Once the fight's already won. Upgraded cards that we don't need. Get them out of here. We don't need them. Ooh, Pantograph would have been nice to heal us at the start of boss combats, but alas, it's Sapphire key time. We're gonna beat Donu and Deka. I actually did not consider how to deal with multiple enemies all that well. Yeah, multiple enemies with artifacts. Exactly. Know how I'm dealing with the Spheric Guardian. Toasted. Bottle. Deflect plus. A little bit more tempting. I still think we don't take it though. Well, maybe for Donu Deka? It's gonna be a tough fight. We're gonna have one artifact each at the start of combats. I do have 2 poison potions. Okay, we'll take a Deflect plus. Take a Deflect plus. And we're going to go for 2 more combats, because I don't see any upgrades that are all that important. Maybe dodge and roll, maybe leg sweep, but ultimately I don't think so. I will not trade all my money for a relic, even if that relic does remove artifact. I need that money for later. Much later. Yeah, we're burst catalysting on turn 1 again. Just seems to happen, really. Ooh, yikes. Yikes-ish. We go Crippling Cloud. Survivor, Defend. We kill you with Letter Opener. Thank goodness for Letter Opener. And you, so we only take weakened hits from these 2, and block for... enough. Okay, that's not too bad. Not too bad. Like 10. Approximately 10. For each combat, put 3 shivs into our hand. A cutting potion that makes 6 more shivs. So we found 1,000,000 knives from Reptomancer. Ooh, Flechettes hits hard in a deck like this. Flechettes hits really hard in a deck like this. I really like this. 6 damage for each skill in hand. This can easily be like 8 times 6. I don't think I want either of these relics, though. The Ninja Scroll loses us Art of War. On turn 2. And it only does 15 damage. It has only like a couple relic interactions. I'm going to say no. No thank you. Not today. Get him. There's only one to worry about here. Kill him with Catalyst even. Oh, it's a good pen nib target too. Here's the second catalyst. Concentrate would have been good a while ago. Again, only 1 energy generating card though. Good with the outmaneuver. We don't need another one. So we'll skip. We'll fight our last elite, the Giant Head, who's going to be giant dead in just a moment here. Hit him with a really hard malaise. Nice. I'm about to willingly unload. Thinking about it. Make room in hand. With a burst catalyst. Let's do it, in fact. Get all that stuff out of hand. An actual use for the discard effective unload is pretty ridiculous here. That's pretty ridiculous. Spire. Meat on the bone heals us if we're ever below half. Another catalyst. This one says plus on it. Stop rubbing it in my face, game. Dang it. Dang you! How dare you? How dare. I guess we upgrade dodge roll? Question mark? Question mark. Question mark. Yeah, it's only 1 artifact. They would block the poison of Crippling Cloud. Turn on dodge roll. Need leg sweep. Donio. So we can weaken them next turn. Try to set up for a Crippling Cloud then. Ooh, outmaneuver Malaise next turn. Also, we have 14 times 8 damage on Flechettes, so we're gonna go ahead and do that. Holy heck. Wow. Yikes, that card. Just with Pen Nib. Well, and I guess Dupadal is helping too, but seriously, what? Ridiculous. That means I can Poison Stab Dekka. Actually, doesn't. No, it doesn't. I am trying to block. So that I not get damaged excessively in so attempting. Malaise for now. Okay, Burst was the last card, interestingly. Is certainly going to contribute to some level of awkwardness. But how much? Yeah, Bursting Catalyst will just kill Donu now. Let's do that. Without the scaling of Donu, Dekka won't be much of a threat. Although it'll be more of a slow and steady combat style. We'll very easily get there. GG. Perfectly set up our ink bottle and our pen nib for the elites. We have both of these poison potions, hopefully for the hearts. To thump is this. The source of all these early poison cards. A corrupt heart of the Spire. Final upgrade goes down on our cart health, I guess, or rest. Nothing really appealing in the, nothing really appealing there, otherwise. Membership card says hello, making us, essentially twice as rich here. Snecko Skull makes our poison apply more poison, yes. Anchor gives us block on turn 1, good. Card removal gets rid of a strike, excellent. And we still have enough money to buy something. Could take a Mayhem, could take a Bullet Time, could take nothing at all. Kind of done for nothing at all. Bullet Time here, I don't think is that good because we're regularly starting combat or starting turns with 5 energy, thanks to the Art of War and the Slaver's Collar. Applies in both these remaining fights, so not too many situations where we need something like Bullet Time. So I think I'm going to go ahead and skip. We don't want the Flash of Steel for Art of War reasons. With the Sacred Bark, Fairy is a 60% heal instead of a 30% heal, which is ridiculous. Ridiculous, ridiculous, ridiculous. but ultimately a little unnecessary, at least I hope. Times 6 is pretty good. How much is that? 84. Not nearly enough, unfortunately, but getting close. Hi, outmaneuver. Got a 14. 14 goes to either 10 or 11. Then this would be 18. So we can do a full block with the outmaneuver and then malaise this guy next turn. I like that. Do that. Comes a super nasty attack, but malaise says hello. Also, Flechette says 12 times 8. That is pretty good. Got him. Got him. Just increment the pendant back a little bit. Mostly the pendant was mostly important for the for that Flechette's kill. Or assisted kill. We actually ended up making it irrelevant with the bursted catalyst, technically. But reasons? You know, I'm not really sure. I'll take what I can get. Flex spot could have made Flechette's insane. Bronze scales is certainly appreciated. Drill with holes in the flex spot's nice, but these two poison potions combined with our catalyst, gonna be way too good. Way too good for the heart here. All right, Mr. Heart. Beat of death and all that, not a problem. No problem at all. Might as well use these. They're 13 poison each, so we get to 31 poison here. The 5 poison at the start came from the Twisted Funnel, which applies 4 at the start of each combat, and then the Snecko Skull made that 5. I want to burst this flask? I want to burst the flask. Okay, there's our big hits. It's like we're just blocking. Not much else I can do here. All of our turn blocking, we only made 21 block. Pretty sketchy. Catalyst is waiting somewhere. Not like that. Stinky statuses are a real problem. Keep this in hand to strip artifact with, I think. Catalyst, what are you doing? Catalyst, no! Oh jeez, this is actually kind of bad. How to make a room in hand so we could draw more cards. With that. Appropriate. We can use Neutralize and Poison Stab to strip through the artifact here, letting us play Piercing Wail. And then burst the Catalyst for max poison. And then it actually dies before it hits us again. Oh, okay, we're fine then. Also pretty spicy flechettes. Let's use it. Just verify 1, 2, 3, 4 energy, yes. 98. Enjoy your 499 poison, nerd. EG. EG. Set up the ink bottle for next fight. Perfect. Perfect. GG. GG, everybody. Fantastic run. Starting with some early lucky poison finds, and then Art of War Runic Pyramid happened, and well. Here's our Highlander. Deck contains no dupes. So, again, we are allowed to have the duplicate strikes and defends as long as there's nothing else. How can one man be so toxic? Toxic Strimmer. It's true. It's true. EG, everybody. GG. Games that I play are the most popular besides Slay. Most popular? Monster Train. Has consistently been the second most popular thing that I've played with any amount of regularity. Although there's so much stuff coming out towards the end of the month here, it's been hard to find time for any one particular game. Checking out Star Renegades, I've got my eye on Spelunky 2 coming out in a couple of weeks. Baldur's Gate 3, I think, is hitting early access. Crazy. It's a crazy month. And it's September. I've run into one more. One more. One more. Effect. Ascension 12. When upgraded cards start appearing less frequently. A little bit of a challenge, but not too much, I don't think. For our defecty boy. I do like random rare relic starts a lot. They can be very powerful, and I love this Act 1. Got Fire Elite Fire into Fire Elite Fire. Lots of fires, lots of elites. Lots of East Pipe, letting us remove cards from the deck at rest sites. Ooh. East Pipe First Relic can definitely result in some absurd nonsense. Can't it? We could even go double elite if we're feeling particularly powerful. But I think we're going to path towards this one. Let's see where we can go. Start with the combat, hit an event. Or do we go... No, let's go this way. Hit this event and then maybe path towards the shop. Depending on how we feel. $15 damage, what? Ridiculous. Much ouch. Too much ouch, one might even say. Oh gee. Hologram or Streamline in the deck that is a Peace Pipe. Streamline is definitely a small deck staple. The more you draw it, the less it costs, and the more power you can get out of it. Hologram gets a card back into your deck, into your hand, which can be great with all sorts of low-cost stuff. You can even, like, use it right away with a Zap upgrade to make some serious damage output. Usually I'm an advocate of the big damage card before that first elite. This is probably no exception. Pick up the streamline. Yeah. Good fight, cultist. Essence of Steel for a little bit of plated armor, and wow, orb generation galore in Rainbow here. Fills up the orb slots, which is always something I'm looking out for a way to be able to do. It's kind of tangential to what we've done so far, but enables us to start scaling into focus. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Plus it's an early rare. Wow, a removable. Whoa. Oh, we're gonna be so ahead on removals. Oh, that's crazy pants. That is crazy pants. Let's take one more card reward before our next elite. We're not that well equipped, I think, for an elite right now. We didn't get an amazing potion. We didn't get amazing damage cards. So let's take one more combat, one more card reward. Try to get to where we need to be. Streamline strike. Streamline zap. There we go. Ball lightning. 7 damage, channel lightning. More orb synergy, more orb channeling, as well as a 1 energy attack is going to make the big difference against our first Act 1 elites, probably. Could even be enough damage to let us go double elites here if we felt particularly capable. Ooh, the event offers. Ooh, it's a hard pool fight. Scary. Very sketchy. I think we just go strike double defend here. Bop the louse, make them easy to kill next turn. Get our defense down. Don't take too much this turn. Could use the Essence of Steel to save 2 and perhaps more on future turns, but I'll hold on to it for like sentries or something. Not enough, huh? This is 24 damage, we got 28. Take 6. So close, but yet so far. It is possible to get Snecko Eye with a boss relic swap. Yes, it is, Artifact Addict. Rebound's another damage card, and one that works particularly well with Streamline. I do like that. Sure. Heal 9, put the next card you play on top of the draw pile. I think that is enough to let me fight 2 elites here. So we'll take 1 less fire and fight 1 more elite. Another relic, more money before the shop, more power, more rare cards. If you can beat elites, they are definitely better than visiting rest sites. So that's what we're doing here. Play the rainbow to get our Dark Orb out here. Hopefully be able to evoke that, but it depends on how Ball Lightning cooperates. So next turn I have Zap Dual Cast to do 18 plus, plus 6. 18 times 2, excuse me. Plus 6 from the Lightning Orbs. 42 plus 3 from the 1 Lightning Orb we have now, 45. Plus 6 from this strike is 51 damage accounted for. So we play the strike and we get to play 1 defend. We guaranteed kill next turn with the Dark Orb. Do we ever get to double defend? I don't think so. Just 1 defend. Take 3 from Gremlin Knob. That's a pretty good sign. Push that Dark Orb to the front. One of the many reasons that getting lots of orb generation is so good. Gives you more control over your orb positioning. Hey, ice cream. And a bias cog. That's why we pick up the rainbow and the ball lightning. Now we can just take the focus card and feel very, very good about it. Heck yeah. Gain 4 focus, start of your turn, lose 4 focus. Super, super strong card here. We'll even upgrade that right away. Make it 5 focus. All the orb generation we already have. If I play Rainbow, Lagavulin will wake up. Let's just let Lagavulin sleep and build up some energy with Ice Cream here. Leapy Egg. So now we just play every card in our hand, pretty much, right? That's that. Dual cast this Frost Orb to full block. Already out of energy. With these coming up, let's not play Strike. We have better things to spend our energy on. Oh, we just win. Alright, well, good fight. Like it, very good fight. That was clean as heck. We just clobbered those two elites, no problem. And picked up a Pantograph, healing us 25 at the start of boss combats. Flaw, you're a little late. Honestly, I'm much more interested in Cold Snap here, because it channels another orb. Could even take Hello World. Give me that Cold Snap. Whew. Cables are so good, causing our rightmost orb to trigger its passive one extra time, basically like having one additional orb. Please mirror. You know, the rules of the ladder say I'm allowed to duplicate Zap if I want to, but I won't. Things that I do like in this shop include card removal, the double energy with the Ice Cream. We'd have to upgrade the double energy to be plus, but it would still be pretty sweet. And the Bullseye to make enemies get the lock-on status, making orbs do more damage. That is pretty good too. That is pretty good too. You know, Kooky, mirror the dual cast, it could happen. Darkness also very good here. To channel a Dark Orb. Ever consider mirroring the bias to remove it later? I think it would definitely make us stronger here in Act 1 and 2. But it feels a little unnecessary. We'll definitely remove another strike. Purge those stinky starter cards. And I'm thinking about double energy. When would I be able to upgrade it? Literally immediately. Alright, done deal. Legal to do equals must do. There's no distinction. None. Oh. Okay, hologram's fine, right? Pull a card from the discard pile into our hand. Hologram's great. Welcome aboard, hologram. Ah. I've got hit points to spare with Pantograph. What do you got? Question card. Feature card rewards have one more card to choose from. Very, very good. Streamline. We go Cold Snap and Ball Lightning. Possibly don't play the Strike. Bank one energy with Ice Cream. Let's try that. Not sure if correct, but wanted to try. This is a great hand here, though. We can hologram back our Cold Snap to block. Can actually full block pretty easily. Actually, better to hologram the Ball Lightning, take one, and just win. So because of gold-plated cables, this Frost Orb goes off twice, blocking for 14. So we get 17 block, take 1. Then win. Might have even been able to perfect that, but I'm pretty happy with what we achieve. There's a second bias cog. Take a card I'm not allowed to take. Had 3 biased already. Probably have pellets in, like, Act 2 or something. Could take self-repair for some healing, but with the pantograph, it feels a little unnecessary. Don't have enough powers to make force field particularly good, so this feels like a slightly tragic skip. Hey Physma, yes, this is a challenge. So the rules of the Highlander ladder, that's the name of the challenge we're working on, are that I have to beat the heart on every ascension level back-to-back. So we go for heart kill every run. If we win, we move up an ascension level. If we lose, we go all the way back to ascension 1. And we are not allowed to end our run with any duplicate cards. So only one copy each of every non-starter card. We can have multiple strikes, multiple defense, but only one streamline, only one ball lightning, only one hologram, so on and so forth. That's the rules of the Highlander ladder. How many times in a row can we win? I'm actually going to start toking, by the way. How many times in a row can we win with no dupes in the deck? I think a little bit early? Probably hologram this and play it later. And just bank energy and get the orbs up for now. Probably 20, they say. But I think we have to tank this hit. Rebound streamline, though. Actually, if I zap, we'll split him and have a good Dark Orb in front. That's even better. Zip, zoopity zap. Dual cast outright just kills one of them. I think it's the frontmost when the enemies have equal hit points. Yeah. Now. This is Bias Cog putting in so much work here. Freest of all fights. GG. Wow. Great cards on offer here. Multicast with with ice cream. Lets us evoke an orb many times, which can be a serious win condition, especially with the Dark Orb from Rainbow. And it can get very silly if we find any way to generate a Plasma Orb, too. Chaos, Meteor Strike, or Fusion. Electrodynamics makes our lightning orbs into area of effect attacks, which is going to be great in Act 2. We currently have no AoE whatsoever. Defect usually struggles to find it. And it pairs extremely well with Bias Cog. So that's good. Reboot's okay, letting us shuffle our hand away and draw a bunch of cards. Or Creative AI for unlimited slow scaling. For an upfront huge energy cost. I think I like the Electro the most. This will let us destroy the elites of Act 2. This will let us... Yeah, this will let us destroy the elites of Act 2. That's mostly what it does, and that's all it needs to do. Good against Reptomancer, too. And I'm going to take Blessing the Forge over this Flex Pot, letting me upgrade everything in my hand, which is powerful. Hopefully. And we're getting energy. 3 different varieties, and I think it's an easy take here. Runic Dome prevents us from seeing enemy intents. We won't be able to see what attack each enemy is doing, but there's a lot of deduction we can do to figure out what they might be doing. Sozu prevents us from getting any more potions, but gives us an extra energy. I think potions are a really valuable resource that's hard to give up. Or the Dome, which prevents us from resting. Also pretty hard to give up, but with Pantograph healing us 25 at the start of boss combats, it ain't too bad. FPL Panic asks, events can still randomly give you Curse of the Bell, right? I believe you're talking about a glitch that only happens on the console versions of the game. I think that's on Switch, and it might be on Xbox as well. But if so, yes, unfortunately. Console versions do have that bug. Not on the PC version, though. So if you've got it on Steam, you won't encounter that. Give me that dripper. How's it going, Chronometrics? You're having a good one today. Easy Shop. Followed by... honestly, probably the Burning Elite. This deck can definitely fight the Burning Elite very capably with what we have. It hits 3 rest sites and 2 elites. We don't really have a better path than that. Yeah, nothing else is better than that. It's a second shop here, though, so I think we avoid this shop. Go up the side. I want 3 events or just 2? Not sure. Either way, we're starting here. I think this is the way we're going to go. You play on Switch? Well, there you go. That do, in fact, explain it. Sure, I'll Essence of Steel here. I'll do it. Give them a zappin', a bappin', and a wappin'. Really explaining what I'm doing, I'm just kind of doing it. Apologies for that. Upgraded attack cards are pretty spicy. Reinforced body with ice cream is pretty spicy. That's a powerful block card, which we don't really have that much ability to do. The block. And Powder with the Rainbow is also really good card draw. And it says plus on it. That's right, we don't yet have unfavorable events, so it might be a further incentive to go this way. Can't take the rebound, because we already have one. But upgraded compile is... yeah, I'm going to take the upgraded compile. As much as I love reinforced body, cards that say plus are, in fact, pretty good. Transform will turn this strike into something random. If we get a duplicate, that would be unfortunate, but instead we get a Blizzard, which is possibly even more unfortunate. Because I have to remove it and it's useless. Dang it. Well, whatever. No. Electro? You there? No? Well, at least I can knock birds out of the air with Blizzard, I guess. Get them. Success. Score a deck spot. Not too shabby. A Storm Plus. Whenever you play a power card, channel 1 Lightning. Actually not terrible here. I don't mind White Noise either. Especially an upgraded White Noise would be good. Or we can take nothing. At the end of the act, we have to be able to beat Collector. Bullseye definitely helps with that. Blizzard always a useless card? Not at all. I like it a lot with Chill. If you can get a lot of orbs out quickly in your fights, it can be a really good way to do some AoE. I think we're still toking stuff at fires. I'd like to toke both Streamline and Blizzard still. But once we have those two down, we might consider upgrading again. We'll take Bullseye, though, for the Collector fight, mainly. We get a bonus shop, offering us a Capacitor. And a Frozen Eye. Interestingly. Rose and I would let us see our cards in order in the draw pile. I think we just want to make sure we roll into this shop with enough money to afford a orange pellets if we see it there. Which means we need to have... the potions, by the way. Hello? Would you like a weak potion? Yeah, CryG wants to save for pellets, and that's where my head's at. The capacitor could be okay. Why is one cheaper? It's probably closer to its expiry date. He's trying to move it off the shelf. I'm gonna say no to all of that, unfortunately. Don't like it. I say the potion selection in that shop was weak. Well, this is gonna hurt. Didn't draw our biased. Get 6 block from Frost and 3 from here. They take 14 damage. Oof. Could evoke a Frost Orb, take a little bit less, but really doesn't matter. Always just rest? Can we, though? Can we really? Six damage, my god. We've done it. Okay, Liquid Memories is awesome, and so is a Glacier, giving us 7 block and 2 Frost Orbs. We might not remove that Blizzard after all. Turbo with Ice Cream also pretty good. But I think we'll just let the double energy serve that purpose for the moment. For the moment. Which means I'll take out Streamline then. Sounds pretty good, Phaley. That's the start you want to see. Oh dear. Okay, Rebound Cold Snap just straight up kills the Sneaky Gremlin. Do I want to actually rebound the Cold Snap is the question. This is a decent Forge Pot. It'd be nice if I could avoid getting weakened by Gremlin, by Chunky Gremlin here. I could Forge Pot to do Cold Snap, Hologram, Cold Snap, then Dual Cast. That'd be a full block as well. Yeah, let's use the 4 potion here. Let's do this. Kill you. Might have been a slightly better thing I could have done. Oh, jeez. Hello. Why are we doing this? But why me, Gremlin Leader? But why me? Block 25? 24. And then we win pretty decisively from here. Like that. Getting ourselves a boat thingy. 14 Blanc on turn 2 is awesome. More energy generating cards are a thing. I'm still not sure that we need them. In fact, I don't think that we do, especially ones that don't say plus on them. We'll skip, take our energy potion very happily into the upcoming elite fight, and oh my god. Looky what I found here. Some good relics. Lots of good things, in fact. The thing I like most is the Defragment, which we can upgrade to Defragment Plus. And the Runic Capacitor, which gives us 3 additional orb slots right at the start of every combat. Also Transmutation, we could buy a Fruit Juice. More Boat Thingy Anchor for 10 block on turn 1 is very good. But Runic Capacitor Defragment, that's super spicy. Way too spicy. Give me those. Means we don't have enough to buy anything else, but that's fine. It's fine. Hopefully slavers don't kill me. Smiley face. Ooh, that'll help. Bag of Marbles makes all enemies vulnerable on turn 1. We don't have that many ways to do damage with attacks on turn 1, but with the upcoming Burning Elise, feels like it might be important. Yikes. So, about those slavers killing me. About that. I think we're going to rebound this compile driver. Might use the energy pot. Let's see what we draw with compile. Definitely got to go for this guy first here. There's a scary set of slavers. Woo! Okay, yeah, we're definitely going to go ahead and drink. But I can do biased, electro. Do a full 40 if I zap here, so we only take 15. Nice. Or if I defragment, we do 9 times 4, 36. This is just going to be better. And then 35 again. So we just win. Oh, we could have been the entire boat if we bought the anchor. Here's the captain's wheel giving us block on turn 3. That's ridiculous. I'm a boat. And I'm okay. We already have this, we already have this, we already have all of it. Well, I mean, we removed Streamline. But whatever. Upgrade that defrag. Right away. For the focus gain, and take a relic for 85 gold. Don't mind if I do. Whoa! Gambling chip is super worth it, letting us discard any number of cards on turn 1 and draw that many. Ridiculously good relic all around. I do miss my anchor, though. Anchor would have been good. Anchor would have been really good. Perhaps too good? Oh. Actually just gonna keep the 1 energy rather than playing Blizzard for 6. Sad statement. But it's real. Barrage, not bad. Can't take this rainbow, because we're playing on the Highlander ladder, and we've already got one. We can upgrade the one that we have. Set bonuses. I think that'd be cool. Would make the relic RNG a little bit swingier. I think something like set bonuses in Spire would be a bit more interesting if you had more agency over what relics you get. But you don't have a lot of control. This barrage could be a decent amount of damage. We don't fill the orb slots quite quickly enough for me to want it. We'll pass and take an event, which is a 99 gold. So I don't want a Ritual Dagger. Ritual Dagger at the very end of Act 2 is just a little bit late. You know, you have to kill enemies to make this strong. So we will say no. Take our gold. Probably upgrade Electro for 1 more Lightning Orb. going into Collector here. Think of that as just a lot more AoE damage after playing Electro. Upgrade on Bullseye could be good too for one more turn to block on. Could upgrade Zap to make it free. Kind of interesting. Probably going to end up toking Zap. Upgrade Blizzard's not terrible either, hilariously. I'm going to upgrade Electro, though. Before I dive on into this Collector fight, I'm going to take another quick break here, refill my legs, stretch my water. When I return, more Slay the Spire action. Be right back, everybody. Alrighty, folks. We're back. Turn 1 biased. Is that what we want? I think that's what we want. Happening in chat. Hello? Hello? Perhaps we don't play bias the first time we draw it? Looking at this hand, something like Defrag, Glacier, Pass? So we don't have Electro in play yet? Let's do that. Got basically 2 free turns coming up with all the block headed our way. Here's double energy. We have 10 energy banked up here. Incoming damage is... matter, I'm just going to play every card. Incoming damage is, it doesn't matter, I'm going to play every card. Good talk. Actually, I need to calc because defend. Let me put the lock on there, put a ball lightning here. Nailed him. Then we block for an additional 16. 16 plus 14 is 30 flat. This is more than 30. Okay. Exactsies, they call it. Okay, so we're going to do 20 AoE. I can rebound the dual cast if I want to. Feel important, though. Actually, exhausting the Frost Orb so that the Dark Orb gets bigger is pretty good. Hey, Merle. Runs today have been ridiculous. Highly recommend, in particular, we just had a 8-card Ironclad run that did, like... it was first floor Pandora's Box into first relic Sundial, and that got really dumb. That got really, really dumb. Six. So we can dual cast the Dark Orb on the Collector. All we gotta do is Blizzard, Hologram, Blizzard. But we got there. Thank goodness Blizzard is here. I guess we could have just played Biased on turn 1, huh? We would have certainly had a kill here if we had done so. Not that it matters too much. Wow. Didn't even need the Biased. Crazy pants. GG. Here's an interesting choice. So Echo Form is, of course, insane, letting us double the first card we play each turn. We have a copy of each of these two. So by the rules of Highlander Ladder, we may not take another. Or Seek, letting us find the double energy and get our energy going. Let us find whatever power it is that we need. I could see Seek being every bit as good as Echo Form. In this particular deck. Interesting. Addy interesting. I would usually go for the Echo Form here. Let's try taking Seek and see how we feel about it. Ooh. Move 2. Also totally okay with Fusion Hammer, right? Gain energy at the start of our turn, but we can no longer upgrade cards. because we have Peace Pipe. So we can just take removals at shops and feel okay with it. We don't have any hugely important removals, or rather upgrades right now. The Seek would be good, the Bullseye would be good, but neither are required. Or just go aggressive removal with Empty Cage, which I think is pretty fantastic. Slimming down the deck means it's more likely we're going to see double energy quickly. And once we play double energy, we really don't care, right? So what if we took here Blizzard and one of the defends? Shrink this down a bit. Let's do that. Let's go Empty Cage over an Energy Relic. Not even going to talk about Sacred Bark. You're on notice, Sacred Bark. Now, let's cut 2 cards. I'm really impressed with Empty Cage the more and more I take it. Especially with supporting energy relics like the Ice Cream or an in-deck way to make energy. Or paired with lots of other removals. It can be well and truly and enormously impactful. And of course, as we remove more and more cards, the removals get better and better. Start out over here. Oh, yeah. Give me that good stuff. Yes! Yes! Sayonara. Fight. Doom and Gloom Plus. Now there's a card. 14 damage to all enemies with Bag of Marbles, too. Channel a Dark Orb. That is solid, and that's the kind of front load we're going to need for Spire elites, right? Spire Spear, and Spire Shield. We'll pick that up, because it says Plus on it. And I don't have the greatest potions, but I am super willing to fight these 2 nerds for a chance at a rare relic here. Jutting from the chaotic terrain around you, a bony sphere surrounds a mysterious glowing object with ink. To fight a very dangerous combat, but if you can pull that off, get pretty well rewarded here. I'm trying to find double energy. I did not. I think we just go Doom and Gloom Electro, tank the 22, and then should be a relatively easy win from there, yes? But this is very much a damage race of a fight.
Commander,
every turn they'll do more and more damage.
Most valued supporters. It says continued support of the XCOM project.
It's just rude, really. Glug glug glug, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the 17 months.
Excellent work, Commander.
And Duck with Muscles.
This council is pleased
Hello.
to see our continued support
you
of this project
for
has
3
been
months.
worthwhile.
Okay, I didn't end up needing a potion, just 22 hit points. And I'm okay with that. The reward is well worth it, though. The emotion chip says, if we lost health during our previous turn, activate all of our orbs at the start of the next turn. Double orbs is pretty good. And another chance at a reinforced body. This time I think I'm going to say yes to the big bad block card. Also a ridiculously good potion here, the Essence of Darkness. Channels 1 Dark Orb for every orb slot we have. A very good way, I think, for Defect, especially with lots of orb slots, to get past Spire Spear and Spire Shield, who are often a bit of a problem. And one fight, one enemy version of what we just fought here. Get destroyed, sir. Turbo a little bit more tempting. I think I'd like to just upgrade the Seek, though, and try to get double energy in play. Already have this, already have this. Don't want a Sweeping View. Alrighty. Hey, we got double energy on turn 1, finally. Very good. Since we have Compiled Over in hand, we'll go for Rainbow. Draw lots of cards here. Why even bother playing Electro? I think so. But we'll keep the Frostrum in front here. Or layout. Give him the bullseye. Blam. Meteor Strike. For 5 energy says deal 24 damage and channel 3 plasma orbs. And we have Ice Cream. That is tempting. That is, I think, good enough actually to add to the deck. Let's take it. Each of those plasma orbs. Aha! I knew we were going to lose that. Each of those plasma orbs generates 1 energy at the start of every turn, or 2 energy if evoked. Grab our recall there, and we could bottle Seek if we wanted to with this Bottle Lightning, which is interesting in a deck that has Gambling Chip, actually. We'd go for another removal. I think the more removals, the better, to be entirely honest. Chunk out these defends. Could take Abacus? 6 block when we shuffle the draw pile. Relatively whatever. Making sure we always start with double energy is pretty good. We have enough removal at the final shop to remove. Thing is that we're like with a 21 card deck and Gambling Chip, we're already seeing the Seek half the time on turn 1, right? So you can think of this as being 50% chance to start with Seek in our hand. And that isn't really that good for 242 gold, right? Especially when we can instead remove a card and make the Gambling Chip thing more likely anyway. Let's Static Discharge. Channel Lightning whenever you receive unblocked attack damage. Definitely a good way to beat Heart, right? Not actually that good against Heart currently. Maybe I need this card. With Emotion Chip, I think we'll actually be pretty good against Heart. Alright, alright. Defend out for now. Ah! Blocking! We'll be alright. Despite the intangible nature of this foe. Get 2 Dark Orbs going. In those Dark Orbs next turn, hopefully, question mark? Shame that Dual Cast went into the discard pile there. But looks like we got it covered. think I'll have a Risk of Rain 2 with Teak. It's not impossible, I would say. Not necessarily likely, but definitely not impossible. Do we want to recycle Plus? We do. Exhaust a card and gain energy equal to its cost. Good way to deal with... Good way to use Meteor Strike, actually. And definitely makes upgrading Seek better, which we'll do here. Yeah, I'll take it. Shuriken would have been strength every time we play 3 attacks. Instead, we have to take the Sapphire Key. I don't think the Shuriken would have been that good. So I can't say that I have any complaints. Scale in a different way here. Perfect. Feed me energy. Oh dear, what am I doing? Rebound the Meteor Strike. Yes. Brilliant. Do it again. Can I have nothing but energy? Is that even legal? It might not be. It'll be the world's best reinforced body. Promise. Yes. Good, my child. I've done something slightly wrong. Get Doom and Gloom a bit more forward. We want to evoke all of these plasmas. Something like this. Frostorb in front for a full block. Sure I did this correctly. Yeah, Rainbow needs an upgrade. Meteor Strike, I'm suspicious of, actually, after this fight. Admittedly, a little suspicious. Is there any way for me to kill you, Mr. Giant Head? I don't think so. At least not without using the Essence of Darkness, there isn't. So the most we can hope to block for is 9 times 3 plus 5 is, well, ouch. Beat on the Bone was last run? Oof. Or last elite, though. Okay. So we'll block for as much as we can, then. Triggers the motion chip, so the orbs go off again. So Whetstone, 2 random upgrade attacks. Sure. Maybe it'll hit Meteor Strike. Recursion is interesting. Evoking our next orb and channeling the orb that was just evoked gives us more control over the orbs, as well as more ability to proc the orbs. I like it. I like it a lot. Cool, the Bullseye upgrade for free? Good. Heal to full, losing 10 max health? I don't think so. If this was just an Act 3 run, it'd be good. But with the Pantograph healing us up to almost 60 health going into Donu Deka, I think we'll be okay. Upgrade that Seek right away. We already saw... Didn't see Mind Bloom yet, right? We saw double Orb Walkers, but not Mind Bloom, so let's keep taking events here. There it is. letting us fight a boss for a heal from Pantograph, as well as money, as well as a rare relic. Or we could upgrade all of our cards and lose the ability to heal forevermore, which we do not want to do. Give me that 25 hit point heal, please. And thank you. Whence is happening? Are any of the events more common than other events? Yes, I'm Rando. There's 2 rarity tiers of events in each act, which the game calls Shrine and non-Shrine events. Because stuff like the Upgrade Shrine and the Duplication Shrine are Shrine events that are rarer. And I think, I forget if it's half chance or a third chance to get a quote-unquote Shrine. But you have a lower chance of getting Shrine events. Stuff like the Tomb of Lord Redmask, Winding Halls, Mind Bloom, Double Orb Walkers. I think these are all regular events in Act 3. And then the unlikely events are things like the Lady in Blue, the Match and Keep, the Spin Wheel, stuff like that. Hopefully that helps a little bit. Actually, totally down to upgrade Cool-Headed for more card draw here, rather than removing a card. Similar to removing a card is drawing a card. Or we can get the Rainbow upgrade, which I think we might need for Hearts. Do that. Spin the Wheel is rare, yes. Yes, it is. Big time rare. Okay, nice. Wait, I can play Meteor Strike? Neat. But only if I don't Electro. Interesting. Or I could, like, Meteor Strike and Essence of Darkness. Lady in Blue is the potion girl, that's right. 3 random potions. I think the Necronomicon is a Shrine event, hey kids. If you want to know the exact details on what's what, the Slay the Spire spreadsheet has the full details on that. Much more than my brain does. I don't have each event in the game memorized. But the spreadsheet does. You get him, spreadsheet. I almost want to go Glacier Electro here and ignore the Meteor Strike. That's what I'm going to do. Bonus orb activations with the motion chip. Look at him go. Just keep the lightning orb in front to do more damage with the gold-plated cables here, so not playing Cold Snap on purpose. Also helps me bank energy after all. Use Recursion to keep this lightning orb. Let's rebound the Doom first. Oh, yeah, it's fine. This. Just try to kill them. Is in fact that easy. Let's see, 36, 7 times 5 would be 35. Okay, full block then. Okay, Rainbow will kill Donu here. Kill Deca too? Not quite. Well, Incense Burner didn't get set up, but that's alright. We beat them pretty handily. Two thump, a deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source of this evil? Not gonna lie, after that Doni Deca fight, I'm a little bit worried about the elites in heart. We kind of run out of steam partway through the battle. Bit concerning. Is this the cool edit upgrade? Yeah, I think it is. Or hologram upgrade. Or even reinforced body upgrade. Although the deck spot will help with that. We didn't play Meteor Strike. Possibly true. Oh, we should have taken the Static Discharge, because there's a Tori here. Whenever we would take 5 or less unblocked attack damage, knock it down to 1. Very good. We take Medical Kit to let us exhaust status cards. Also very good. Another Dex Pot and a Fairy in a Bottle, both very good. Lots of good options here. Definitely like being able to exhaust the statuses in the heart fight. Could buy the Tori and the Fairy, could buy the Tori and the other 2 potions. It's true, we can get rid of them with Recycle. These statuses. Which do I value this Tori? Without any way to weaken, we'd have to stop before the second multi-attack. Nice, though. Lets us really focus on the damage in the heart fight. I think we should take it. And we're buying either these 2 or this. It's gonna be Fairy here. Do Tori and Fairy. I'm gonna trust those to save my life. And yikes. Yikes to this fight. Sure would be nice to be intangible here on turn 1, huh? Let's see if we can find something a little bit better. Hey, there we go. So incoming damage is 33. We need to play this for 5. There we go. Defrag, Electro, Reinforce. Perfect. What a great turn 1 that turned out to be. Get him. Although might have actually wanted to bullseye to take 28 to get the emotion shift to go off. With Tori. That would have been a bit better. But I shall not complain. Too much. Okay, do want to take a slight amount, if possible. Currently blocking 29. We'd like to take 1. We'd have to block for a little bit more to make that happen. Hold Snap Defend gets us there, though. Yes, hit me for 1, please. Fools. Do you not know of my powers? Yeah. I actually kill the Spire Shield entirely. Nice. And better yet, if we can kill on this turn, we really would like to. I think I can make that happen. Recursion, Rainbow, Doom and Gloom? Something like that? Or Cold Snap, Cool-Headed. That should kill. Yeah. And then we have Intangibility for turn 2 of the Heart Fight and the Boot. Whenever we would deal 4 or less unblocked attack damage. Hit 5. And the final Bias Cog. We never saw Pellets. But we did see 4 copies of this card, this run. Oh well. I think we're pretty well equipped for this upcoming Heart Fight. 3 good potions. I don't think we need any of these cards. Really good relics. Full health with Pantograph, let's go. And Incense Burner lined up. Doesn't get much better than that. And a turn 1 Meteor Strike if we want to. Or we can just exhaust it to gain 5 energy and then double energy. That'll be even better, right? That'll be even better. A claw. Yeah, who needs to play Meteor Strike when you can just gain 20 energy from it immediately? Turbo, I think, no, not worth it there. We have enough ways to get energy, as this Meteor Strike is about to show us. I'm actually totally okay with this turn 1. As it is. And then we, at the end of the turn, would use Essence of Darkness, I think. Yeah, the sad truth is the Reinforce does use up all the energy. It's okay, we're only going to need it one time, I think. So do I Cool-Headed first? That lets me block Beat of Death too. Yeah, okay. Not using the Gambling Chip, kind of sketchy, but I like it. Seek is here, huh? Definitely want to get Defragment down. I think we should seek for Compile River. On this turn 1. No longer sure if I'm using the Darkness Potion at the end of the turn. I was originally planning to use it now. It's still very good. Hell, we could even seek for Bias Cog now. Since we're going to be intangible next turn anyway. Yeah, let's do that. What's optimal order then? We want to take a couple points of Beat of Death. I think we're playing the Rainbow. Yeah, okay. That means we do the following. Recycle the Meteor for 5 energy. Double energy going up to 16 energy. Get our powers, these two. Play both of them. Play Bullseye, and then drink the Essence of Darkness. Channeling 6 Dark Orbs. And then these each level up twice. Turns the big hits. That's gonna be a bit sketchy. We drew 3 statuses. Very rude, very rude. But each of these Dark Orbs already does 48 damage thanks to the Bullseye. Let's push out 3 of them right now. Then next turn, these Dark Orbs are going to be even stronger. Actually, let's... Where's the ball lightning to? Hit the damage cap on this turn, basically. Take another little bit of damage so that the emotion chip goes off again. This is an 80 damage Dark Orb. I'll just go ahead and dual cast it for a Begrillion damage. We didn't draw any of our block, but I guess it doesn't matter. I guess it doesn't matter. Because this fight is over. Thanks to that Essence of Darkness. An easy peasy recursion. End turn. GG. GG. Yeah, really, really brief thanks to just front-loading the hell out of our damage with the Bias Cog and the Essence of Darkness. I don't think I can understate how much, or overstate? Can't overstate just how important that Darkness Potion was here. GG. GG. Sometimes that's all it comes down to, is one good potion, and you can have total control over a fight. Plus we had the safety net of the fairy, who is now free. Be free, fairy. That Highlander bonus, be free. GG, everybody. GG. A lovely set of runs today. Another set of 4 for the Highlander ladder. Spire sleeps. So shall I. Emotion chip also, like, super OP. Oh yeah, big time. Big time, this had a huge impact on that. Like, we double activated all of the Dark Orbs 2 times in a row. Yeah, Thomas the Joker, you're thinking of this one. The 1001 damage heart fight. Good stuff. Good stuff. Gee, you know what never happened? Tori didn't do anything. I wasted 300 gold on this pile of garbage. Actually, no, wait. It saved 1 hit point in this fight. Excuse me. I'm sorry I said anything bad about you, Tori. You saved me 1 hit point. Good job, Tori. Very good job. Way up to 12 on the first attempt. Not too shabby, I gotta say. Not too shabby at all. I think that is where I'm going to switch away from Spire for the evening. I want to get another run or 2 in Hades done. Playing that 1.0 release. Still some stuff to unlock. So that's what I'm going to do for the last little bit of stream here. If you're headed out, thanks so much for watching. There will be some more Spire action tomorrow. Don't forget you can join our Discord to find out when the stream is live, as well as other warnings about upcoming things. Like, for example, did you know there won't be a stream on Wednesday this week? Apologies in advance. Got some real-life stuff to attend to, so we won't be live then. But I will be here today and tomorrow. And I'm playing some Hades. I can type. Wait, there's 2 categories called Hades? How do I know I'm under the correct one? Whatever. Let's do it. So Hades, if you have not seen it before, is an action roguelite by Supergiant Games, the developers behind Bastion, Transistor, and Spire. super, super polished experience, just coming out of early access the last couple of days, with the official ending being added. And I've been enjoying the heck out of the experience so far. Just gonna move a couple things around here. There we go. It's stream time. So last time we dived on into Hades here, we were able to get past our dad and meet our mother for, I think, the third time. But every time we reach the surface, we find that we can't stay there for too long. So in Hades, you play Prince Zagreus, son of Lord Hades of the Underworld. Ooh, a rail. Yeah, let's do a rail run.
Maybe this one.
We did one yesterday, but I want to do another one. There are 6 different weapons to choose from in Hades, and each of these weapons has 4 different aspects to choose from, each with different upgrades and different special abilities. Don't you mean enjoy the journey out of heck? That's right. I do mean that. That's true. So the weapon I'm going to be playing a run with here is the Adamant Rail, basically a machine gun. You know, traditional Greek weaponry. It's got a base attack, a rapid-fire bullet-style thing, a special, which fires a lobbed grenade, and then we, of course, have our dash to avoid enemies, and a cast, which fires a projectile that lodges in enemies. As we progress through the underworld, we'll find boons from the various Olympian gods that affect one of those 4 things: attack, special, cast, and dash. And the goal is to strategically pick our boons and build towards something that can really take advantage of what we've got. For our Pact of Punishment, is the difficulty setting for Hades. Totally customizable. Kind of like Ascension, Spire's Ascension, but with the added caveat that you have total control over the modifiers. You get to pick and choose, and you're simply asked to reach a certain total. The things below the trinkets here in the keepsakes are the legendary keepsakes, I think they're called, or your companions. You get these from gifting ambrosia to various characters in Hades, and they give you limited per run special abilities. Currently trying out the Boldy Summon, which drops down doing 1,000 damage and providing healing, darkness, and money, which is pretty nice. All right, let's dive right on into the first run here. Got our trinket set up. We've got our weapon chosen. Max possible 64 heats. Forgotten Kane holds the record with 57 heat. I'm just going to be doing a cool and cozy 20 heat, which is considered like... It's kind of like Ascension 15, Slay the Spire, I would say. In terms of comparative difficulty, maybe a bit easier. And we're offered a boon from Poseidon, the god of the sea. But first, it's fishing time.
Come on up.
Yeah, the keepsakes are really, really powerful. So I would recommend picking one character and focusing your nectar gifts on them until you're able to gift ambrosia.
Poseidon, greatest of my uncles, arguably. Please accept this gift.
60 heat is...
For all the times I'm offered gifts or sacrifices, little nephew, I still always very much appreciate it. I mean, look, I'm grinning ear to ear.
60 heat is like playing Slay the Spire with the starter deck only on Ascension 20. Alright, what do you got for me?
It's likely, little Hades, that you currently reside just underneath one of my boundless seas. Normally, you'd have to be submerged to use this power, but you know what? Close enough.
I'll take it. We can get Tempest Strike, making our bullets deal more damage and knock foes away. Knockback on the base attack of the Adamant Rail sounds hilarious, but probably not very good. I love an early Flood Shot. Gives our cast a nice big AoE and some knockback. Useful through most of the run. Or Tidal Dash, which can also be pretty good. This can do a lot of damage if you scale it up with, like, pomegranates. I'm going to take an early Flood Shot and be totally happy with that. So our cast is now this big blue watery burst.
Shoo.
Like so. Amazing with the Zeus duo. Oh, I could see that.
How'd that happen?
Food for thought. This game is gorgeous. One of the big selling points for playing it. I've got a lot of enemies. See you, Chaos Gate.
You're nothing. For the house.
So we can take 25 max health, or we can descend into this Gate of Chaos, which will give us a boon from Primordial Chaos, which comes with a short-term downside, a curse, to go with. I think we'll do that.
We have it.
Because Chaos Gates can be really powerful with the boons they provide, and we can even reroll if we don't like what we're offered here.
Is it not pleasure in determining an outcome, son of Hades?
There is. I was hoping we'd see something like Addled Soul.
Excellent
Oh man, or
work,
Halting
Commander.
Favor.
This council is pleased to see our continued
Really good rolls
support
here.
of this project has been
Scottish Sommelier, thank you so much
worthwhile.
for the 3 months and that tier 1 sub. So we can take temporary take damage when we cast to gain 59 max health, which is a huge amount of max health. Blade Ambush increases our backstab damage, which you can definitely build around and make work. I just generally don't prefer to myself. Or Halting Favor, reduce dash range, but afterwards our boons have higher rarity to them. Could be really powerful as well. We're playing with somewhat reduced boon rarity, so I really like this early Halting Favor. Let's take that. As much as I like the 59 max health, I'm going to take the boon rarity on this one. We lose a little bit of dash range, definitely makes life a little awkward for us, but we'll figure it out. We will happily figure it out.
Rearmed.
We can knock him back into the blast radius. Ooh, an Infernal Gate with reduced dash range. That won't be difficult at all. Nope, that won't be difficult at all.
How many have I got?
Reroll there. 50 max health if we're able to clear this without taking any damage. Let's try.
Punishment has its perks.
So we're putting in Erebus. Special little battle arena.
To Erebus.
If we take any damage at all, we get no rewards. So we have to be on our feet here. Keep moving is one of the easiest ways to deal with Erebus, especially in Tartarus. You know, the first area. They're not too bad. Just keep moving in a circle. Make your life a lot easier. A lot of enemies, though. There we go.
Mere luck is all.
Mere luck, he says. Ooh, and if we take a nectar here, since we have the contractor upgrade that causes pomegranates to Sorry, causes Nectar to randomly pomegranate one of your boons. That's a guaranteed +1 level on our Flood Shot, which will make it do a lot more damage, so we will happily take that. You do get a... yeah, you get an onion. It's a pretty delicious onion, too. If I do say so myself. So you'll note that enemies are spawning in with blue health bars and a, like a heart pip there on their health. Which means they absorb the first hit, no matter how much damage it does. They completely ignore the first attack that I do to them. That's one of the heat modifiers, the difficulty modifiers that we're playing with. And that allows me, alongside some of the other modifiers we're playing with, to have enemies that don't deal that much damage, compared to what you might see on 20 heat otherwise. So Floodshot gets +1 level, was 72 damage, now 108. So a significant upgrade, and we get a boon from Athena. Let's take a quick look. What's the duo between Athena and Poseidon? Unshakable Metal. You cannot be stunned and you resist damage from bosses. Interesting. Cannot be stunned. Cannot be hurt by your own AoE attacks. No. There is a special attack you can get for the adamant rail that does hurt yourself, but it explicitly says that it does that. By default, you cannot hurt yourself in any way.
Who dies first?
Yeah, look at that Floodshot putting in big work here.
That's the last of them. Goddess Athena, please accept this gift. Your wisdom ever guides me toward the light.
Just started with Hades, the Golio, yes.
Hi, how very generous of you to offer me this gift. I'm very grateful, though I ask that you not go out of your way on my account. Let's please stay focused here.
Sure. Our Chaos Boon just kicked in, so we have a 27% chance for plus 27% chance for rare or better boons here.
I have grown closer than expected with the goddess Nyx in all of this, cousin. It is quite evident to me how much she cares for you. I must admit I envy your relationship sometimes, for I've made do without a mother's presence in my life.
Offered a Divine Flourish. Our special is stronger and can deflect. Athena's Aid, which gives us invulnerability or sure footing to resist damage from traps plus 60%. Thrilled with any of this. I wouldn't mind Divine Attacks, and I would particularly like Divine Dash. We have 3 charges of Fated Persuasion, so we can reroll these, and I think I am going to do that.
What about these?
And there's Divine Dash. Our dash deals damage and can deflect. Just a really, really useful thingy to have, and I think it counts towards Legendary and Duo boons too. Next boon up from Dionysius, and I certainly wouldn't mind poison attacks from him. Let's proceed. Man in purple.
I see you, Sneak.
Oh, that's right. This guy teleports behind you like a jerk. Rude. What's Dio got?
Zag, turns out I am quite the judge of character, and you men have an awful lot of it. I mean, you've given out how much ambrosia now? To all your mates and more?
That is Drunken Strike, making our attack inflict Hangover. Hangover is a status effect, basically poison, that stacks up to 5 times, so it's good with rapid fire application, like with our base attack. And does damage over time. Just quick check the potential duos we can be getting here. So the Poseidon duo is Minimum boon rarity epic with exclusive access. One of my favorites. And calculated risk. 40% projectile slow reduction. Ooh, I love both of those. Never a fan of Hangover on Rail. That's fair. Take it, though. The Drunken Strike. So we have Poison Bullets. As we should. To get duo boons, you need to have at least one boon from each god. Specifically, they have special requirements. So the logbook in-game can tell you this. Opening up the boon list here, we can see that if we want, for example, exclusive access, it says you need to have one of each of the following. One of these Poseidon boons, one of these Dionysius boons. And we can even see that the requirements are lit up in the journal, letting us know that we've met them. So now, anytime we get a boon from either Dio or Poseidon, we have a chance to be offered the duo boon. And we have the Mirror of Darkness upgrade that makes them more likely to be offered as well. God's Legacy. Plus 10% total chance for a boon to be legendary or duo, so we're hoping to find a few of them. Happening here. They will stop spawning eventually. I swear they're finite. Oh god. Blam. It is possible to have multiple duo boons. Yep. You can get tons. Tons of duos. As long as you keep meeting the requirements and finding them, which is the hard part. You see the hangover damage really adds up quite quickly here. Ooh, that's a lot of enemies. Whoa! Hey, and we get a... Speaking of duo boons, we're offered a Trial of the Gods here. It's important to get a boon from two different gods relatively quickly, so you can be offered these kinds of rooms. They contain one boon from two different gods, which can get your build way ahead. The game auto-aim? Yes. Yes. So it's kind of a... not twin stick, but you automatically aim in the direction that you're pointing with the left control stick on your controller. Which is also the direction I'm moving in. So I move and aim are handled by the same control stick here, and that it does automatically lock onto with a controller plugged in onto nearby foes. So the aiming's greatly assisted. You cannot get a duo between the two gods from a trial. I actually did not know that, Forgotten Kane. Interesting. That makes sense though. I guess because they are angry with each other during the trial, yes? Okay, we'll let Athena... Whichever god we don't take the initial boon from will inflict a curse on the fight that's about to happen. Take the Athena curse.
Definitely was a good decision, man.
Epic rarity... Ooh, an early strong drink. Using a fountain restores all of your health instead of some of it, and gives you bonus damage for the rest of the run. So I think this would, by the end of the run, give us 16% bonus damage, because there's a guaranteed 4 fountains. Dio's 8 is also really good. What's the Dio Legendary? Take a quick look at that. Is it a Festive Fog thing? Blackout. Yeah, Festive Fog. I don't really want to do Festive Fog on this run. We have a Poseidon shot after all. Yeah, let's go... Let's go with Strong Drink. I've never taken this before, I don't think. I want to see what it can do for us.
You could have avoided this outcome any number of ways, yet still you risk incurring my wrath.
Damn right I do.
So that's the way it is then. Ready.
Laser beams. So Athena's buffing them with, like, shields that give them more resilience. Not too bad, though. Yeah, not too bad.
Conflict between the members of our family is inevitable, Zagreus. All we can do is learn and grow from it.
Whew. An early epic rarity Last Stand. Death Defiance replenishes more health. Don't mind a blinding Divine Flourish. It's the Athena legendary. Athena's legendary is Divine Protection. You need Brilliant Riposte. Oh, and that's such a good legendary. You have a barrier that negates an instance of damage. We already have the prereq for Brilliant Riposte. Maybe we reroll, try to get that? Not hugely a fan of any of these. Go with one reroll.
What else?
Looking for Brilliant Riposte. There it is. When you deflect attacks, it deals plus 80% damage. Take that. Now, whenever we get a boon from Athena, it has a chance to be her legendary boon, as well as the duos that we have unlocked. Stacks of hangover go to work here.
Let's fire it up.
Gold.
A couple coins.
There's a trove trial here for some gems, and a Daedalus hammer or a shop. That's a tough call. With 455 gold, a shop is pretty good, but a hammer is a really powerful modifier on the adamant rails specifically. Might as well take the trove here, get a few gems.
Remain exactly where you are.
We're kicking butt currently. I might even use Sisyphus here. I think I will.
Sisyphus.
Here we go.
Bonk.
Worthless.
There's also a chance for nectar to be contained within these. Let's take that hammer. Ricochet Fire. Your attack bounces to one additional foe. Explosive Fire makes your attack deal damage in an area and briefly slow down foes. Or Piercing Fire makes your attack pierce foes and deal bonus damage to armor. Apparently we've never had Ricochet Fire, so let's try it.
All tuned up.
Prophecy fulfilled.
Bite this.
Eesh.
I got a skill on.
Alright, and on to our first boss. The Fury Sisters.
Hello,
Figure
Fury Sisters.
Electo-Kiss, you ready?
How many hours do I have in this? About 100. Not too many.
You look a bit uncomfortable. Something you want to say to me?
I guess 100 is quite a few,
Anyone
actually.
else?
But about 100 hours. Yeah, in Hades. Hey, Lost Astronaut. Hello and welcome.
Well, it's just... There's something that I wanted to discuss with you at some point, Meg, but after more consideration, I'm thinking maybe now is not the time.
You not?
I understand entirely. Though you should know my sisters and I keep no secrets from each other anymore. Isn't that right, sisters?
Basically, goal for this fight, make sure we just keep the 5 stacks of our hangover on her. And that should take care of everything. Meg has some pretty big AoE attacks. And then once she gets below half, I think she starts doing her... this attack, actually. Periodic AoEs. Your chance to hit her with some slow-moving attacks, because she sits still during that, but not a lot of downtime in this fight.
That's what you get.
Fortunately, Fountain Seal is to full, so, like, whatever, right? I can just tank damage to the face like a bad player. Yeah, that works too.
This one's here. Go.
Turtleam.
The other two took off.
Ourselves 1 Titan Blood, a few gems, and a full heal. Yeah, we can swap out our trinket here
Which to choose?
for a different trinket. Start leveling up some of these. A rock solid bond. More damage to distant foes. Let's try distant memory here. I wonder if this counts with
All set.
with hangover damage. And let's force an infernal trove. Could be worth money or something.
Till next time, Tartarus.
Xbox release win. Wish I knew, Mozu Madness. Happy that the 1.0 release is here and on Switch. But I couldn't tell you when any other platforms were getting it. Okay, so we're now in Asphodel, the second major area. Lots of lava here. Don't stand on the lava, because it hurts. The floor is in fact lava. Here's that trove we paid for. Let's see, 30, 30, 30. I want to see if the damage bonus applies. Can't tell. Seems like it doesn't. Like I got dunked.
All coming then.
Remember, my bullets ricochet. Dunked, you idiots.
Nice.
Palm to level up a boon, or Hermes. God of going really fast. Guess we'll fight this. We're at full health, though.
Don't make me laugh.
No time to lose.
Really abusing the deflect on the Divine Dash there.
You lived through all of that.
I did.
There we go.
Thank you. Not a good trinket, but it is fun to use. It is fun to use. It is definitely fun to use. Take the boon from Hermes. I think that counts as another god for family favorite, right? Hades is very much a game about customizing your experience and the challenge you face. So if there's a mechanic you really enjoy interacting with in Hades, I don't think I would worry about how powerful or how weak it is. Just have fun with it. Should probably not take so much damage, eh?
Look at you, cuz, rushing to victory after successive victory. Caught wind of your accomplishments down there. Well then, let's keep the streak alive.
Ooh. Greatest reflex for 2 more dodges with Divine Dash is so good, and the newly nerfed Greater Evasion. 20% chance to dodge incoming damage is still very, very significant on the epic rarity. I think it's got to be Greatest Reflex for 2 more dashes with the Divine Dash, giving us huge iframe uptime. And you better believe with 577 gold I'm gonna go to that store. Let's go. You get hit with your own deflected shots? No, you're immune to anything that's been deflected, fortunately. Boon from Demeter and Artemis here, setting up our family favorites. Every different god we get boons from increases our global damage a bit, so happy to see 2 new gods being added to the list here.
Should help keep me going.
And an early rare crop. 3 random boons become common and then gain rarity every 3 encounters? Absolutely yes. If we can get that on Drunken Strike, it'd be very good. Greatest Reflex could get leveled up, that'd be sweet. Let's see what it gets hit here.
It's freezing.
Divine Dash, Brilliant Riposte, and Drunken Strike. Ooh, we did get Drunken Strike. Good. I didn't realize Brilliant Riposte was a valid target for this. So our deflect damage is going to go up more and more and more. And the Divine Dash getting leveled up is pretty whatever. Buying this doesn't give me a reroll, right? I don't think so. So doesn't. Okay, that's what I thought. Ah, the witches. This is not a bad fight if you have a ranged weapon. If you've got melee, this is kind of terrifying. Oh, we've got Divine Dash though. We can just wreck them with Brilliant Riposte. Don't even need to actually shoot at them. Get wrecked, nerds.
Takes care of them. At the risk of incurring your wrath, Lady Artemis, I hope you will accept this from me and see that my gratitude for all you have done for me is genuine.
What do you know? Another gift of nectar. That's
Quite thoughtful of you, Zagreus. Normally don't care much for the stuff, but every now and then, I mean, why not? You've become a right accomplished vermin hunter, Zagreus. Maybe you'll get to use those skills against worthier creatures soon enough.
We can take Deadly Flourish or Artemis Aid here if we want to work towards Duo Boons. Let's take a quick check on the Duo Boon list. 2 of the following. Exit Wounds, Pressure Points, Support Fire. Interesting. The legendary for Artemis is hard to get. So Mirage Shot is double cast. That'd be pretty good. We need Divine Strike or Divine Flourish to get Deadly Reversal, so we're not getting the Athena duo. Or Hangover-affected foes are more likely to take critical damage. Both of those we can get with Artemis's Aid. So I'm allowed to take Artemis's Aid here, and I think I will take Artemis's Aid. Giving us a God Gauge below our health bar that charges up slowly and lets us fire a super deadly homing arrow. Could take a Pomegranate here for +2 levels to 1 boon, but I think I'm going to take Eurydice, our event here, who we can use to get +1 level to 4 different boons. Or we could upgrade the rarity of some of our boons.
Welcome back.
And we can gift her some Ambrosia.
I ever tell you you're a real sweetheart, hun? Because if not, I'm telling you right now. Where would my culinary practice be if not for you?
I think your culinary practice would be every bit as extraordinary, though I'm pleased to have done small service to you in this great pursuit.
Well, we both know you've done a lot more for me than that. I wasn't expecting to make any new friends here anytime soon, so all the more reason it's been a real treat to get to know you. If I may say, you're a hell of a guy, Your Royal Majesty.
A Hades of a guy.
Sure don't see a lot of other nymphs around here, huh? We don't die too easy, most of us. Makes me feel all special.
I've never met another nymph, now that you mention it. Heard of a few. The goddess Artemis sounds like she spends more time with nymphs than the other Olympians.
That's what I heard. Though it's not like we all hang out. I mean, you've got the Dryads and the Naiads and the Nereids and the Oceanids. Pretty much every type of terrain up top, there's a kind of nymph who loves it. Maybe we need a name for underworld nymphs, too.
So we can either upgrade the rarity of 2 boons, upgrade the level of 4 boons, or upgrade the rarity of our next 3 boons. I think we're going to be finding a lot of duo and legendary boons moving forward, so those don't benefit from rarity. Take the Palm Porridge.
Hope you like it.
Get level ups on Artemis's Aid, so Divine Dash, Flood Shot, and Drunken Strike. And the ones that I really wanted were the Drunken Strike upgrade and the Flood Shot upgrade. In particular, that first Pomegranate level up on your Hangover abilities is often a massive, massive damage up. The poison, yeah, the poison and 6 will get you, for sure. Hello.
Skull Crushers.
Gotta watch the shadows for these big stompy boys. What is this nonsense?
All set.
Or max health. Shop for another Hermes boon. Or Olympian God boon, so I think I'm gonna go to the shop here. Is it Hydra time already? It is. It is Hydra time already.
Cheers, mate.
Premium Vintage, not too bad. Gives us a Nectar and 20 max health. Peer pressure causes our hangover to spread. We already have the requirements for the duos that we need, right? Yeah, we already have the splitting headache requirement and the exclusive access requirement. We could also reroll and try to get one of those two. Do that.
I'd like to see more options.
Oh. Well now. Wow. I guess I have to pick which one that I want. Exclusive access this early is pretty ridiculous, right? Epic rarity on all boons we find moving forward is pretty crazy pants. You could sell it for 400 gold too, nice. Yeah, we'll do that. Wow. Certainly I'm not worried about the Hydra fight. Want to buy this pomegranate? Probably not. Probably not. Hey, Lerny.
Stopped anybody from attempting to leave Asphodel of late, Lerny?
What was that? So for me, it's always the head slam of these Hydras that'll get you. They pound their head into the ground and do damage in an AoE. The main one to watch out for. That one.
I do not appreciate that.
All right, taking the shot.
Good job, Artemis. Quite a bit of damage here, but again, we do get a full heal because of our fountain boon.
Good, no more heads. This bounty's mine.
And a bunch of stuff just leveled up. About 8 hangover damage. 167% additional damage on deflect. Oh my god, brilliant riposte. That is good. Is good. Strong Drink is at 8% damage right now. Currently have the distant memory equipped for 20% more damage to distant foes. I'm gonna respond. Custom bond names. Unspoken bond with Charon. I love that. Keep the current trinket equipped. Just start leveling up stuff I haven't leveled up. Every trinket needs a bunch of encounters cleared to max it out. Wait, who's this? What? Who am I missing?
That's it for Asphodel. Check.
Interesting. Alright, the goal is to get more boons.
Time to pick a fight.
Time to pick a fish.
chance. I win this round, fish.
Get dunked on, fish. A Chaos Gate or a Daedalus Hammer. I love the hammers on the Adamant Rail, so I'm just gonna go straight for the Daedalus Hammer upgrade. So good.
Bright swords. Good. More coming.
It would be an epic rarity Chaos Boon. Solid counter argument there. Exclusive access.
Let's see how we can modify the rail.
Ooh, attack is faster and more accurate with more ammo. Attack is a 3-round burst. We never have to reload with Delta Chamber. Or foes targeted by our special move slower and take more damage. I like Flurry Fire. A secret technically. Interesting. Definitely goes faster. Definitely faster now. The extra souls, that's coming from benefits package, I believe. Ow, don't walk into traps.
Hey, Boldy.
Holding? Now.
What's regenerating?
Butterflies.
Vast riches.
Or darkness. I'll take a couple gems. No matter either way. Well, I'll keep gifting basically everything to everybody I see. Tempting. Shield guys are a bit annoying. Easiest way I find to get behind them, to hit them, is to dash through them rather than trying to go around or away. Or...
I have them in my sights.
Boon from Demeter, not quite what I had in mind. I can take the shop too. A fateful twist.
That one.
Aerospangle. More damage against undamaged foes? Sure. Calling Sisyphus for help, that's using our summon, so that's on the right trigger. You'll get it if you have a legendary keepsake equipped. You have to gift ambrosia to a character before you can get this, but a really big way to power up your run. Let's see, we took a rare crop. That's our only Demeter boon so far.
The mother of all soul catchers. Set.
Excellent work, Commander. This council is pleased to see our continued support of this project has been worthwhile.
Brad Osprey, thank you so much for the 2 months and that tier 1 sub. Too good to pass up on the September deal, hell yeah. Thank you so much for making it official and keeping the sub going. Die.
Need to deal with that blasted butterfly ball.
Already did. Nice try, though.
Won't catch this soul, thanks.
That chill sensation I detect must indicate that you are near the surface, Zagreus. If you can overcome the final challenges ahead, you soon shall see the long winter yourself.
Sure.
A boon for a boon.
Ravenous Will is pretty good, just kind of like whatever thing from Demeter here. When we have no cast, take 10% less damage and deal 30% more. Or we could take Frost Flourish, fill up that final special slot, make our grenades actually hit hard and inflict chill. And that would open up some more duo opportunities, right? We took the Frost Flourish, what would we get access to? Blizzard Shot, ooh. And Stubborn Roots. When we have no Death Defiance, our health slowly recovers. Sure, we'll take Frost Flourish.
That's cold.
Get Ice Nades. Haven't seen very many boons in Elysium here. Kind of, unfortunate. We're already approaching our, boss, aren't we? Looks like we must be. Flame Wheels will be no match for us. No. Traps hit enemies just fine, and so if we sit in the right spot, we can take a little bit of advantage there.
Oh, hi. Remember me?
Max Health or Patroclus, also not a boon. And yeah, the chamber, the Codex, something, for these buttons. This one, here we go. Chamber 31. I think it's Chamber 35-ish for the boss. Don't need Patroclus.
I'm empty, Boldy. Happy to help.
Use those up though.
5-second rule. That was 5 seconds, right?
Thousand damage. Nice reflecting. Oh, that brilliant riposte is real. Hey, boons. Demeter and Poseidon, or just Demeter? What should we take? It's pretty funny. Which one? What to do? Still got no rerolls, so we'll just end up with whatever. But with exclusive access, I have a hard time imagining any boons we get are going to be at all bad.
One god or the other.
I really hate the curse Poseidon throws at you.
No choice at all, correct?
Correct. Bastard God gains when hit. During the first 10 seconds of encounters, we do 75% more attack and special, or our knockback boons also rupture foes, causing them to take huge damage when they move, which is pretty good. Hilarious Maniac. Solid point. But also no. Take Razor Shoals. For that nasty, nasty bleed.
My blessings seldom given, and ought not be so readily refused, young Zagreus.
Particularly that'll be good in the Champions of Elysium fight.
Apologies. Looks like I angered her.
Whoa!
Go, Sisyphus.
Get them again, Baldy.
He's trying to respawn.
Why not sit in the giant whirlwind of death? Me. Dang it, me, what did I just say?
So you survived a little winter's chill, didn't you there? Be careful, though. Next season could be worse.
Apparently. Don't mind Snowburst. Whenever we cast, damage foes around us and inflict chill, or again that Ravenous Will, which I think we will take. For 30% more damage dealt and 10% less taken when we have nothing. Happily keep taking boons. Another boon from Artemis sounds awesome. That could be all sorts of combo nonsense. I haven't seen any Athena boons since second chapter.
That one fully rearmed.
I have them in my sights.
Didn't get Athena from the trinket, no.
In the name of Hades.
4% global crit chance. Or Hunter's Mark after we deal crit damage to a foe. Let's see. We don't have any actual base crit chance other than the Artemis's 8. We'll take pressure points here. And we'll head to a store. I think one of the unexplained gods Jotunborn is coming from a shop boon. Here's Athena. In the shop. I think shops are like outside that limit.
I can use this.
Hey, there's Divine Protection. Our first legendary boon in quite a while. You have a barrier that negates 1 instance of damage with a 20-second recharge time. We are super gonna take that. We have this cool-looking barrier around us at all times. Level up our Frost Flourish and call it a day. Onwards to the Heroes of Elysium fight.
last. Come, Mysterious, let's vanquish this blackguard.
So main idea, just keep the Razor Shoals up when we can, as well as the poison here. Usually want to focus on Asterius first. He's just an easier target, and Theseus kind of just does his own thing. He doesn't really care what you're doing. Oh! Did you see those reflected crits for 756 off of Theseus's bullets there? That's crazy, fans.
Hold, you unwelcome pustule. I shall run you through.
I can't.
You dare?
Interesting.
I shall get you for this. Lady Aphrodite, guide my hand. I shall not lose to you again.
Not recommended to put them both on low health at the same time like this, but if you want to, go for it. It's fun. GG. Good fight.
I'll just help myself. I dedicate this victory to you, Good Shade.
Good Shade. Heck yeah. Onward. And 83 more gold from the Golden Touch. 4% more damage from our Strong Drink. Let's keep the Distant Memory equipped. Like, there's better trinkets we could use, but I want to keep leveling this up. Another random item.
What do I get?
Another Air Spangle. Thanks.
That was Elysium.
That was Elysium.
Check.
Onwards to Styx. Lots of boons to be found in Styx. The exclusive access is going to put in some big work here. And yeah, we level up our boons to max, so we're at 9 hangover damage, 22 divine dash damage, and 209% additional damage on reflect, which is absolutely insane.
Shiny.
Brokenly good. Only 1 boon in the shop and 3 palms, really? How about over here?
All these tunnels.
Okay, 3 boons at least. So 4 more boons. Might not get the duos we were looking for. I think I will take the hammer swap, though. We don't often take this. We give up 1 random of our hammer boons and get 2 random ones in return.
Hit me, Daedalus.
We lose the Flurry Fire and we gain triple Rocket Bomb. Oh my. We can use our special 3 times in rapid succession, and it's an 80 damage rocket. Dang. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Let's take that Poseidon boon, too, while we're here. What do you got?
Just what I need.
My foster sister, Goddess Demeter,
yes.
Despite her stern approach, she often likes to make good sport of me, nephew. Why, here she is right now.
That's a duo boon being offered.
If you're quite finished blathering, Poseidon, our young Zagreus has more important things to do. He needs your blessings, not your point of view. Don't you, young sprout?
The goods.
Lizard Shots. Our cast moves slowly, piercing foes and firing shards around it. Gotta love it. So our cast now looks like this. It doesn't actually kind of look that impressive, but trust me, this does an enormous amount of damage. I can tell you from experience.
Maybe this way.
This way. Oh, that's right, we have the rocket bombs. So everything is now explosions, by the way. Just the whole thing. Ow. Ow. Kerblam. Now this is damage. Guess I haven't bought this ever. Let's just buy this.
Sold.
The prophecy fulfilled. Guess I gotta buy the flame reel quest for the same reason.
This blasted place again.
And then everything was dead.
There he is.
Easy peasy.
In the name of Hades.
30% faster special or 30% faster attack? Let's take the 30% faster rocket bombs, because I gotta see what that does. Oh, not that much faster. But, pretty wild.
Heading back.
Pretty wild. Yeesh.
Mine. That's one more fish for me.
Faster should mean fire speed, rather than travel speed.
Maybe it's in here.
Both depending. Interesting. If you deflect the satyr attacks, by the way, they'll actually poison themselves. I think it's pretty wild. Look how much damage that cast does. I missed. Look at that. Big damage.
A whole entire sack of something.
Hey, and there's Stubborn Roots. Ooh, but Killing Freeze is here. Epic Rarity Killing Freeze. While all foes are affected by chill, they're 20% slower in decay. Stubborn Roots, when we have no Death Defiance, recovers our life slowly. I don't actually think we want that, because we have all of our Death Defiances, and I really doubt we're going to use any of them. Let's take Killing Freeze at Epic Rarity here. Snowburst, pretty whatever. Killing Freeze, way too good.
Right up. Refreshing.
And our final plus 4% from Strong Drink.
Back through here. Oh,
they're so strong. Got no clue how strong we are.
I'm rich.
And they're dead. I think it improves our reload time, the Hermes Boon we got. Good times. Kerblam.
Olympus, I accept this message.
Okay. We found all the boons that we were looking for. Again, at the same time. Mirage Shot is ridiculous, right? Double duo cast with the Icy Sphere or whatever it's called. That's so good. Although Second Wave is pretty sweet too. Boons with knockaway effects shove foes multiple times. Can have some cool interactions with Zeus, but let's definitely take Mirage Shot here. So we now fire 2 of these, which looks super cool. Nice. And let's try to get Palms to level up our casts, to make those casts all the more devastating.
Boons for coin.
Hey, and we can sell exclusive access now that we're done finding boons for 425 gold.
There goes that one.
See you later. Not actually sure we'll be able to use that money, but it's nice to have.
Just take that.
Lost a little bit of health there, but whatever. Might be able to buy a diamond, maybe?
Back.
Can, yeah.
Get out. Get out. Spend it all in one place, mate.
Cash in pocket.
I'm out.
First there's an enemy, then there's not. Another purging pool. Could sell our Blizzard Shot, or Heroic Divine Dash, or a Heroic Brilliant Riposte. Those I like. Those I like a lot.
Remember me?
Alright, we step on that trap. So bad at it.
God's grace. grant me strength.
Hey, Floodshot level up? Heck yeah. Keep leveling up the cast as a top priority, although the special wasn't a bad level up either. I guess we'll just take one of the 2-rank palms here, the 300 gold ones, before we head on into the final battle against a dad. Business. 2 more levels on Floodshot. Keep making that that blizzard shot all the stronger here.
Prince Zagreus once more offers to Cerberus one of his favored sacks.
Orc.
Thank you, boy.
Leader sack. Accepted. Still have 1 charge on Sisyphus here. Saved it for the final fight. For a properly timed bonk.
Out of my damn way.
There you are. Then let us now commence this ugly business yet again.
Oh my god, look at the damage that blizzard shot just did. 1 singular shot, please.
What is it going to take for you to get some sense into your head?
It'll take you getting out of my blasted way.
You cannot talk to me that way.
I can talk to you however I want.
You cannot treat me this way.
I'll treat you as you deserve.
Artemis!
Nowhere to hide from me.
How vile that you drag Olympus into this. Darkness. Yeah, boy.
Let's finish this then.
Come on and die. Fire!
Baldy, now you two get along.
Another of your blasted boulders, boy.
I'm empty. Artemis!
Oh, impervious. Ah, we'll get him. There he is.
Blast. That you of all my kin would be the one to do this to me.
GG. Holy crap, that was strong.
See you at home.
Splat.
In the name
Victory!
of
Middle management cutter. Was that a perfect Hades fight? I think it was. Not actually certain. But, dang. The big GG there. Some really, really cool, really cool boons we were able to pick up on this one. The Divine Protection, the numerous duo boons, Blizzard Shot, Mirage Shot, so good. So good. Really been liking playing with the higher chance for legendary duo boons and keeping them actually in mind as I play. It's been cool. I've definitely never seen so many duos and legendaries, that's for sure. Grease. Fish here.
So much water. Uncle Poseidon's realm.
It's the sun coming up? Oh, we actually see it, huh?
Mother isn't far.
Had a mum. Can see the sun.
I'm here.
Maybe next time. Oh, there is a fish. Gotta stand in the light. Thought there might be something. Get it next time.
one big sturgeon.
Easy Titan blood.
You're back.
Mother?
Ah, gotcha, Maniac. That makes sense. Hey, Mom.
Son, I have to ask you, how much do you know about your relatives upon Olympus?
They're usually upset with each other, and Uncle Zeus is very sexually deviant, but I can't say I know much about the rest of them.
I think I know quite a bit by now. I've been in steady contact with Athena, Zeus, and other members of the family ever since I first left Father's house. They've been assisting me in getting here.
No. Zagreus, what have you done? You've led them here?
Uh-oh.
No, they think I'm trying to escape from Father so that I can join them on their mountaintop. At least I think that's what they think. Most of them, anyway.
But what do they think that you think that they think?
But then, does Hades know of this? That Olympus is involved?
He does. Both he and Nyx. In fact, it's Nyx who put me and Olympus into contact. I could never have broken free of the underworld if not for their help.
So Nyx and Hades are against each other then? And Olympus is helping you? But they don't know I'm here as far as you're aware.
That's right, more or less. Nyx and Father seem to put up with each other. Don't seem to have much of a choice. Though ever since I learned of you, Nyx has been helping me to find you, while Father's tried to stop me.
That fool. What was he thinking? What is he thinking? Do you suppose he thinks that he's protecting me from them? Oh no.
I think maybe he does think so indeed. Because now having met my relatives upon Olympus, I can definitely see that they can be a bit vindictive about things.
Yeah, that's an understatement.
Vindictiveness runs in the family, my son. Then if Olympus is involved, that would explain a lot. I'm here, not there with them, as you can see. But, oh, it seems we'll have to speak some more when next you return.
When I return...
I'll be back.
Not bad at all, really.
Back in the House of Hades. Natural causes is the worst way to go.
Darn natural causes got you once again there, didn't they? Well, you show them next time. Would you do that for me, huh?
And do, Hypnos.
Sure.
And do.
I was looking all over for you.
Well, I wasn't here. I was up there.
I told you, boy. I told you. There's no escape from here. Learn that the hard way, then.
You could have told me more important things. Mother left because she never even knew I was alive, thanks to you. She's got a lot of questions herself, as you can probably imagine. I'm headed back to her. You going to cooperate?
Nonsense. Listen to me. If you have any sense remaining in that head of yours, I caution you not to discuss this here and now.
Let me go. Let me find her. She demands it.
No. I'll hear no demands from you.
Obvious must be an asphodel. Nyx, my mother was quite concerned to learn Olympus has been aiding me. Haven't you put her in danger by involving them? Was there no other way?
How many different dialogue/endings are there after fighting Hades? No idea, but probably lots. Just the 1.0 update alone added thousands of unique voiced lines, and even with 100 hours of gameplay in Hades, there's new lines popping up constantly. You'll almost never run out of stuff to listen to.
No, there was not. She has been in danger all along. I concealed her, yes, even from me. But it is not enough. I do not think that you could have found her without the Olympians. And if I did not reveal your existence to them, if they discovered who you are, it would be worse.
Ugh, what a mess. How are we going to fix this?
The Olympians maintain belief that you are trying to reach them. I trust we can sustain this understanding for a long, long time. Perhaps not forever, but long enough to discover a solution. Perhaps with your birth mother's help.
I'll be careful.
That's
delivery for the head chef.
the deal today. Diamond for 100 gems sold.
The diamond, please. You saw Deuce's back, right, Meg? She's getting another chance. Nick's reconsidered.
I saw. Nyx doesn't often change her mind when it comes to this house. But I won't second guess what happened or why.
You don't sound all that pleased.
Appreciate the restraint, Demi. Details on true ending or what exactly Extreme Measures for changes in the Hades fight are things I'd like to find out firsthand.
This never should have happened, Zagreus.
Hey, Prince, I saw that Orpheus. He got some time away. Did you do that? He's visiting his muse, that's what he said. That's so exciting. I mean, they've been separated the whole time they've been dead.
They have a lot of catching up to do for sure. Though I think they're going to be alright.
This is a continuation. I thought about starting over, but there's so many, like, it goes so deep in Hades. I figured I might as well keep going.
Yeah, you did it!
Yay!
Here's the catch of the day. Totally worth it.
That fishing, it's good stuff, man.
You like this stuff, don't you, boy? Well, good, because I like sneaking it over to you.
The delectable taste of nectar is enough to briefly sate even the ferocious appetite of the Hound of Hell.
Hey, good to see you back here, boy. I'm glad you're back on guard duty. Even if it means having to find a way past you. You know you're just doing your job.
The fear-inducing hellhound eyes the underworld prince uneasily. His 6 ferocious eyes, each glistening within the dim light of the house.
See you, boy.
You're getting somewhere with that codex, lad. I'm pleased to see it. My duties to the house have meant that lately, I can't travel quite as much as once I did.
I'll try to travel for the both of us, Achilles. I've seen so little other than these walls.
Codex, nothing special there. House Contractor, what's new? Now afford the Eldest Sigil Restoration. Guess I'll do that.
House Contractor, with this gift of darkness, I decree the Eldest Sigil shall be restored.
You waste your time. The sigil shall never work for you.
So that should restore the connection between Nyx and Chaos. Here. Or do I have to talk to Chaos now?
The Eldest Sigil should be fully powered up for Nyx.
Ooh. Gross.
Orpheus is with Eurydice, I guess.
Saying there's something new to do. We'll put in a work order for, well...
How about we make an adjustment right over
actually
here? Actually,
activate the theme.
Can you believe this, Cerberus? You need not listen to him, Contractor.
Get up. How many weapons have I maxed? Struggling with blood and you're at 2 or 3 heat. I have maxed a handful. With only a little bit of blood, you can max out some of the Zagreus aspects. Like, I think it's only 5 blood.
Should take
to, yeah, it's only upgrade 1 for Aspect of Zagreus.
My Aspect of Varatha grows
on each weapon. So if you wanna upgrade something to max and feel like you're playing with top tier stuff, just maxing out the Aspect of Zagreus on a weapon or 2 is good. But I've got quite a few maxed at this point. You can see we've got maxed out Zagreus and Arthur on the sword, 2 maxed out shield aspects, 2 maxed out spear aspects.
How about you give me your best shot?
Not quite on the bow. But for the most part, the Zagreus aspects are pretty alright. With, I guess, sword being a notable exception. 15% move speed's not bad at all. I don't think this is bad. The Poseidon and Nemesis aspects might well be better. But I'm going to do a run here with the Aspect of Zeus Shield, a favorite of mine. The special throws the shield out and then it pulses for periodic damage. which is just hilarious.
And I'm dead. The pain is indescribable.
Got him.
I live again, boyo.
The Poseidon aspect is awesome, they say. Cool. I gotta try that out at some point. Well, let's be Captain Hades, yeah. Same setup here? Sure.
Do your worst, Father. We'll die
Oh, and we start with a, oh, we can give Ambrosia to Dio. Hello.
What does one offer to the god of wine? The very best is what? And down here, this is it, mate. I'm grateful I've got some of your spirit in me. To have such a connection with you despite all the distance between us.
Zag, I cannot believe what you're offering to me. Ambrosia, man, for me? And talk about a bottle that has seen some wild days and nights. I mean, if it got all the way to you down there, only to come back up. Know what? I'm saving it till we can share it here. The key to any halfway decent feast is lots and lots of preparation, man. Or maybe just happen to improvise, you know?
I know. Okay, we got Drunken Flourish. Hangover on the special is pretty tempting here. Let's do it. Let's see if we can force a crazy hangover build with this poison shield now.
Not yet. You're in my way.
And a second boon from Dio, or 200 gold. I'm just going to take more boons, quite frankly.
Denizens of the deep, arise. Think I got one. Wow, a skill scion.
Yeah, let's just take another boon.
Out of my way. Over there. Olympus, I accept this message.
Reroll these.
Any other boons for me?
Okay, we can get Trippy Shot or Peer Pressure. Trippy Shot opens up some duos that we might not actually want. Yeah, we'll take Trippy Shot. Go for a crazy build here. A lot of the interesting duos require that for Dio. Devastated. I love you too, Spinny Doom Shield. Ooh, Chaos Gate early on. Or max life. I'll take the Chaos Gate.
Going in.
Worked out last time. Surely it'll do so again.
There's the solitary son of Hades.
Ooh, +1 cast. From Maimed Grasp. Just have to avoid attacking for 3 encounters, and we'll get 1 more Bloodstone, which is huge with the Trippy Shot already. Or bonus special or attack damage. Not a lot of it. Give me that Maimed Grasp, please. And let's take the max health over a visit to Sisyphus here. So no attacking. during this encounter if I want to avoid taking too much damage. I've got healing available to me. In the event that I should need it. Zeus! Ow. What is the duo between Zeus and... Oh, it's the Festive Fog Lightning thing. Ooh, I'm down for that. Shield follows you around if you recall it. Yes, so I can force it to,
Blasted Doomstone, then.
I can force it to if I want to.
Lord Zeus.
Lord Zeus!
Please, Lord Uncle Zeus, accept this gift of nectar in your honor, though it is such a pittance in comparison to all the generosity you've shown.
I'm very pleased to see a show of such respect and admiration for your uncle, Zagreus. You'll go quite far here on Olympus with an attitude like that. Not everyone's as mannered, nor as wise.
Give me your call. What I would like from Zeus here.
The Lady Demeter still prattles on about her missing girl, Zagreus. But I want you to understand something, all right? She's gone. We all have grieved.
This is my mother he's talking about.
Demeter shall finally accept what has occurred, and we can move forward, having grown stronger as a family.
Lightning Strike, Thunder Dash, Lightning Reflexes. I guess we'll just take the Lightning Strike for the Boon Rex. Not going to spend my last reroll there. I will take a Pomegranate in the form of Nectar, though, leveling up one of our boons, or take another reroll. Actually quite significant to get the reroll here. Chance for the Duo Boon? I have no idea. No chance because we have none of the prereqs yet. But now that we have them, we have a chance to see it whenever we take a boon from either of them. Yeah, so you can get the shield to follow you around if you recall it here. You can drag it through enemies like this. Kind of effective.
No, Sisyphus! Gangway! Thank the gods. That's better. Who doesn't love this stuff?
Hey, and we level up our trippy shot. That's lucky.
I'll take what's mine.
Stop him, Riches, now! Worthless wretches.
Well, that's better.
The boons.
Charon's offerings ahead, I guess.
Ooh, Daedalus Hammer or Poseidon Boon. Tough choice here. It's gonna be the hammer. Although I don't particularly like the hammer. With the Zeus shield.
I'll take it.
Our special deals damage to foes around us when we cast it. Our dash strike deals more damage in a larger area. And Minotaur Rush. Here's the explosive return. Let's take it.
That should do it.
So that's a... Oh, I see why that's ridiculous, right? You too, Charon, you too. Have to see how much damage that does. You can have 2 hammers, and you can get a third in sticks. Wait, does that do poison? Oh! The explosion benefits from my special boon. I had no idea. Oh, that's crazy good. Jeez. That is ridiculous. We get Artemis again crits. Yes. Huge too.
Some of Charon's ways.
Hell yeah, give me a Chaos Gate. Chaos Gates are good.
Grant me strength.
Upgrade the trippy shot more, or that first upgrade on your hangover is huge. 25% more, actually 33% more, excuse me, poison damage is enormous here. Happily gonna take a Chaos Gate rather than another pomegranate.
Let me have it. Master Chaos, I've returned. In the name of Hades.
Ooh. Turn off our money for 3 encounters to gain a much higher chance of rarer boons. Otherwise, more gems and darkness or more dash strike damage. Now we'll take Pauper's favor. We just want to avoid anything money related. Don't have enough cash for a shop to be good, so we'll take a boon from Hermes. Yes, yes. The boon chamber counter there up in the top top right. Pretty useful.
Heard that you finally got out of there, cuz. Big congratulations to you for that. Congrats. The secret's safe with me, of course. The others here, they think you're still at it. Though, I guess you are.
2 more dashes, always good. Don't mind 30% more move speed either, but I love Greatest Reflex. For more dashes. Ultimate defensive boon. Dodging. Alright, who's gonna get obliterated?
Hope I didn't keep you waiting, ladies.
Electo.
Oh, it's the god of trash come once again to filthy up this place. You're getting real predictable, you know.
Considering I beat you last we met, I'd be much more concerned with your predictability than mine.
Don't want to hear it from you, trash. Just want to see you bleed. Now you come here. Kill.
Yeah, I get hit by that. Ha ha ha!
She's powering up.
Now you've done it.
Oh. Blam. You guys deal with forced overtime too? Personally, I try not to deal with it at all. It's tough. It's definitely tough. Extreme Measures 2. Don't play with Extreme Measures 3. I respect that.
See you come in.
Next stop, Asphodel. Well, I did. Maybe I should switch.
Switch to the Spike Collar for some more max health. For now, makes this fountain heal a bit bigger. Mediocrity. Mediocrity.
Up we go. Clear.
By the way, forgotten Kane here in chat, by the way, Lance said, has cleared Heat 57. I believe is the highest recorded heat clear. So if you're looking for an expert on high heat runs, you're talking to them.
Alright, let's catch some fish.
Meanwhile, I've done all of 132 heat run. Mostly do 20 heat. Really enjoy it.
Now, got a crustacean.
I could see myself going back up to 32 when I unlock Extreme Measures 4. But until that happens... Hey, Confusatron! Glad that you found your way back to the stream.
Feast for Aegis.
Zeus or a Palm? I'll take the Zeus. We already have the prereqs for the duo here. Which would make our Festive Fog, like, sick nasty good. Dodging my shots. There we go.
Zeus.
There it is! Scintillating Feast. Our Festive Fog effects also deal lightning damage periodically. We have 2 Festive Fog casts, and that Festive Fog is level 2 already. So these are going to be potent. Potent. And now we can sell our attack boon if we want to, that's true. Interesting, or swap it out. I'm gonna take a shop here, because I don't really care for a darkness room. Potent potable, if you will. But what if I won't? Sure. Sure, we'll bring Aphrodite into the mix here. I guess I'll take Passion Dash. Our dash deals damage where we end up, inflicting weaken. Not really thrilled with that, but I'm kind of fine.
Hello, Mega Gorgon. Hello there, Dionysus. Olympus, I accept this.
Savage. That's an early enough strong drink, I wouldn't mind it. Or high tolerance, 19% less damage taken while in Festive Fog. Can be pretty good. Or positive outlook for less damage taken at 40% or below health. Let's take another strong drink. This will be 15% damage by the end of the run. Kinda liked it last run. Let's take it again. And it's Eurydice time. We'll definitely take the level ups. We'd like to level up our... everything that we have, pretty much. Hey, they're singing again.
They're both here.
Hi.
Hey, you two. How's everything lately? On speaking terms again? Or singing terms?
Oh, things are going very wonderfully, my friend. I never thought I'd see Eurydice again. After
Orphe still just can't shut up about that timeline, but we're making progress. Thanks for having him stop by. I'm sure he needed plenty of encouragement.
Don't we all? Yeah, give me that palm porridge. 4 +1 level ups. Trippy Shot, Drunken Flourish, Lightning Strike, and Passion Dash. No complaints there. We're at 9 hangover damage and 222 Festive Fog damage.
Bye, hun.
Up to 2 fountains per chapter. Wouldn't that be nice?
Something for the mirror.
Money, shop, or max health? Guess I'll take some... max? No, I'll take the money. Try to perfect this.
I'm in.
So we have to take no damage at all in this encounter to get the reward. Luck to me.
Let's see you put your youthful reflexes to work.
About 4 dashes, so I think it'll be alright. Let the Festive Fog basically do all the work. Easy.
Hapless wretches.
No problem.
Demeter. Demeter boon yet? Oh, we could get the other thing with Festive Fog, right? It's her duo. Ice Wine. Festive Fog also inflicts chill. If we take Frost Strike, Flourish, Dash, or her aid. Probably her aid? Could get a rare crop too, that would be fine.
The bitterness of cold and death go hand in hand, I do suppose.
Swap out our dash, Ravenous Will, or Snowburst. So if we want a chance at the thingy, we'd swap out our dash here. I don't really care for Aphrodite. Yeah, let's swap it out.
Aphrodite won't mind.
Just for the chance of Ice Wine here. Hey, Lerny.
Why must we always fight
You're
like
super
this,
vulnerable
Lerny?
to my build, so you're gonna die real fast.
said.
Well, this is chaotic. Kinda dig it, though. Oh. It's like unaware of his ability here. You get a full heal anyway.
Back to wherever your neck went. Right.
The screen can definitely get a little cluttered with visual effects, especially if there's a lot of enemy attacks or boons going on. It's a lot easier if you're the one playing, though, to make sense of it, I find. Okay, we still have the max health trinket equipped? That's crazy pants. Keep that equipped. Someone forgot to buy max health. 6 encounters of more cast damage for 20 gold? You know what? I'll take that. The Braid of Atlas. We can sell our,
Should I take the trade?
Not these. Could have sold our, attack. At the pool of purging there.
Here. Yes.
Feels like I should be getting hit more than I am. The dash is the key here. Every time we dash, we get a brief moment of being invulnerable, so... And we can do it a lot, thanks to the Hermes boon we have, so... That'll avoid a lot of incoming hits. Take more max health. 195 is very little. Okay then.
Damn it, one's come back.
Oh, no you don't.
One's rearming.
That special is an aspect ability. Yeah, that's the aspect of Zeus special ability for the shield. You throw the shield like a discus and it periodically pulses with damage, doing the big nonsense to everybody nearby.
How foolhardy.
It needs some Titan blood to be good, but if you upgrade it, it's so strong.
Incompetence.
That's that.
Dash. This is why I never play with the bonus trap damage, that right there. Never again. Also, don't stand next to these guys, because their projectiles hurt a lot if you get hit point blank. Ow, ow.
Baldy? Ahoy, Prince!
Yeah, I've made mistakes. I've made mistakes in my life. Shop with 668. Don't mind if I do. We could get more boons at the shop. Ooh. And it's membership card time. Let's do it.
Don't spend it all.
Hey, we got Ice Wine. Yes! Ice Wine.
Combined might.
Double cast Ice Wine with, oh man. Oh, that's so strong. So this now instantaneously deploys and inflicts chill, and still zaps for lightning damage periodically. Alright. Charon.
Hey, free money. Whoops. Sorry.
Whoops.
You and me, Charon, mate.
Oof, that does so much damage. Wow.
To the death with you.
That was an enormous amount of damage output.
I look forward to making use of this.
We get the membership card giving us 20% discount.
It's the butterfly ball.
And the stupid butterfly ball is super dead. Hopefully. That's so much damage. Look at that.
Butterflies. Ugh.
Should not have gotten hit? Yeah, that's a reasonable thing. Yes. Agreed.
In the name
Big
of
agree.
Hades.
I'll take Demeter's Aid. Giving us a God Gauge, charging up to do even more chill. And our second Daedalus Hammer of the run, I will take as well. Good lord, these casts are strong! Wow.
Place is crawling with these. I think not.
Explosions! After blocking a foe, gain 20% damage and move speed for 10 seconds. Ferocious Guard seems pretty cool. Yeah, we did Forgotten Cane. It is gonna be ridiculous. More damage to armor, whatever, Dash Strike, I'm not really doing that. Let's take Ferocious Guard. I'll try to remember to block stuff to activate that. And a Demeter boon if I can handle a Elysium Infernal Gate. Let's try it.
Well, here goes nothing.
Let's try it. Post-release, I think we're on 5 wins now? Something like that.
I doubt you'll outmaneuver all this lot.
Move away. Whoa, no.
Blast.
No problem.
Just go in a circle. Just go in a circle. That's the secret to Erebus.
In the name of Hades.
Hey, and a Nourish Soul for better healing. I tend to like Nourish Soul a lot. Snowburst is also cool because it makes our casting even better. Or Ravenous Will, also good, because we're spamming casts. So actually, any of these are totally fine. Let's take the Snowburst. So now we double explode. I like double exploding. This is the correct amount of exploding to do. Oh, we need Net Ravenous for the, what is the Demeter Legendary anyway? I've actually completely forgotten. Wow, this is such a crazy build. Oh my god.
Ready, Aegis?
Oh, that's right, the, everything dies to chill. I love that boon. I've had that a couple times.
Demeter, they shall have nothing.
So much exploding.
Nice. Should I take the trade?
Reflect, Snowburst, Trippy Shot. Love all that. We can sell the Trippy Shot? Would that just turn off all of my... We just ruined my build. Bad Dad Simulator. How's it going, Sneaky Teak? Bad Dad Simulator is going ridiculous. Is what it's going.
What a steal.
What a savings. Alright, so we will take Ravenous Will to get the chance at the Legendary, I guess. We have no cast. Take 10% less damage, deal 20% more. And I can't wait to see how this fares against the Heroes of Elysium. Don't have Killing Freeze, not on this build yet, unfortunately. Got a lot of Demeter boons, though.
The gods are testing us once more, Asterius. For how else to explain this fiend approaching us, bearing such blessings as would normally be fit only for heroes such as we?
You do know I'm related to them, right? The god of the dead is my father. I'm sure word's gotten around. Not that I want deferential treatment from the likes of you.
Good, for you'll get nothing of the sort. The gods are on my side, not yours, monster. What business would they have abetting you?
So if you got the right movement speed, you can actually get the shield to like perfectly line up with Theseus.
How now, demon?
How now, brown cow? Going for a third jump. Whoa!
Demeter, beware of winter's cold! Would that you too had a chariot, so I could conquer you in racing just as in battle. Such a spectacle, is it not?
Not yet.
No! What depths you stoop to, fiend! By the power of Olympus!
The gods are helping him.
How dare
Finally.
Kerblam! With plenty of health to spare. Take the full heal, please. Thank you. Hey, here's our chance to sell Lightning Strike. We already have Scintillating Feast. Yeah, just sell Lightning Strike now. Cool.
Feel cleaner already.
Some extra cash. And we'll yarn of Ariadne. Take the Prometheus Stone, too.
Should help keep me going.
For a bonus cast for a little while. Keep the max health trinket equipped.
There.
For now. For now being the rest of the run, of course.
I'm sure the satyrs are back.
They always are. Two boons from Demeter, one from Hermes, an 800 gold diamond that we can just outright buy. I will contemplate. So many boons from Demeter, wow. I think we're just basically guaranteed to get her legendary here.
Why not?
Let's just verify what we're going to need for that. Harvest 2 of the following: Arctic Blast and Killing Freeze. There's Arctic Blast. Applying 10 stacks of chill causes a blast, clearing the effect. And doing 100 damage, we'll take that.
Hello.
What is happening? Unnecessary.
I shall take everything away!
They're so angry.
Almost there. In the name of Hades.
There it is, Winter Harvest. Chill-affected foes shatter at 10% of their health, inflicting chill nearby. And it even works on bosses. Pretty cool. Exit is here.
Which tunnel?
Sup, Zeus? Wouldn't mind a call-related boon. He's got a bunch that would be really relevant.
I can't.
Build is nuts. Any way to increase that? I don't think so. It's a lot. It's a lot on bosses.
Storage chamber. In the name of Hades.
And there it is, Billowing Call. 24% bonus damage after using our call for 15 seconds. Is very, very, very good. Faster God Gauge charge is nice, but it's a low rarity boon. We'll take the epic rarity one. I've got 2 rerolls that I could / should, question mark,
A quiet taste.
be using.
Now for a chat with Cerberus.
I think I am gonna buy the diamond here.
Can't do that.
Ridiculous. That is ridiculous damage. First act, that's right. Yeah, so the regenerating cast, if you get multiple of them, is really, really, really good. This room is normally such trouble for me.
I bet Charon's going to want all this.
That was, quite frankly, too easy. So what's causing this ridiculous damage exactly? So, most of it comes from our cast, and there's a lot of things happening on the cast here. Our cast is a level 3 trippy shot with rare rarity, so it's got a base of 222 damage. And then we have 2 duo boons affecting it. Scintillating Feast makes it do 60 damage periodically, and Ice Wine causes it to be an instantaneous blast that also inflicts chill. That chill causes an additional blast when we get 10 stacks of it. We have +1 to our cast from a Chaos Boon, so we get 2 of these. And then there's like poison stuff happening, but it's mostly just all these boons modifying the cast to be ridiculously strong.
Should come in useful.
Oh, and a faster special will make the make our shield pulse quicker. I should have used a reroll there, actually. But 20% faster special makes the shield pulse 20% faster, as I understand it. So that's pretty sweet. I'm gonna keep using the build, because this is super fun. But you can see when we initially cast, it's 411 damage. And the lightning bolts are 93. Damage boost from blocking there. Vaporized. No.
to eat.
Ooh, +2 on billowing strength is cool. 38%. Or we can reroll and try to hit our cast. Just take the billowing strength up. And we'll go... Might as well take everything here. Vaporized.
Search boons for coin.
That could have been a good reroll. Highest heat that I've completed, 32. I have all 3 statues from Skelly here. But 32 is my best. My hit points. No. All right, I'm gonna take the Demeter boon. Try to get killing freeze here.
I'll take it.
Nice. While all foes are chill affected, they are 15% slower and take 30 damage every 0.8 seconds.
Cool, cool.
A very good damage per second boon. We have a ton of good Demeter boons here. We really got mostly Demeter on this one.
Cerberus again accepts the sack.
Thanks, boy.
But you can set the level yourself, that's right, Sidbius. Basically a series of custom penalties, like bonus extra enemy damage, bonus trap damage,
I'll just keep coming
bonus
back.
enemy health, more enemies, but you can pick and choose and pick any combination that you want.
You must be so grateful to them for their aid, without which none of this would have been possible.
Yeah, about that. Father, did you let Mother go because you feared Olympus would find out? And not respond well to the circumstances if they did?
Be grateful they have not found out as yet for all your meddling. You do not know them as well as you think. Ask yourself why she left Olympus and how. Or better yet, ask her.
Well, she seems quite lovely, so knowing you probably tricked her into signing a pact to come join you or something. Since you weren't allowed on Olympus, why not have Olympus come to you?
Yeah, you probably tricked her into eating some food she wasn't supposed to eat.
Ha! Surprisingly not distant from the truth. I took her, boy. I took her down with me. Is that what you wish to hear? Does that anger you? Come, bring forth that anger then. Darkness.
Darkness? What? I totally dodged that. Nonsense.
How reckless. Darkness.
Demeter, beware of winter's cold.
Icy, yes.
Sisyphus?
Ahoy, Lord
And Boldy.
Was that the blasted boulder from before?
Got you.
So much damage.
We're not finished. No more. I shall not take such disrespect from you.
Ow. I jumped out a little earlier than I thought he was going to finish there. Whoops. Whatever, just kill him.
Reap what you sow.
And that would have been the special kill animation for 10% health.
You cannot
GG.
escape. None of us can.
GG.
My strength fails.
Yes. By my father's name.
We survived death using one of our Death Defiance charges there. Those, if you see these three little, up in the bottom left over our health bar, those three little Zagreus icons. When you would die, you instead heal to half health and use up one of those charges, unlocked through the Mirror of Darkness. One of the big ways that the game is forgiving, allowing you to have second chances and kind of create tanky builds.
My weapon shuddered at the touch of it.
GG. The damage is real. Like it just peaks up a little bit, doesn't keep going. It is gorgeous though. Gorgeous. Go back down. Only I could be so grossly incandescent. Where are my boons from Helios, huh? Fish here.
Welcome back, my son.
Hello, Mother.
Hello.
I could not stand it on Olympus, Zagreus. The blustering, the posturing, my overbearing mother. None
Real.
of it. I would have left the mountain voluntarily, except
Father absconded with you, didn't he? Dragged you down with him into the underworld. So if Olympus were to find that out, I shudder to think of the consequences.
that fool is trying to protect me even now.
And himself.
It wasn't he who absconded with me, my son. And it's more complicated even than that. I was content to leave, willing to make my life within the underworld, with your father.
I dare not ask who did bring you to Father then. So essentially, you ran away from home to live with him. I mean no disrespect, but did you realize what you were getting yourself into?
We have a tendency to be impetuous when we are younger, Zagreus. I heard all about your father before we met. Admired paintings of him. It was very awkward at first, but he had a bluntness I fancied. A sense of principle. I much preferred him to his brothers, I can tell you that.
So, then you secretly left Mount Olympus to be with the god of the dead in the underworld, and Olympus never found out. What do you suppose would happen if they did?
I think there would be war between Olympus and your father, Zagreus, if they found out. Especially now, after all this. And after all this time. They slew their parents once. If the Titans could be wiped from this world, so can we all.
So it makes sense. If Father, he agrees with you and thinks that leaving you in hiding here that it's the only way he can prevent that war.
Makes sense.
I can see how your father, shrewd but also single-minded as he was, might have followed such a line of reasoning as that. Oh, Zagreus. What have I done?
Good line.
No. What have I done?
Oops.
I can't. Oh, I need to fix this.
Alright, sounds like my next step is to go punch Zeus, right?
Hello?
Natural causes?
Hey, wow, you did it! According to my list here, it says you've died, 50 times at least? That's more than anybody's died around here, I think.
I'm sure you can catch up.
So what happened there, Mesoemerus, is that because we are our father's son, we are bound to the underworld and to leave it to go to the surface, even for a brief period of time. It beckons us to return. We'll eventually, well, quite quickly, perish. Die on the surface. Removed from the realm of our father.
The fallen warrior in Elysium we spoke of. He seems like a good man, though. Was he always the despondent sort?
No, lad. I was that sort, I think, but he was not. He was one of the only men I knew who did not look upon me as a threat. He saw something in me I never knew was there, and in turn, with him, I felt, how to describe it, calm, whole.
Huh. I'm restless all the time. I can only imagine.
He had this wry humor about him, like he was wise beyond his years. A quality I trust shall see him through his struggles now. Although, I hoped residing in Elysium would mean he wouldn't have to struggle any longer.
Restlessness runs in my family, I think. I know my father certainly suffers from restless dead syndrome.
He shouldn't, sir. And neither should you.
What are you doing here? I heard you finally made it out. What, did you break out of here only to die in some pathetic way on the surface?
I died so many different ways on the surface. Just so many.
Long story, but yeah. Boils down to what you said, more or less.
So you're going back out there again. Well, it's your business, not mine. For your sake, I hope it's worth it.
It is.
Got 500 darkness, I'll take it. That 500 darkness is generally worth it. You need so much darkness.
Do what you will with these, my good chef. All right, then.
Ooh, what's this?
At last, the bridge to chaos is restored. Thank you so very much, my child. I shall be going then, and I shall presently return. Please have no fear. And now, farewell. I shall bring Chaos your kindest regards.
Good luck.
Please do. Until next time, Nyx.
Nothing gets dirty around here while I am on the job, Your Highness.
Bye, Dusa.
Bye.
This nectar not fancy enough for you, boy, is that it? You've developed quite the delicate palate at your distinguished age.
Though having little appetite remaining for the lightness of nectar's flavor, the multi-headed monster of the underworld nevertheless accepts.
Delicious. Sounds like we're gonna need to give him some ambrosia.
You ever think of giving Thanatos a break, Father? He seems to have more than his fair share of work of late.
This is like some random dialogue not related to the direct plot. Okay.
Blame the blasted mortals for perishing so easily, or blame Lord Ares prior to accusing me. With their surface wars, not only do they kill each other readily, but also often subsequently perish from the consequences of it all.
What wars? What's going on up there? Why don't the other Olympians do something?
Bah, how should I know? The mortals are equipped to settle their petty differences by any number of means. You have to make room for them all sooner or later, regardless.
That's certainly a way of looking at it.
Well, sooner or later, everybody ends up down here. It's real. Still no offering for extreme measures 4 here. Suspect we'll need to keep unlocking surface dialogues for that. But that is going to bring us to the end of tonight's stream as we're hitting the 8-hour mark here.
I guess this came to pass.
The way to reunite Nixon Chaos. We're almost done with that. Quick reload. Bad news. The only legendary boon we haven't got. Concentrated Volley. Still need Skeletal Lure, Flame Wheel Release, and Touch of Sticks. And we still have to learn to play the lyre, of course. We'll get there. We'll get there.
So, pal, my sources tell me that you made it pretty far, which means my usefulness is coming to an end.
That's right, you won't have anybody to kill you.
Your usefulness? What, you just mean the standing around letting me lay into you with whatever vicious attack sequence I fancy at the time?
Yeah, once you achieve your goal, my contract's up. You won't need me anymore.
But only if I leave for good, isn't that right? So if I stuck around, you'd stay here too?
Probably, but wait, you're really gonna stay?
Sure looks that way.
Huzzah!
Huzzah! Great success. Alrighty, that is going to be it for me tonight, folks. Thank you so much for watching. Been a blast both in Spire and in Hades tonight. We're going to be live tomorrow, not later than noon Eastern Standard Time. Hope to see many of you there. And if not, well, thanks so much for watching. Alright, everybody, ta-ta for now. See y'all next time. Toodaloo, etc. Bye-bye now.